guess it begins here. I wonder if those sort of hearings ever lead to any situation in which... Wait, what the hell? What is the... Oh, I'm like, why is the chat so messy? And that's why. It's messy because I made it messy. Alright. I wonder if any of these hearings actually ever end up with, oh no, you're not gonna be confirmed. Things are so bad with you that after this hearing, we have concluded that you're actually not gonna be confirmed. Has that ever happened? Is that a thing? Or is this just a formality where no matter how horrible things come to light, it's just, well, you're horrible. I guess we're just gonna confirm you now. Can anybody answer this question for me? I'm a foreigner, so.
Good morning. This hearing will come to order. I thank my colleagues and Mr. Kennedy for being here today. Mr. Kennedy, congratulations on your nomination.
Congratulations, Mr. Kennedy.
Throughout this process...
Wait, is he muted right off the bat? A fumble?
Mr. Kennedy, congratulations on your nomination.
Very amazing. Great.
Throughout this process...
What a start. What a boomer moment. Foreign Lucy in a foreign land. Maybe I should rebrand to name myself that. Apparently that content creator has found a moderate success.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy, you have been accessible to members and staff on both sides of the aisle and have demonstrated strong commitment to fulfilling the responsibilities of this role. The Department of Health and Human Services oversees our nation's largest healthcare programs, providing coverage for nearly 2 in every 5 Americans. Improving Medicare, Medicaid, and CHIP, among other initiatives, presents challenges, especially in the face of a rapidly aging population, stubbornly high costs, and persistent barriers to access. However, this also provides us an opportunity to deliver bold...
There was buffering? Hold on. I'll try to fix the buffering. Oh my gosh. I don't know what's happening. We're gonna deal with it together. Did I ask a question? I think I asked... God, I don't remember. I've lost my train of thought, sorry. If I asked that question, I must have forgotten. Oh yes, I actually asked if any of these confirmation hearings ever lead to a conclusion of you're so horrible that we're not gonna confirm you. You're too you're not fit for this position. We're not confirming you. Or is it just a form of this is just a formality, whatever comes up, even if the most horrid crap comes to light, you're basically confirmed. So the hearing is just spectacle. That's my question.
Bold, transformative solutions. As a committee, we share a commitment to advancing common sense, bipartisan policies.
Advancing common sense. The most meaningless of sentiments I've ever heard. And I keep hearing it in increased volume.
That improve the delivery of healthcare in this country.
What was the term? Oh my gosh.
In policies. As a committee, we share a commitment to advancing common sense.
Advancing common sense means advancing vibe-based solutions and vibe-based policy. What feels good, what makes sense to us on an intuitive level is going to be the thing that we're going to go with. That is what basically common sense means.
Bipartisan policies that improve the delivery of healthcare in this country. This committee has worked to realign incentives in the prescription drug supply chain, to enhance access in rural communities, to expand the availability of telehealth and improve the broken clinician payment structure. Across these and other issues, I look forward to working with the administration to continue pursuing meaningful reforms that serve the American people more effectively and more efficiently.
I want to hear him get grilled on all the insane things that he has announced. I want to hear him get criticized or questioned, let me say, on all the things that he has expressed about healthcare. As the person that is going to be the chief engineer of your solutions.
Too often, patients encounter a healthcare system that is disjointed and is a dysfunctional maze. Complex and bureaucratic chutes and ladders have become the norm.
I just want to be nitpicky and say that just because something is a maze, it does not mean that it's dysfunctional. Mazes are very functional. Mazes are built as mazes for a reason. So the term dysfunctional maze makes, like what, a maze that just cannot be finished?
Meanwhile, even as healthcare spending climbs,
Looking healthy and blessed, fam. Thank you. Thank you very much. How are you?
outcomes across a range of conditions continue to decline.
Come on, NPC face sense, make America healthy again. NPC face. Yeah, that's true. Vladimir, that's true. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. I'm hoping that maybe today we'll have a stream full of good deeds. Hello, Zoshelix. Maybe if more people tune in, we're gonna make a little bit of an announcement. Exceptional.
Mr. Kennedy, if confirmed, you will have the opportunity to chart a new and better course for the federal approach to tackling both the drivers and the consequences of our
I
ailing
have not said it yet. It's a surprise.
healthcare system. Your commitment to combating chronic conditions that drive healthcare costs will be critical to our success. Prioritizing disease prevention.
I'm not sure. This person, so far, this person says things that are very fitting to his surname, Crapo.
And addressing the factors that fuel conditions such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, metabolic disease, Alzheimer's disease, COPD, and cancer will save lives, reduce costs, and build a healthier, stronger country. Private sector breakthroughs from groundbreaking cancer medications to curative gene therapies also offer hope. But misguided government initiatives and market volatility risk eroding American leadership in life-saving R&D. Your advocacy.
Yeah, that's his name. That's the name of the person that's speaking right now. It says so on the little sign.
Advocacy for healthcare transparency has the potential to empower consumers across the country, promoting competition to enhance quality.
Look, it says here, Mr. Crapo, Chairman.
While cutting excessive spending for patients.
I'm here just to enjoy a shit show. Thank you, Lucy. Good stream. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And for taxpayers.
Thank you for being here. Thanks everybody that's here for being here.
Today's hearing will provide a forum to hear more about your vision, particularly for the federal programs under this committee's jurisdiction. Mr. Kennedy, you represent a voice for an inspiring coalition of Americans who are deeply committed to improving the health and well-being of our nation. Regardless of political party, everyone in this room shares a common recognition that our current system has fallen short, as well as a common desire to make our country healthier. I look forward to today's conversation as well as your testimony, Mr. Kennedy. And now I recognize Senator Wyden for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The question before the Finance Committee this morning is whether Robert F. Kennedy should be trusted with the health and well-being of the American people.
No. I could already answer this question. That is the easiest question to answer in the universe. No, he should not be. In fact, he should be kept as far away from American people's health as possible, as physically possible. There should be a restraining order given to Mr. Kennedy. You are not to get close to Americans' health. Thanks for the stream, Zusi. Thank you for being here, the problem. Thank you very much. I hope to make this one entertaining. So yes, let's continue. That's my answer. There should be an actual restraining order preventing Mr. Kennedy from coming at a certain distance to Americans' health.
Committee staff have examined thousands.
I actually genuinely believe that no matter what your political leaning is, right-wing, left-wing, if you're a Democrat, if you're a Republican, I genuinely believe that a lot of people, no matter what side of the aisle they find themselves in, a lot of people probably believe that this guy is just not fit for their job. I think so. I don't think that there's this huge majority of the American population that think, yeah, RFK Jr., he's the person that's gonna be perfect to lead American health, you know? I genuinely think that this is a topic that unites the left and the right, that like this guy's just not fit for the position. Like some of his opinions were so blatantly anti-scientific that it just baffles the mind. Hello, Philippe August.
Thousands of pages of statements, books, and podcast transcripts in a review of his record. The receipts show that Mr. Kennedy has embraced conspiracy theories, quacks,
There you go.
charlatans, especially when it comes to the safety and efficacy of vaccines. He has made it his life's work to sow doubt.
No, no, Jack, don't do it. You don't want the bull in the china shop. You really don't. Because when you have bull in the china shop, you just end up with a bunch of broken china. Human health is not something that you want to play with. You don't want something that comes in and just wrecks healthcare. That you really don't want, because the price for a bull in the china shop when it comes to healthcare is people dying. It's simple. It's as simple as that. You want something that is competent and improves things, not a buffoon that knows nothing and embraces conspiracy theories and will just lead to people either being far more ill or worst case scenario just to more deaths. Like we don't that's something that nobody should want for healthcare of all things.
Doubt and discourage parents from getting their kids life-saving vaccines. It has been lucrative for him and put him on the verge of immense power. This is the profile of someone who chases money and influence wherever they
And yes, healthcare should absolutely be disjointed from the profit motive.
lead, even if that may mean the tragic deaths of children and other vulnerable people. Now, Mr. Kennedy is fond of saying he's not making recommendations about whether parents should vaccinate their children. He's just asking questions and giving people choices. It's a slippery tactic to dodge any real responsibility for his words and actions. And it is, in my view, absurd coming.
I hear you. He's not a stupid man. I just wanted transparency and honesty. The pandemic caused a lot of distrust. I mean, that may be so, but if he is not a stupid man, then he is a malicious man because he advocates for things that will get people sick and or just killed.
From somebody who's trying to win confirmation for a job that is entirely about making recommendations. These recommendations are going to have life or death consequences for the American people. Mr. Kennedy, if you are confirmed your recommendation.
This is one of the most serious positions in the land. One of the most serious positions is given to this person. There's nothing more important in one's life than health. There's a whole poem in Polish about health, how you'll only appreciate health once it's spoiled, and that everything is less important compared to health. Even young age, good looks, riches, everything comes secondary. Even if you're more advanced in age, as long as you retain your health, everything seems fine.
Determine which vaccines senior citizens get for free through Medicare.
You may lose everything in your life, but as long as you retain your health, you can have hope to come back from it. But once your health starts failing you, everything becomes much more difficult. Everything. And that is why healthcare and how healthcare is organized for citizens of a country is one of the most crucial things for that country. It's one of the most fundamental needs that a government must fulfill toward its citizens.
The recommendation will determine which vaccines are given to millions of kids. Peddling these anti-vaccine conspiracy theories, as our chief health officer, is going to endanger the lives of kids and seniors across the nation. Just look at what happened when Mr. Kennedy inserted himself into an anti-vaccination crisis in the island nation of Samoa. He traveled.
Also, I just want to note, this is not even necessarily about RFK Jr. himself, because in this case, he seems to be just part of the problem, a symptom of a bigger problem, and that is the anti-vaccination sentiment. Never in my life did I think that there would be this growth of an anti-vaccination sentiment when vaccination is one of the biggest inventions, I think, in humanity's history, at least when it comes to medicine. And I've always treated vaccination as something obvious. I've had vaccinations as a child for certain diseases. It's something that there's this myth that has been spreading very recently. Well, maybe not super recently. It's started spreading in the ballpark of the last 3-4 years that better than getting a vaccination, one should just get the disease, go through it, and gain natural immunity. And this also led to people organizing the so-called disease parties, insert disease name parties, where they would send items from one ill person to another for them to get sick as well, to go through it and gain the natural immunity. Parents did it with their kids. One kid would be sick, they would send the thing to another kid, the kid will get sick, and that is extremely corrosive and extremely destructive, because how that works, and I'm simplifying here, but that is actually how it works. That is that a vaccine simply creates immunity for a specific type of disease, right? You take the vaccination, your body gets acquainted with the thing and creates immunity. But when you go through the thing, when you go through the disease and develop the natural immunity, what you don't hear about is that the illness wrecks your immunity to all other diseases. Okay, your immune system might develop at that time a natural resistance to the thing that you just went through, but at the same time, to many different diseases, your body, your immunity just gets wrecked. So I don't know if it's such a great trade-off that you get more immune to the thing that you went through, but at the same time your immunity to the other things just drops. Okay, and the science between vaccines has been known for many years. It is not a new invention. Like, vaccines are not a new development that has been just discovered together with COVID. It's not that COVID came and now we have to discover this thing called a vaccine. Vaccines go way back, you know? It's not a mystery what happens in a person's body when they take a vaccine.
Traveled there himself to push his views and pour fuel on the fire of a measles outbreak that began due to low vaccination rates. In the end,
and yeah, many people are anti-vax because they just are people buy into conspiracy theories. No, I did not say that you said that they never existed. I was sarcasm. Maybe some people don't get sarcasm. I said that it's not a mysterious thing, okay? It's not a mystery what happens in a person's body when they take a vaccine. It's not some mystery medicine that nobody knows what it actually does. Nobody knows what will happen. Nobody knows what the side effects will be. That's absolutely not true.
3 Samoans died, mostly kids.
I am pretty argumentative, yeah, that's right.
From a disease that is easily preventable. Americans cannot afford to import this experiment to our great nation. On other healthcare matters, from abortion to universal healthcare, Mr. Kennedy has changed his views.
What is even RFK Jr.'s medical background, for that matter? Shouldn't the head of healthcare be at least someone of a medical expert?
So often, it is nearly impossible to know where he stands on so many of the basic issues that impact Americans' daily lives. In a gobsmacking statement of irresponsibility, in November 2023, Mr. Kennedy said that he wanted to pause infectious disease research for 8 years.
Okay, this is just... he has a PhD in gym. Okay. He should not be anywhere near healthcare, okay? Also, stop infectious disease research for 8 years. I don't think there's anybody on earth that is going to look at this and say, oh yeah, this is totally defensible. Yeah, such research should totally be just paused for 8 years. Hey Lucy, can we at least agree on the fact that vaccines got a very little impact because that C virus for some weird reason keeps mutating over and all all viruses keep mutating. Like, why do you think that the flu vaccine needs to be repeated each year? That also mutates. Like, the fact that it doesn't mean that impact the impact is very little. It means that it doesn't last you forever and that you repeat the vaccination, right?
Mr. Kennedy has indicated he's open to restricting access to the abortion medication mifepristone, which remains a primary target of the Republican crusade against reproductive freedom.
But you also have to remember that, as far as I know, the more the thing mutates, the less lethal it becomes.
I took this on back in 1990 when I chaired the first.
What about the vaccine? What's supposed to? What story? We all know what vaccines do. You said that you know that. You said that you know that vaccines are not a new development, but you're sort of acting like they are. Like, just earlier in the chat, you said, "Bro, I never said they never existed." And here you said, what about the vaccine? What's supposed to prevent you from getting? The story kept changing. We all know how vaccines work. It's not it's not some mystery. Like, just because when COVID came, they had to develop a vaccine for it specifically, it doesn't mean that it was just some new kind of vaccine that would do something new compared to any other vaccine. It's just a vaccine. There's only one story to what a vaccine does. It boosts your immunity against that thing, making you far less likely to get it. That's the story. That is how vaccines work. There's no, I think so, yeah, because all the most lethal, with proper containment, all the most lethal versions of the thing will certainly burn out, and what will be left are the less deadly strains. Yeah, as far as I understand it. Yeah.
Congressional hearing on the topic. The science was clear then. It's even clearer today. Mifepristone is safe. The only reason it's under question in 2025 is because people with a political agenda have been out lying about it. Women deserve to know if Mr. Kennedy will abuse his power as our country's chief health officer to essentially implement a national abortion ban by restricting access to the safe and legal medication. Meanwhile, as the Trump budget office threw the Medicaid program into chaos yesterday, Republicans in Congress are proposing deep cuts to the program that will rip away health care from millions.
But you know how vaccination works. We all know. I assume we should all know. I assume that we all learned what vaccination does in primary school, no? I learned pretty early in primary school what a vaccine is. I assume everybody in this audience has learned what a vaccine is, like, early in primary school. So I really don't understand what the confusion is. But I believe it's also less lethal than it was. I believe that people go through it also. I believe that as it mutates, people go through it with much less severely than they went through it before. No? Like, it's just not the vaccine has to be revised. I think we are seeing less deaths from it, that people go through it with more milder symptoms, etc. No?
Millions of Americans who count on this vital lifeline. Cuts to Medicaid of this magnitude are going to jack up the cost of health insurance. It'll shutter nursing homes and rural hospitals, deprive seniors.
I mean, they can, but I think we're seeing something different.
And Americans with disabilities of home-based care. That approach amounts to handing over our nation's health system to for-profit insurance companies.
As you can see, I'm not an expert on virus mutation and how that goes and how that exactly goes. So I would definitely not recommend myself to the position of the head of healthcare of any country or any district or even any single apartment building. So I'm definitely open to being corrected on the whole lethal or not lethal, the more it mutates thing.
Companies.
The people giving this information at the time contradicted themselves many times. This is not functional step-by-step scientific research. You don't need to research time and time again what a vaccine does. It's an open and shut case. Like, what do you mean?
Who've made a fortune delaying and denying care.
Like, it's such a weird, like, what? Every single time a new disease will roll out and a new vaccine will be created for the disease, we will have to research time and time again what vaccines actually do? No, we know what vaccines do. Now we just have to make one that is that gives immunity, like that boosts immunity for that specific disease. We don't have to research every single time what vaccines as a whole do. We know this at this. We've known what they do at this point for decades, at least.
Mr. Kennedy has virtually no knowledge or experience in handling these issues. It leaves him unprepared to take on a crisis like the nation witnessed yesterday when the Trump Budget Office shut down the federal Medicaid payment portal. After a careful review of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s statements, actions, and views.
I believe they were. There was no secret ingredient in vaccines. They were like, no, there's this component X that we absolutely cannot tell anybody about in this new vaccine, which and how this component X, compound X, works or what it will do to you, we cannot disclose. It's top secret.
Materials that I have reviewed
I don't believe that was the
personally
case ever.
and closely. I've reached the conclusion that he should not be entrusted with the health and well-being of the American people.
I really would hope that this sort of confirmation hearing would end in RFK Jr. not being confirmed.
When he's taken every side of every issue, how can this committee and the American people believe he has anything to say? Let me close by saying I believe more strongly than ever.
I want to hear him answer questions, though.
And I have specialized in healthcare.
I mean, it's okay to throw different perspectives.
My time in public service, there were a turning point with regard to healthcare in America. If there's one word to describe Americans' feelings towards the healthcare system, it's disillusion. At every single turn, people feel like they're rolling a load of dice, loaded dice, when they try to get healthcare. Americans are justifiably angry, fed up, and tired of a system that puts profits over patients. Instead of debating meaningful ways to improve Americans' health care, now the committee is being forced to relitigate settled science about vaccines and whether or not the federal government should help Americans get affordable.
I guess he's going to be grilled most on the vaccine thing. I know Bernie Sanders is going to be questioning this person, so I'm looking forward to that.
I know where Democrats on this finance committee stand when it comes to an agenda to lower costs and improve care. I must say, I cannot say the same about the nominee.
Someone sleeping and snoring during this hearing?
In front of me, and let me acknowledge, finally, Mr. Chairman, Terry Mills from Portland, Oregon, who is here to represent Nurses for America, and I'd like to enter a statement from her organization into the record at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection. Thank you, Ranking Member Wyden. Mr. Kennedy, in a few moments, you will be given the opportunity to make your opening statement and respond to these attacks and other questions that the members of this committee have. I would say that with regard to the attack on Medicaid that we just heard, that was a false attack. It's been proven false overnight. The Medicaid portal is operating efficiently today and was never intended to be shut down.
Would gentleman yield, since he's mentioned my name? There was a significant amount of time yesterday where there was bedlam across the country over the status of the Medicaid portals. I hope it's being corrected, but there were problems all through the day.
There certainly were attacks yesterday. The problem has been clarified and the Medicaid portal is fully operational as we speak.
All right, we're going to listen to some questions to RFK or what?
Mr. Kennedy, before I turn the time over to you to share your opening statement, I would like to give you a brief introduction. The son of Senator Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy Jr. has been an advocate for consumers since 1985. After graduating from Harvard University, Mr. Kennedy studied at the London School of Economics and received his law degree from the University of Virginia Law School and a master's degree in environmental law from Pace University.
Good, I'm glad that it's fine with you. Are you sure you are 100% there is evidence, or some expert has said there is evidence? I mean, at some point you do have to believe experts in a given field, no? Because even there's a chance that even if the expert presented you with evidence, you'd not have the expertise to understand it, right? Like, he could give you the data with all the jargon, with all the terms, with all the specifications, but without proper education, there's just a chance that you'd read it and not really know what it says. That is the nature of highly specialized knowledge. You need special training to be able to even digest it. So, in some cases, certain evidence would be meaningless to you unless you had a person to interpret it for you.
He has founded 2 advocacy groups and has spent the last 40 years working to restore and protect children's health. He was
Study data and learn yourself. Data interpretation is its own science. Not everybody knows how to interpret data correctly. And to interpret data correctly when it comes to certain fields, you also need to know the context of the data. And that is also where the specialized knowledge about that field comes in. You cannot just take raw data and without any interpretation come to conclusions. That's not how data works.
a former independent candidate in the 2024 presidential election, and President Trump nominated him this year to be in November of 2024 to be the HHS secretary. In announcing his nomination, President Trump stated, "Mr. Kennedy will restore these agencies to the traditions of gold standard scientific research and beacons of transparency, and end the chronic disease epidemic and make America great and healthy again." Before you give your opening statement, Mr. Kennedy, I have 4 obligatory questions that we ask all
Okay. Let's see if we're gonna hear some obligatory answers.
nominees before this committee. First, is there anything that you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated?
Yes, I have no medical expertise at all, which in my mind is a little bit of a conflict. It is a little bit of a conflict. The fact that I have no knowledge of anything health related. There should be a requirement for the head of healthcare to have at least some level of expertise in the field, I feel like.
All right. No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do you know of any reason, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you have been nominated?
No.
Yes, you have. Yes. The answer to this is yes. I can think of a few such reasons.
I do not.
Do you agree without reservation to respond to any reasonable summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes, I do.
And finally, do you commit to providing a prompt response in writing to any questions addressed to you by any senator of this committee?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And before you
This
begin...
is so farcical that I don't know how this ends. I really hope this ends in him not being confirmed. But we live in a world where, unfortunately, I'm afraid RFK Jr. is going to be taking care of your health.
And if you would like to, you may introduce your wife and children.
Yes.
Why?
Cheryl Hines is here. My daughter, Kit Kennedy. My son, Bobby Kennedy.
What do I care about your family? I care about if you're competent for the job. What happened to meritocracy? Why do I care about this? There is a requirement. It is the will of the people. That's silly when it comes to healthcare, okay? So you would want the biggest quack, you'd want the biggest fraud to be at the top of the healthcare system if it was the will of the people. If there was a guy that said, I'm actually going to end all healthcare as the top head of healthcare, I'm going to make all the poor and middle class people die out, and it's going to be great. I'm going to ban all medication. unless you're gonna be able to pay $100 per pill. If for some bizarre reason that was the will of the people, would you be like, yeah, it's the will of the people. I guess this guy's in charge of healthcare now.
His wife,
It is what it
Amaryllis
is.
Fox Kennedy, and my nephew, Jackson Hines, is here too.
We welcome you all. Thank you. You may proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden.
Oh yeah, there's a whole aid freeze. So first we screwed global public health with aid freeze, then the US leaves WHO, and now RFK, yeah. Also the Mexico City thing.
And members of this distinguished committee.
I don't know about the Mexico City
I'm
thing.
humbled to be sitting here today as President Trump's nominee, oversee the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I want to thank.
Also, I don't mean to be that person, but for someone that is at the top of U.S. healthcare to be, you don't seem so healthy yourself, RFK Jr. Like, it feels like the most unhealthy person is about to get the position of taking care of other people's health. I know that you should not judge a book by its cover, but in this case, the content of the book is not any better.
President Trump for entrusting me to deliver on his promise to make America healthy again. I also want to thank Cheryl and Kik and Bobby and all of my other children.
Why is this necessary? I don't care about your family. So I've listened to some of RFK's hearings from Vosh now, Lucy. Get yourself together and ready. This is going to be exactly as you think.
Who are
Oh,
here
boy.
today, and
Oh,
all the
no.
many members of my large extended family for the love that they have so generously shared. Ours has always been a family that.
Again, I don't mean to be a horrible person, but that love seems to be extremely unconditional, okay? Feels like very unconditional love. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Has been involved in public service, and I look forward to continuing that tradition. My journey into the issue of health began with my career as an environmental attorney, working with hunters.
So, nothing. Your job had nothing to do with healthcare. And that is how your journey with healthcare began. That is great to hear. My journey with healthcare began as a golfer. I would often ponder about the state of our health as I took shots and potholes.
And fishermen and mothers in the small town in the Hudson Valley and along the Hudson River. I learned very early on that human health and environmental injuries are intertwined. The same chemicals that kill fish make people sick also. Today, Americans' overall health is in grievous condition. Over 70%
Yeah,
of
that is
adults.
why you wanted to freeze the infectious disease studies for 8 years.
Adults and a third of children are overweight or obese. Diabetes is 10 times more prevalent than it was during the 1960s. Cancer among young people is rising by 1 or 2% a year.
Also, those things have nothing to do with healthcare per se. A lot of them have to do with how, ironically enough, with the United States of America's policy when it comes to the environment, which any green policy Trump wants to do away with, so that's one. And also the standard of food, the standard of what is being consumed. And I don't think that as the chief of healthcare, RFK Jr. will have any effect or any impact on what chemicals the fish consume or what sort of food the people consume. So those points that he just made have nothing to do with the job that he's about to undertake. Congratulations. You just wasted our time with a bunch of nothing. Congratulations.
Autoimmune diseases, neurodevelopmental disorders, Alzheimer's, asthma, ADHD, depression, addiction, and a host of other physical and mental health conditions are all on the rise, some of them exponentially. The United States has worse health than any other developed nation, yet we spend more on healthcare, at least double, and in some cases triple, as other countries. Last year, we spent $4.8 trillion, not counting the indirect costs of missed work. That's almost a fifth.
We will never get off your dangalang. Jack, don't do it.
A fifth of GDP. It's tantamount to a 20% tax on the entire economy. No one.
Like what? Is he making he's gonna cut research, but at the same time he's basically saying that he's gonna solve ADHD and depression. I have no clue how he wants to go about it, but I am very interesting to hear his solutions.
Wonder America has trouble competing with countries that pay a third of what we do for health and have better outcomes and a healthier workforce. But I don't want to make this too much about money. It's the human tragedy that moves us to care. President Trump has promised to restore America's global strength and to restore...
Yeah, it's really gonna restore all global strength of America if America pulls out of all its obligation, backstabs all of its allies, and make sure that all the NGOs, all the health organizations, all mutual aid organizations, all civics organizations are just gonna have to shut down because the United States decided on a whim that it's not gonna support them anymore. That is exactly what is going to contribute to America's strength internationally. Oh, and of course, leaving the World Health Organization. That is also going to be a gigantic help in that, in creating this nice and good image of the United States as a global power and, most importantly, as an influential player.
For the American dream, but he understands we can't...
The United States just simply has to build a reputation of a country that cannot be trusted by anyone under any circumstances, and that is the ticket to success, I suppose.
Can't be a strong nation when our people are so sick. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person has only one. Today, over half of our countrymen and women are chronically ill. When I met with President Trump last summer, I discovered that...
I'd like to believe that I'm pretty good at history, and the statement of when the hegemony starts to decline, it begins to absorb allies is a meaningless statement. I have no idea what history you are referring to, actually. And ironically, I don't know. I consider myself a pretty historically inclined person, but I don't know what you are referring to.
He is more than just concern for this tragic situation, but genuine care. President Trump is committed to restoring the American dream, and 77 million Americans delivered a mandate to him to do just that, due in part to the embrace and elevation of the Make America Healthy Again movement. This movement...
By doing the opposite. Make America healthier again by doing the opposite of what America needs to be actually healthy.
Led largely by Maha moms from every state. You can see many of them behind us today, and in the hallways and in the lobbies, is one of the most transcendent and powerful movements I've ever seen. I promise President Trump that if confirmed, I will do everything in my power to put the health of Americans back on track.
As a gym guy, I know exactly what America needs for its health to get back on track because I have education in gym.
I've been greatly heartened to discover a deep level of care among members of this committee, too, both Democrats and Republicans. I came away from our conversations confident that we can put aside our divisions for the sake of a healthier America. For a long time, the nation has been locked in a divisive healthcare debate about who pays. Well, when healthcare costs reach 20%, there are no good options, only bad ones. Shifting the burden around between government and corporations and insurers and providers and families is like...
Healthcare should be a human right because health is one of the most fundamental things that we all, without exception, need to function. It should be equally a human right like water and basic sustenance, food sustenance, I mean. Those three things, and shelter, of course. So I guess those four things should be just a guaranteed right, especially in the richest country in the entire world.
Like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Our country will sink beneath a sea of desperation and debt if we don't change the course and ask why are healthcare costs so high in the first place. The obvious answer is chronic disease. The CDC says 90% of healthcare spending goes
But you wanted to freeze funding for the studies of infectious disease. And those can be chronic too, by the way. I believe that infectious disease can be chronic too. So You're gonna combat it by cutting the funding once again?
toward managing chronic disease, which hits lower income Americans the hardest. The president's pledge is not to make some Americans healthy again, but to make all of our people healthy again.
Well, clearly not, since you've been put in as a nominee.
There is no single culprit in chronic disease. Much as I have criticized certain industries and agencies, President Trump and I understand that most of their scientists and experts genuinely care about American health. Therefore, we will bring
I
together
don't think you nor Trump understand anything about healthcare. Anything at all.
all stakeholders in pursuit of this unifying goal. Before I conclude, I want to
Stakeholders. What is a very strange way to put it? You shouldn't have interest in healthcare because you're a stakeholder. That's horrible. That just leads to horrible healthcare because all you care about is the bottom line then, the profit, as well as your stock is high. You don't care if the people are healthy. You're a stockholder, not that just makes no sense.
make sure the committee is clear about a few things. News reports have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine or anti-industry. I am neither. I am pro-safety.
What the hell was that? I always hear free healthcare services suck and you have to wait months for an appointment. Yeah, that happens when those services are badly organized. But a good organized system would not have you wait for months upon months upon months. A well-organized, well-funded system that would have doctors, that would train a bigger amount of doctors that would be well compensated. That is exactly why there's, like, just because something is public, it does not mean automatically that it is well organized and well funded. Keep that in mind. Making something public is not a magical spell that just makes it free and great.
We'll have order. Please proceed, Mr. Kennedy.
I am pro-safety. I worked for years to raise awareness about the mercury and toxic chemicals in fish, and nobody called me anti-fish. And I believe that that vaccines play a critical role in healthcare. All of my kids are vaccinated. I've written many books on vaccines. My first book in 2014.
You wrote books on vaccination, even you have no background in the topic. Like anybody can just read a book, read or wrote. I have
The
to.
first line books on vaccine care. All of my kids are vaccinated. I've written many books on vaccines. My first.
What's your background in the science of vaccination that you've written books? I can write a book on vaccination, but it doesn't change the fact that it'll just be a bunch of nonsense. Like, I've written books on X, just loses all meaning, doesn't it?
Book in 2014. The first line of it is, I am not anti-vaccine, and the last line is, I am not anti-vaccine.
Yes, you are. You have joined anti-vaccine organizations. Of course, you're going to say that you're not anti-vaccine here during this hearing. Because if you openly said, oh yeah, I'm anti-vaccine here, then you would simply not get confirmed. That it's as simple as that. You're going to be pro-vaccine during this hearing, but in practice, when you're confirmed, you're going to be absolutely anti-vaccine.
The enemy of food producers. American farms are the bedrock of our culture, of our politics, of our national security. I was a 4-H kid, and I spent my summer working on ranches. I went to work with our farmers. I want to work with our farmers and food producers to remove burdensome regulations and unleash American ingenuity.
Remove regulations. Removing regulations. Like quality control. That's gonna make people more healthy, Mr. Health Expert. Removing regulations. Okay. Sounds like you don't want to make people healthier. You want people to simply have it easier to make more money. What's the point of removing regulation? That just makes it easier to sell the goods, aka make profit. It has nothing to do with healthcare.
I simply cannot succeed without a full partnership of American farmers. In my advocacy, I've often disturbed the status quo by asking uncomfortable questions.
Okay, what are the uncomfortable questions? I guess he's gonna ask them now.
Well, I'm not going to apologize for that. We have
Oh, we're not gonna hear them now. I guess that's also would be very inconvenient for the purposes of this confirmation hearing. Because as I understand it, his ass is still on the line here, so he really cannot say everything that he actually sincerely believes, can he? Because he believes a lot of ridiculous things.
massive health problems in this country that we must face honestly. And the first thing I've done every morning for the past 20 years is to get on my knees and pray to God that he would put me in a position to end the chronic disease epidemic and to help America's children. That's why I'm so grateful to President Trump for the opportunity to sit before you today and seek your support and partnership in this endeavor. I will conclude with a promise. The members of this committee, to the President, and to all the tens of millions of parents across America, especially the moms, who have propelled this issue to center stage. Should I be so privileged as to be confirmed, we will make sure.
No, you should not. Absolutely not. You should be kept away from this position as physically possible. From all I know about you and from all that I know about your future plans.
Our tax dollars support healthy foods. We will scrutinize the chemical additives in our food supply. We will remove financial conflicts of interest from our agencies.
Oh, by removing the profit motive from healthcare. Is that how you're gonna do it? Because that's the only way to do it.
We will create an honest, unbiased, gold standard science at HH.
I'm willing to bet money that most countries' healthcare system is better than America's. I hate to say it.
As accountable to the President, to Congress, and to the American people. We will reverse the chronic disease epidemic and put the nation back on the road to good health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, I will begin. Each of us will have 5 minutes to ask you questions, and then at the conclusion of the hearing, if there are further questions, there will be an opportunity for those questions to be submitted to you, and I ask that you respond to them promptly. Mr. Kennedy, you have emphasized the importance of nutrition in preventing and managing chronic disease, improving
All
health.
right, let's see what his plan is for nutrition, because I don't even know if it's in the purview of the Minister of Health or whatever position equivalent name exists in the US. I'm not even sure if nutrition is in the purview of what he's supposed to do in his job.
Health outcomes and reducing health costs.
Add? You mean remove? So far, the only thing that RFK Jr. wants to do is remove things from the water. So we ain't adding stuff. We're removing stuff.
I share your interest in the relationship between our diet and our well-being. And if confirmed, I look forward to partnering with you on those efforts. Would you share with the committee why you are passionate about the nutrition-oriented disease prevention and what you have learned?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I had 11 brothers and sisters. I had dozens of first cousins. I was
That means nothing.
raised in a time where we did not have a chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, 2% of American kids had chronic disease. Today, 66% have chronic disease. We spend zero on chronic disease during the Kennedy administration. Today, we spend $4.3 trillion a year. With 77% of our kids cannot qualify for military service. When I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his or her lifetime, 40 or 50-year career. One out of every 3 kids who walks through her office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the most recent data from NIH.
Yeah, but that has to do with a person's financial status, access to healthy foods, access to ingredients for healthy foods, etc., etc. Like, what are you planning to do about it as the person in charge of healthcare? What is there anything you can do about it? Like, are you gonna ensure that, for example, all kids at school are gonna get healthy meals at school for cheaper or free? I don't think this is where you're going with it. So what exactly is your solution to the problem?
It shows 38% of teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. Autism rates have gone from...
I mean, doesn't the US already use sugar replacements? Like the US, American Coca-Cola doesn't have sugar in it. It has some syrup equivalent, so
1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,500, depending on what studies you look at. In my generation today, 70-year-old men, 1 in 34 in my kids'
if you want
generation.
real Coke, you need to get it from Mexico or something.
We've seen this explosion of autoimmune disease, of allergic diseases.
Yeah, but what is the cause? What is the cause for that explosion? How are you planning to address it?
This is not just a economic issue. It's not just a national security issue.
It's very, very much an economic issue.
It is a spiritual issue, and it
A
is
spiritual issue. Now you've lost me. Now I know you should not be confirmed, okay? If you say that this is a spiritual issue.
a moral issue. We cannot live up.
I mean, I can agree it's a moral issue, but spiritual issue? I am a bit more iffy on that one, Chief.
To our role as an exemplary nation, as a moral authority around the world, and we're writing off an entire generation of kids.
Thank you very much. And if confirmed, how could we work together to integrate nutrition-based interventions into our healthcare programs like Medicaid and Medicare?
Well, there are many ways.
Okay, let's hear him. I hope he does not get confirmed. That would be a disaster. He probably did.
We can do that. The federal funding of the SNAP program, for example, and of school lunch programs could be a driver for helping kids. We shouldn't be giving 60% of the kids in school processed food that is making them sick. We shouldn't be spending 10% of the SNAP program on sugar drinks. So we have a direct ability to change things.
So wait, he is for free school lunches program? He just wants to make the meals healthier? I mean, if that's what he wants to do, then I'm all for it. I don't think anyone would object to saying kids should have access to either extremely cheap or free food, and it should be made from fresh, healthy ingredients. I don't think anybody would object to that.
We also...
Is he saying that, though?
In Medicaid and Medicare, we need to focus more on outcome-based medicine, on putting people in charge of their own health care.
What do you mean by that?
Of making them accountable for their own health care so they understand the relationship between eating and getting sick. Most importantly, we need to use...
preventative medicine.
NIH and FDA to doing the research to understand the relationship between these different food additives and chronic disease so that Americans understand it and make sure that Americans are aware of it. I don't want to take...
No, that's what he wants to do on words, Lucy. I mean, he is in the middle of a confirmation hearing, so...
Away from anybody. If you like a cheeseburger, a McDonald's cheeseburger, a Diet Coke, which my boss loves...
And he's saying that, but also saying that we need to start micromanaging how poor people can use food assistance. Maybe. I mean, when it comes to school lunch, I don't object to processed food in school being replaced with freshly prepared food, and for kids to have a variety of options of tasty, freshly prepared meals, for free. Oh, snap.
You should be able to get them. If you want to eat Hostess Twinkies, you should be able to do that. But you should know what the impacts are on your family and on your health.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I'd like to start by entering into the record a letter the committee received from Ambassador Carolyn Kennedy outlining what she believes is Mr. Kennedy's lack of personal fitness for the office.
Without objection.
Mr. Kennedy, you have spent years pushing conflicting stories about vaccines. You say one thing, and then you say another. In your testimony today under oath, you denied that you were anti-vaccine. But during a podcast interview in July of 2023, you said, quote, "No vaccine is safe and effective." In your testimony today,
And that is, of course, absolutely not true. That is a blatant lie.
prove you're not anti-vax, you note that all your kids are vaccinated. But in a podcast in 2020, you said, and I quote, you would do anything, pay anything to go back in time and not vaccinate your kids. Mr. Kennedy, all of these things cannot be true. So, are you lying to Congress today when you say you are...
I mean, he could say, I've changed my mind. That is the easiest thing that he could say. That was more than a year ago. Ever since then, I thought about it more and I've changed my mind. But we'll see what he says.
Pro-vaccine? Or did you lie on all those podcasts? We have all of this on tape, by the way.
Yeah, Senator, as you know, because it's been repeatedly debunked, that statement that I made on the Lex Friedman podcast was a fragment of the statement.
Lex Friedman.
He asked me, and anybody who actually goes and looks at that podcast and will see this, he asked me, are there vaccines that are safe and effective? And I said to him, some of the live virus vaccines are. And I said, there are no vaccines that are safe and effective, and I was going to continue for every person. Every medicine has people who are sensitive to them, including vaccines.
Right, so...
he interrupted me at that point. I've corrected it many times, including on national TV.
Well, he interrupted you, but you could have finished, right? When someone interrupts you, you still have the physical ability to say, okay, let me finish what I was about to say. And then you finish, right?
You know about this, Senator Wyden, so bringing this up right now is dishonest.
Let's be clear about what you've actually done then, since you want to deny your statements. For example, you have a history of trying to take vaccines away from people. In May of 2021, you petitioned the Food and Drug Administration to not only block Americans from having access to the COVID vaccine, but to prevent any future access to the life-saving vaccine. Are you denying that? Your name is on the petition.
We brought that petition after.
Well, it's because I thought that was tied to, that's out of context.
The CDC recommended the COVID vaccine without any scientific basis.
Yeah, of course. It's just a brand new, no. Do we really know what vaccination does? Do we really? There is no science behind vaccination, and that's simply why I signed this petition as a totally non-anti-vaxxer.
Or 6-year-old children. Most experts agree today, even the people who did it back then, that COVID vaccines are inappropriate for 6-year-old children who basically have a zero risk from COVID. That's why I brought that lawsuit. I don't want to, I want to emphasize
Mr. Kennedy, the facts.
What is happening?
Committee will be in order. And to the audience. Hold on for a second, Mr. Kennedy. To the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate and out of order.
I mean, it's good that he's asking such questions. What do you mean? What sort of question should he be asking? Write in the chat an example of a question that you think he should be asking, rather than you've said this before and you're saying this now, and those two statements do not gel. Of course he should be asking such questions. Yeah, true.
And if there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order. Please follow the rules of the committee. Mr. Kennedy, you may proceed.
I also want to point out that your recitation of what happened in Samoa is absolutely wrong, and you know it's wrong.
We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, we're talking about the petition that you filed to block Americans from having access to the vaccine and to prevent...
No, he's not really being disrespectful, no. Blunt? Maybe. He's just asking about what he has said before and how that does not really correspond to what he's saying now. I don't see a problem here.
And any future access to the vaccine, those facts are on the record. My third question to you is, you made almost $5 million from book deals, mostly promoting junk science. In 2021, in a book called The Measles Book, you wrote...
Well, yeah, of course he wrote junk science books. His education is in gem. What sort of books do you expect from him?
Parents had been, quote, misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease and that measles vaccines are necessary, safe, and effective. The reality is measles are in fact deadly and highly contagious, something that you should have learned after your lies contributed to the deaths of 83 people, most of them children, in a measles outbreak in Samoa. So my question here is, Mr. Kennedy, is measles deadly, yes or no?
Uh-oh.
The death rate from measles historically in this country in 1963, the year before the introduction of the vaccine, was 1 in 10,000. Let me explain what happened in Samoa. In Samoa, in 2017 or 2015, there were 2 kids who died following the MMR vaccine. And the vaccination rates in Samoa dropped precipitously from about 63% to the mid-30s, so they've never been very high. And in 2018, 2 more kids died.
Which is not good, by the way.
Following the MMR vaccine, and the government of Samoa banned the MMR vaccine. I arrived a year later when vaccination rates were already below any previous level. I went there, nothing to do with vaccines. I went there to introduce a medical informatics system that would digitalize records in Samoa.
Why is he in charge of anything healthcare related? The gym guy.
And make health delivery much more efficient. I never gave any public statement about vaccines. You cannot find.
I'm not going to be fact-checking this. I bet this person's ready to fact-check whatever he's saying here, so.
A single Samoan who will say, I didn't get a vaccine because of Bobby Kennedy. I went in June of 2019. The measles outbreak started in August. Oh, clearly I had nothing to do with the measles. Not only that,
Mr. Kennedy,
Senator, not only that, if you let me finish, Senator,
you have had some time.
If you let me finish, 83 people died.
Now he wants to finish. Notice how he listened to my advice. Notice that he could not listen to his own advice here when he just simply didn't finish that no vaccines are safe or effective. Then he was interrupted by Lex Friedman and he simply could not finish his thought. But here, no problem, somehow, during the confirmation hearing.
When the tissue samples were sent to New Zealand, most of those people did not have measles. We don't know what was killing them. The same outbreak occurred in Tonga and Fiji, and no extra people died. There were 7 measles outbreaks in the 13 years prior to my arrival.
I just would like to get my time back. The nominee wrote a book saying that people had been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. He's trying now to play down his role in Samoa. That's not what the parents say. That's not what Governor Green says.
Uh-oh. So is he going to answer the question, actually? Is measles deadly or not?
It's time to make sure that we blow the whistle on actually what your views are. At least we're starting.
Oh yeah, everything inconvenient is always simply taken out of context. Of course.
I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine.
He won't answer, of course. He will not answer. He will not be contradicting his own book.
Do nothing as HHS secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking either of those
Anybody
vaccines.
who believes that ought to look at the measles book you wrote saying parents have been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. That's not true.
We need to move on.
He never answered. He did not answer.
Senator Grassley.
He refused to answer. We never heard an answer if measles are deadly or not. I guess we will never know. If our top chief, top dog of healthcare does not know, then who knows, really?
Welcome.
Maybe they are, maybe they're not.
I'm going to do like I did in my office. I'm just going to make some points to you. I got about 7 I want to quickly get done. And then at the end, I'm going to ask if you disagree with anything I say and then address those things you disagree with. I'll make sure I save time for you to do that. A key responsibility of each member of Congress is oversight. Oversight allows us to hold bureaucrats accountable to the rule of law, and it helps keep faith with taxpayers. I expect HHS to provide timely and complete responses to congressional oversight. Number 2, PBM, something you and I discussed in our office. I've been working to hold pharmacy benefit managers accountable in order to lower prescription drug prices. I expect you to work with us to hold PBMs accountable, and that may even asking your support for legislation that's before the Congress. Drug pricing. Senator Durbin and I have, for a while, been trying to get a bill passed that requires price disclosures on TV ads for prescription drugs. Knowing what something costs before buying it is just common sense. President Trump tried to do this by regulation in his first term. Vice President Vance co-sponsored our bill last Congress. I ask you to support this bill, or if you can do it by regulation, to do it by regulation. On rural health care, the previous administration dragged its feet in opening up slots for rural community
A lot
hospital
of medication becomes free for the elderly in Poland, by the way.
demonstration programs. It also ignored concerns from rural pharmacies when implementing changes to Medicare Part D, and ignored rural needs when it comes to distributing physician residency slots. I expect you to prioritize rural Americans' health care needs. On agriculture. In our meeting earlier this month, we talked at length about agriculture. You prefaced the
Ask your question, please. Oh my God.
conversation by saying you will not have jurisdiction over these issues. I expect you to leave agricultural practice regulations to the proper agencies, and for the most part, that's USDA and EPA. On dietary guidelines, I've sent letters to the secretaries of agriculture at HHS.
But I am getting answers to my question when I pointed out that nothing that he said at the beginning had to do with his competencies as the healthcare guy. So I guess I get confirmation right now that he said a bunch of nothing at the start.
Requesting that they provide information regarding conflicts of interest on the Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee to increase transparency. I expect you to provide Congress with confidential financial disclosures from the advisory committee before finalizing dietary guidelines, so we know that nobody has a vested interest in it, is having undue influence. Lastly, HHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement Oversight. Last year, I expanded my investigation into HHS's Office of Refugee Resettlement. I wrote 24 contractors and grantees whose job it is to place unaccompanied children with sponsors. In many cases, children have been placed with improper vetted sponsors, placing them at risk of trafficking. The Biden administration's HHS directed these taxpayer-funded contractors and grantees to not respond to my inquiry. This is obstruction by the executive branch. I expect you to produce to me the records and data I've requested and instruct HHS contractors to fully cooperate with my investigation. I also expect HHS to not retaliate against any whistleblowers, including those who identify ORR's failures.
I'm interested in the questions, not in people repeating what I already said.
In vetting sponsors of unaccompanied. You got 45 seconds to respond if you want to.
I agree with all of those provisions, Senator.
Yeah, I agree that I cannot do jack squat about agriculture. So I don't even know why I mentioned it before, but you know, life is life. It is what it is. I had to say something.
Approach to administration, HHS, will be radical transparency. If members of this committee or other members of Congress want information, the doors are open. I've spent many years litigating against NIH and its sub-agencies, HHS and its sub-agencies, NIH, CDC, FDA, on FOIA issues, trying to get information that we, the taxpayers, paid for, and oftentimes getting back redacted copies after a year or 2 years of litigation. That should not be the case. And if Congress asks me for information, you will get it immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell is next, but until she returns, I will move on to down the list, and that would be Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome to you and your family, and congratulations. I appreciate Senator Grassley raising the issue of the Office of Refugee Resettlement within the auspices of Health and Human Services. I think this may surprise people, but that's actually the responsibility of HHS, the Office of Resettlement Relocation. Under the previous administration, as Senator Grassley alluded, there were roughly 500,000 children, unaccompanied minors, that were placed with sponsors in the interior of the United States. The previous administration took the position that it was not the federal government's responsibility once these children were placed with these sponsors. But the New York Times, in a series of investigative stories, pointed out that tens of thousands of these children, when
Thanks, Moose Watcher. We'll definitely take a look. If that is, if it gets, if it gets scrolled too much, then repost it later, okay? Thank you. Also, you're white. And more than ever, we need people not to be white. Maybe I'll do a little bit of announcement later and talk about it. Talk about why.
they tried to follow up and find out how they were doing, whether they were going to school, whether they were being trafficked or abused, there was no answer, and they took the position it was not their responsibility. So I look forward to working with you to find those children and to make sure that they're not being abused. Millions of Americans are experiencing mild to moderate mental health and substance abuse issues, yet many struggle with timely and effective access. Primary care physicians are most likely to be seeing these individuals as opposed to a specialist, and it makes it important that these individuals, primary care physicians, be trained in patient-centered care, which would strengthen the integration of behavioral health care with primary care services. Is this something that you are concerned about, something you'd be willing to work with us on in order to implement?
Yes, Senator, let me just reassure you that President Trump has personally spoken to me about locating those 300,000 children.
President Trump knows nothing about healthcare, so any assertions from Donald Trump are meaningless to me. Any positive or negative opinions, the only thing that would make me feel good about a President Trump statement on the topic of healthcare would be, I'm gonna allocate more money towards it, and that's it. Other than that, he should really not be saying anything about what should or should not be done.
Who disappeared over the last 4 years.
I don't think anybody has a fully accurate number, but it's hundreds of thousands, I agree.
And many of them we know have been sex trafficked and childhood slavery, and it is a blight on America's moral authority, and we need to find those kids. In terms of addiction services and substance abuse services.
Wait, why are they talking? I mean, I know it is a serious problem, 300,000 missing children, but why are they talking about it during the Senate panel confirmation hearing for RFK Jr. for the position of the, head of healthcare? Why are they talking about this thing that is completely unrelated to healthcare?
This is a priority for me. It was a priority for me when I was running for president during my campaign. I was a heroin addict for 14 years. I've been 42 years in recovery. I go to 12-step meetings every day, so I hear the stories every day. And I hear the many stories about denial of, or the barriers to access to care. And we need to improve that. And
why would he be in charge of what is exactly the scope of the responsibilities of the head of healthcare in the United States?
And I think we can do that through GME, which is a program that is funded by HHS, that is the largest funder for medical school students. And that's one of the things for primary care physicians should understand addiction care. Addicts almost always go through a cycle where there is a moment.
I mean, addiction is definitely in his purview. That I agree with, right? Addiction, which should be just decriminalized, and people should feel that they are safe to seek help rather than get jailed.
Hit periodic bottoms where they're ready to go into treatment, but it's fleeting and it's momentary, and we have that opportunity to save their lives.
Yeah, and it's gonna be even more fleeting if they're gonna be afraid of going to jail for seeking treatment, right?
And then if we miss that little short window, they're off to the races again.
I appreciate your answer. Our time is short. Let me get to one more question that I think is very important. Under the first Trump administration, the number of people receiving HIV treatment in Africa through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, otherwise known as PEPFAR, it increased, this is during the first Trump administration, from 13 million people to 18 million people across 50 countries, primarily in Africa. Africa has about 1.3 billion people today, or in 2021. It's projected to have 2.5 billion people by 2050, or 25% of the global population. Okay. In 2020, PEPFAR reported that 2.8 million babies were born without HIV. That was something that would not have happened but for the PEPFAR program. So it has simply been one of the most successful public health programs in the world and saved approximately 26 million lives. Okay. Failure to continue this program, in my view, would risk ceding that leadership to advocacy.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. What is he going to say? I mean, the U.S. is racing to cut as many good programs. It's exceeding the World Health Organization, for God's sake.
Series like China, and I'd like to know whether you support the objectives and goals of PEPFAR, and would you work with me and my colleagues to make sure that this program continues to provide life-saving antiviral drugs to people who are most in need?
I absolutely support PEPFAR, and I will happily work with you to strengthen the program.
Thank you. Senator Bennet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for being here this morning. And I think that, Mr. Chairman, we are truly through the looking glass this morning here in the U.S. Senate, and this committee is being asked to fulfill a really important responsibility, which is to decide whether to confirm Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, and also the richest and also the most influential. And part of that influence, those donations, that investment is part of what keeps America's influence in the world. And the Trump administration is undermining that, of course.
To one of the most important
actively
healthcare jobs in America. And the reason I think it's so important is for many of the reasons you said in your opening statement, which is that we live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the worst health outcomes of any industrialized country in the world. We live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the lowest life expectancy rates of anybody in the industrialized world. I was a school superintendent before I was in this job, Mr. Chairman, and I can tell you that Mr. Kennedy's right, that when I look at the kids in the Denver public schools, if we don't change the way we eat in this country, 40% of them are going to suffer adult diabetes as a result of their diet. And we're, as I said, spending more than any other country in the world, and our families, every single person's constituents in this Senate are facing chronic shortages when it comes to health care. My friend from Texas, Senator Cornyn, has been a champion on mental health care. We have an epidemic, as he knows, across this country in mental health care, partly because of what the massive social media platforms that were sitting behind the President of the United States have inflicted on our children for their profit in the last decade or so. So we have no shortage of challenges to confront. And
the best way is to remove the profit incentive from healthcare. I think the insurance companies would be the best example of that.
Agree with some of the diagnosis of Mr. Kennedy. What
Well,
is
just because you agree with the diagnosis, it doesn't necessarily always mean that you will agree with the solutions, does it?
so disturbing to me is that out of 330 million Americans, we're being asked to put somebody in this job who has spent 50 years of his life not honoring the tradition that he talked about at the beginning of this conversation, but peddling in half-truths, peddling in false statements, peddling in theories that, create doubt about
They
whether
should give examples, by the way. They shouldn't just throw vague statements. He should give examples of what those are.
or not things that we know are safe are unsafe. Not that every vaccine in America is unsafe, not that you can't possibly have an adverse reaction, but that parents and children in my old school district and school districts all over this country would be better off not getting vaccinated than getting vaccinated. Unlike his own children who were vaccinated, unlike the people he invited to his house in Los Angeles for their party who were vaccinated. For everybody else, it's about peddling these half-truths. And he says it with such conviction that you want to believe him. And Mr. Kennedy, I just have there are many, many things in the record, but I hope that you could answer these questions yes or no. I've tried to ask these in a manner that's faithful to what you actually said, because I didn't want to have a debate about whether you actually said them. So I'm asking you yes or no, Mr. Kennedy. Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
I didn't say it was.
Oh my God, I forgot about this. He was the one to say it? I actually remember someone saying this, and I just did not remember that it was him. Oh my God. I remember that statement. He's gonna walk away from it now?
Was deliberately targeted.
Oh my God, he's gonna double down on it. I'm just saying the Ashkenazi Jews happen, okay? They just happen to be immune as opposed to certain other groups, okay? And it's just, I'm just saying it's a coincidence, right? There you go.
Yes, quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people, but spares?
Oh my God, really? Wait, what about Asian people? What about Asian people unknown?
I quoted a study, Your Honor.
Okay, what about Your Honor, Judge, Jury, and Executioner? What about the Asian people?
Quoted an NIH study that showed that
I'll take that as a
certain
yes.
races
I have to move on, I have to move on. Did you say that
Your Honor.
Lyme disease is high? Did you say that Lyme disease is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon? I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
I mean, what happened was that it's not what it looks like. Okay, it's not what you think.
And that's what the developer.
What I meant to say was
I want all of our colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticides caused...
Well, from a certain perspective, the Jedi are evil, and I would like to say that also from a certain perspective, Vader killed your father. Thank you.
...his children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Wait, hold on, what?
Okay, I have his children...
Of course, the trans topic returns. Like the Revenge of the Empire, the Sith, or The Empire Strikes Back, the transgenders strike back.
To become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment.
I have to hear the full.
Causes children...
Pesticides cause children to be... What sort of pesticides?
to become transgender.
You eat an apple, you don't wash it correctly, but it had a pesticide, and now you're trans?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said. Did you write in your book, and it's undeniable, that African AIDS is an entirely different disease from Western AIDS? Yes or no?
What? This guy's gonna be in charge of healthcare. I swear to God. I pray for you all. I pray for all Americans, sincerely, even though I'm non-religious.
Mr. Kennedy.
I'm not sure if I made that.
Okay, I'll give it to the chairman.
I'm not sure what I wrote in my own book. That's an answer. He should not be confirmed. Come on. Hey, you remember what you wrote about AIDS in your book? I'm not sure.
Mr. Kennedy, and my final
He
question.
bragged about writing those books at the start of the interview. Well, not interview. Confirmation hearing.
Did you say on a podcast, and I quote, "I wouldn't leave abortion, to the states. My belief is we should leave it to the woman. We shouldn't have the government involved, even if it's full term."
Oh, I did not expect that. Okay, this now is getting interesting. I did not expect such an opinion on abortion from him. Now I'm actually... Wait, what?
Did you say that, Mr. Kennedy?
Senator, I believe that every abortion is a tragedy.
Did you say it, Mr. Kennedy?
Okay, that's a twist in the plot.
This matters. It doesn't matter what you come
What a plot twist. Oh my God.
here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of what you really believe, that you haven't said over decade after decade after decade, because unlike other jobs we're confirming around this place, this is a job where it is life and death for the kids that I used to work.
I don't care what label he has. I know that most of his beliefs are horrible, so I didn't actually expect this sort of turn.
For in the Denver public schools and for families
It is a spiritual issue, that's right.
all over this country that are suffering from living in the richest country of the world that can't deliver basic health care and basic mental health care to them.
Also, you're right. He is practicing what he preaches and won't belong for this world, unfortunately.
It's too important for the games that you're playing, Mr. Kennedy. And I hope my colleagues will say to the president, I have no influence over him. I hope my colleagues will say to the president, out of 330 million Americans, we can do better than this.
Thank you. We need to move on. Senator Cassidy.
Mr. Kennedy, President Trump has sworn to protect Medicare. Republicans are exploring reforms to Medicaid that could help pay for Trump administration priorities. With this context, what will you do about dual eligibles?
About
Dual eligibles.
Well, dual eligibles are not right now served very well under the system. Those are people who are eligible for both Medicaid and Medicare. I suppose my answer to that is to make sure that the programs are consolidated, that they're integrated, and the care is integrated. I look forward to working with you, Dr. Cassidy, on making sure that we take good care of people who are dual eligible.
He sounds so ill. Like, I know that, again, I'm going by appearances and by, I don't know, superficial stuff, seemingly, by... He sounds like the sickest person in the room, and he's supposed to be in charge of people's healthcare. Doesn't that make you at least a little bit alarmed? Doesn't that give you pause that this person just is...
How do you propose that we integrate those programs? Does Medicare pay more?
If I listen to his advice, if we go for his regime, will we end up like him?
Medicare pay less, Medicaid pay more, Medicaid pay less. How do we do that?
Well, I'm not exactly sure because I'm not in there. I mean, it is difficult to integrate them because Medicaid...
I don't really have an opinion on the technical ins and outs on the medical system, so I cannot really comment on the Medicaid and Medicare.
Medicare is under fee-for-service. It's paid for by employer taxes. Medicaid is is fully paid for by the federal government, and it's not fee-for-service. So I do not know the answer to that. I look forward to exploring options with you.
Republicans, again, are looking at ways to potentially reform Medicaid to help, pay for President Trump's priorities, but to improve outcomes. What thoughts do you have regarding Medicaid reform?
Well, Medicaid is not working for Americans, and it's specifically not working for the
I think there should be some sort of a system where people should be just get their healthcare for free, right? Is it wild for me to think about such things in such terms? Don't worry, Bernie Sanders is gonna be asking questions sooner or later, so that's gonna be a thing.
target population. Most Americans like myself, I'm on Medicare Advantage, and I'm very happy with it. Most people who are on Medicaid are not happy. The premiums are too high. The deductibles are too high. The networks are narrow. The best doctors will not accept it in the best hospitals. And particularly, Medicaid was originally designed for a target population of the poorest Americans. It's now been dramatically expanded.
Imagine not thinking of the poor. The homeless should have access to health care. The homeless don't matter. The homeless are basically non-entities.
And the irony of the expansion is that the poorest Americans are now being robbed. Their services have dramatically decreased, even though we've increased the price of Medicare by 60% over the last 4 years. The target population is being robbed.
Wait, hold on. Trump did not decrease it during his first term? You mean Trump was part of the problem?
Other options.
Obviously, you've thought about that, and I appreciate that. What reforms do you recommend?
Wait, hold on. Maybe he didn't. He included Trump's first term in that. So
again,
what's happening? Did Trump not want to make America healthier again in his first term?
Improve services, I suppose, but also make it more cost efficient.
Well, President Trump has given me the charge of improving quality of care and lowering the price of care for all Americans.
That'll include cutting the funding for research. That'll probably include not giving you certain types of vaccination, and that'll include maybe restricting your access to certain types of medication. I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll come back.
So we can do, I mean, what we want to, the ultimate outcome, I think, is to increase transparency, to increase accountability, and to transition to a...
yes, doctors. Historically most known for the least accountable profession, a doctor. Yeah, okay.
To a value-based system.
Doctors, historically known to be of the least accountability of all people.
Rather than a fee-based system.
So
rather than a service-based
on
system.
Medicaid in particular, can you just kind of take those kind of general principles and apply it to the Medicaid program?
Listen, I think that there are many, many options with telemedicine, with AI right now.
Translation, I have no clue what I'm doing. I have no clue what I'm going to do after I take office. And I'm just throwing this line about many options because I don't actually have any options to offer you right now. Thank you.
And, there's including direct primary care systems. We're seeing that movement grow across the country. There's one of the largest providers.
So going back to Medicaid, though, and speaking of these specific advances, what reforms are you proposing with these ideas vis-a-vis Medicaid?
Well, I don't have a proposal for dismantling the program.
Of course not saying that.
I think what we need to do is we need to experiment with pilot programs in each state. We need to keep our eye on the ultimate goal, which is value-based care, which is transparency, accountability, access.
And one more thing, going back
to experiment on patients.
Medicare, you mentioned you're an MA. You mentioned earlier the Medicare fee-for-service. Do you have any kind of thoughts as to whether or not patients on fee-for-service should move into MA, or how should we handle that?
Whether patients
who are on Medicare
on
fee-for-service.
traditional Medicare.
Yes.
That's their choice right now. I mean, we have, I think, 32 million Americans, or 30 million Americans on Medicare, on traditional Medicare, and then another 34 or 34 on Medicare Advantage, roughly half and half. And I think more people would rather be on Medicare Advantage because it offers very good services, but people can't afford it. It's much more expensive. Oh, in answer to your first question, there are all kinds of exciting things that we can be doing, including cooperatives, which President Trump has supported, including health savings accounts.
Cooperatives are communism.
Which President Trump has supported. All of these things to make people more accountable for their own health.
And so we'd bring the cooperatives and the health savings accounts into Medicare and Medicaid?
Exactly. We try to increase those, the use of those, and to direct primary care.
Cooperatives.
To continue to transition into a value-based program that is private. Americans don't, by and large, do not like the Affordable Care Act. People are on it. They don't like Medicaid. They like Medicare. And they like private insurance.
No, they don't. Oh, that's a lie. Yeah, that's why the CEO was shot. Because people love private insurance. Yeah, that's why that is people's most favorite thing in the world, to have this insurance that could be just rejected on a whim. Yeah, that's great. That's real. I bet people love that, don't they? That is exactly why Luigi is such a popular figure right now, because people just love the private insurance companies. Yeah. Come on, like you could have said anything but that, especially in the current climate.
We need to listen to what people.
Are you serious? I could have sworn some people laughed in the audience.
Prefer to be on private insurance. We need to listen to what people, they would prefer to be on private insurance. Most Americans, if they can afford to be, will be on private insurance. We need to figure out ways to improve care, particularly for elderly, for veterans, for the poor in this country.
Yeah, everybody just wants to be on those, taken care by those companies that can just reject their claims whenever.
Medicaid, the current model is not doing that.
Everyone
I asked,
wants that.
any of the Democrats who were chuckling just now, do you think?
Oh, there you go. There was laughter. I was right. Thank you, RFK, for confirmation.
All that money, the $900 billion that we're sending to Medicaid every year, has made Americans healthy. Do we think it's working for anybody? Are the premiums low enough?
A CEO was literally shot because people love private insurance so much. Are we for real?
We do need to move on. Senator Warner.
Well, I got to tell you, for literally hundreds of thousands of Virginians, Medicaid is what prevents them from health crises on a daily and weekly basis.
I'm going to do the timestamps here for the senator names so that people can just skip in the VOD to a particular senator when this comes out as a VOD.
And some imaginary new plan. And if there was a new plan that was to be the basis of what Trump was going to do when repealing Obamacare, I would have thought by now we'd have seen it. I got to tell you, listen, Mr. Kennedy, I got questions. I appreciate our visit. I know you take your views seriously, and I don't reflexively vote. I voted for 4 of President Trump's nominees already. Got a lot of grief from folks on this panel. But I got to tell you, I saw an email that you put out Monday night, or your campaign did, in a fundraising email. Your presidential campaign celebrated that the freeze on all new regulations, guidance, and announcements is a way to protect unelected bureaucrats from further undermining our health freedom. Then you ask your donors to help pay for your campaign debt. Did your campaign, and you put out that?
I don't think my campaign exists anymore.
All right, well, listen, I got to tell you this. Somebody's out there soliciting money for it.
Oh, well, that's the somebody's problem, isn't it? Not mine anymore.
Maybe you ought to find out who is. So the fact that you celebrate this freeze, do you think that was a good idea to put all of this on hold for 90 days? Funding and any kind of further work? NIH research?
I want to hear that again.
Days? Maybe, well, listen, I campaign, unelected bureaucrats. Regulations, presidential Monday night, or your campaign did, in a fundraising email, your presidential campaign celebrated that the freeze on all new regulations, guidance, and announcements is a way to protect unelected bureaucrats from further undermining our health freedom. Then you ask your donors to help pay for your campaign debt. Did your campaign and you put out that?
I don't think my campaign exists anymore.
All right, well, listen, I got to tell you this. Somebody's out there soliciting money for it. Maybe you ought to find out who is.
Uh-oh.
So the fact that you celebrate this freeze, do you think that was a good idea to put all of this on hold for 90 days? Funding and any kind of further work? NIH research?
Yeah, of course, I hate research. I'm an anti-researcher. I'm a bit of an anti-researcher myself, and I think research just leads to a waste of time. We should research less and we should do more. Okay? Less thinking, more action. That is what my policy will be based on, and also quality. Thank you.
As Chairman Crapo pointed
What
out,
do you? I'm not asking for. I love Mike Crapo.
Crapo. No. It's Crapo. Okay? That is how you're supposed to read it. Crapo.
I'm asking you. You're up very important position.
as he pointed out, Senator, the portals that were closed were not closed as a result of the Trump
Let me just tell you. I'd like you to explain. Excuse me, sir. I'd like you to explain to a domestic violence center in Richmond.
Sir.
Saying because this freeze, they may have to close down. Where are those battered women to go? Or a rural nonprofit I've got in the Shenandoah Valley who's saying that freeze is going to potentially shut down their ability to operate. So I guess if you deny or don't know what your campaign's sending out, you don't know if you raised a lot of money Monday night.
I'm saying that the Trump administration
You don't know if you raised a lot of money.
The Trump administration.
You should be witty and say, if I did, then I'm pleasantly surprised if I did, but I have no clue about any of this. People just coerced, gathered around and decided to give me a whole lot of money, for which I'm very thankful.
Clear. And it does not want to freeze benefits for any Americans under Medicaid or Medicare, and I do not want to dismantle Medicaid.
The freeze is affecting beyond Medicare and Social Security. I would hope you would have known that to be able to answer some of this. Now, you've said publicly you want to immediately get rid of 600 NIH workers on day one.
On job one, yep. The less workers, the better. The less doctors, because I assume those are doctors, nurses, and other type of staff, right? The less doctors we have, the better outcome we will get.
When we had our meeting,
it's like with Voltrumites. If you kill half of them and only leave the strongest remaining, then you'll get a super race of intergalactic empire warriors. And it's the same with doctors. The doctors should have a battle royale, in fact. They should not be fired. They should have a battle royale, and the strongest doctors to emerge will create the strongest healthcare in the history of the United States.
You'd actually like to get rid of 2,200 people from HHS. Which offices are you going to start cutting and riffing these 2,200 workers from?
There's 200 political appointees that are changed during every administration.
So if you got rid of those 200 political appointees, you're not going to replace them with your political appointees?
Well, President Biden this year changed 3,000 employees.
But what about Biden? What are you asking me about what I'm going to do if, what about Biden?
You said HHS. 3,750 at NIH.
You're 2,200. What departments are you going to pick them from?
Well, the same as President Biden did when he changed 3,000 out.
I'm down to a minute 30. The chairman's been generous with colleagues on both sides. I may have to go a couple minutes over, but let me just say, so let's just answer, I hope, since you're asking to become the top healthcare official in the United States in terms of HHS, huge ramifications, and part of this job is to be the senior advisor to the president on health issues. So when we're looking at this purge and we're looking at laying off workers, when we're looking at potentially the president's illegal offer to try to buy out federal employees, which I would say to any federal employees, think twice
before accepting.
Has this individual in his business world ever fulfilled his contracts or obligations to any workers in the past? But if you are in this position, will you pledge that you will not fire federal employees who work on food safety, work on trying to preventing things like salmonella?
Senator, there are 91,000 employees.
So that I take that as that's a simple yes, and I'm going to take that as a no.
Run that agency?
Senator, there's so many people. Why can't I just throw out a few? You know, this number seems so big. I should just throw out a few people. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they were working on. I don't know how competent any of them are, but you know, or how necessary they are. It just feels like there's so many, and that we should trim. No, it's common sense. It just makes sense, isn't it?
Take that as a no. We talked about protecting Americans from cyber criminals, something we need to do a lot more on. Will you commit not to fire anyone in the health arena who currently works on protecting Americans from cyber attacks in their healthcare files?
I will commit to not firing anybody who's doing their job.
What does that mean? So wait, anybody who you're gonna fire is just not doing their job?
Based on
what is that supposed to mean?
Your opinion?
No wonder people are laughing.
Based upon your opinion or your political agenda or Mr. Trump's political agenda?
Based upon my opinion.
So, like, I would like to say that these things are not mutually exclusive. I can do those things based on all three considerations.
So I guess that means a lot of the folks who've had any type of views on vaccines will be out of work. Will you freeze grant funding for community health centers?
I mean, if those views were not correct, then yeah. If they were not doing their job, then yeah.
Will you freeze federal funds for community health centers, the way the current administration has done?
The White House has made clear that no funds are going to be denied to any American for benefits. Listen, in any program.
Do you know what happens at community health centers? Those are direct.
Are you talking about the Indian health centers?
No, I'm talking about community health centers across the country.
I understand that. I mean, I strongly.
So you're going to excuse Indian health centers, which is good, but others are not. They're going to get their funds frozen.
I strongly support community health centers, as does the president.
So does that mean you're not going to freeze the funding that is currently frozen?
Uh-oh.
We're done freezing.
It's clear that none of that funding is supposed to be frozen.
Sir,
I mean,
the direct payments are different than how the government operates. We fund the federal government down to community health centers. As a former governor, there's lots and lots of state programs that are related to health care that come from the federal government. They come down to the state, then it goes to local programs. All of those don't directly pay out $1 at a time, but they come from federal funding. They are all, even though they keep changing the guidance on a minute-by-minute basis, based upon 9:45 or 10:30 or 10:45, whatever time it is today, those funds are still frozen. Sir, I just honestly...
I guess he just doesn't know his own field.
I'm going to give you a fair shot, but I don't feel like...
Oh, damn.
I don't feel like you approach this job with the knowledge and candidly your willingness not to commit, try to recommend to the president to make sure these funds are unfrozen and that people's lives are at stake is a very disappointing answer. Thank you, Mr.
Uh-oh. Wow.
Chairman.
That would be so great if he fumbled and was just not confirmed.
Senator Lankford.
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, it's good to see you again. We had some great visits in my office. We've done some follow-up calls to be able to go through. You and I have talked about 100 different issues and backgrounds and things. You've been able to address a lot of them today and just different questions to be able to clear up social media rumors and the things that are out there on it. So I do appreciate that. We've talked about pharmacy benefit managers. We've talked about the nursing home rule the Biden administration put down. We talked about your views on agriculture and commercial and row crop agriculture. We've talked about food issues, and you made it very, very clear. You're not going to tell Americans what to eat, but you do want Americans to know what they're eating. And I think that's a pretty fair perspective on that. I do want to talk to you about some areas that you and I have talked about as well. We have some disagreements, you and I, on the issue of life and when life begins on that. You've been very outspoken on that, and we've had some good opportunities to be able to talk about that. Title 10 is specifically in the HHS area. This has been an area that has been interpreted for a long time, and President Trump in the first administration interpreted that rule to say that his administration will prohibit the performance, referral for, or promotion of abortion as a part of the Title 10 program. That he made that very clear in the first administration. Obviously, that's his decision to make again on that, on how he wants to handle that, and he's made a lot of public statements on that. The Biden administration not only reversed that, not only rescinded that rule, but they went one step the other direction. In my state in Oklahoma, as you and I have talked about, the Biden administration cut off funding to the state of Oklahoma for AIDS testing, for breast cancer screening, and for other areas of poverty health care because my state didn't promote abortion. It wouldn't provide. If my state wouldn't promote abortion in the state, we got cut off for federal funds for AIDS testing and for other things. My simple question to you is,
I need to see some, I don't know, confirmation.
how are you going to handle Title X on that? I saw how President Biden handled that in the punitive measures that came on my
Is that even true?
state for those that are in rural health care. How are you going to handle Title
I'm
X?
going to support President Trump's policies on Title X.
And what are those? I don't know. I'm just a foreigner. I'm here to listen to you. It's you sitting here, not President Trump.
Agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy. I agree with...
And yet you said before that it's a woman's business.
That we cannot be a moral nation if we have 1.2 million abortions a year. I agree with him that the states should control abortion.
Wait, hold on. But you said that it should not be up to the states. You said that it should be up to the women before. We heard the person tell you that.
Trump has told me that
you've changed your mind?
He wants to end late-term abortions, and he wants to protect conscience exemptions, and that he wants to end federal funding for abortions here or abroad. That's Title X. I serve at the pleasure of the president. I'm going to implement his policies.
Thank you for that. President Biden, when he came in, immediately closed down the Office of Civil Rights and Conscience Protections within HHS. There's a statement that's come out recently that he's going to reopen that office again.
Wait, does that mean that the doctors are going to say, I refuse to give you abortion because of my conscience or whatever? Is that the thing that they're discussing here?
To protect the civil rights of Americans. One of the things that Javier Becerra did immediately when he came into HHS was conscience protections for medical professionals that were being compelled against their conscience to perform medical procedures.
Oh, God. It's the same with pharmacies, isn't it? It's against my religion to sell you birth control. So leave. This is so stupid and should not be a thing. Absolutely not.
Procedures that violated their conscience. Javier Becerra stepped in immediately into HHS.
Oh, the person just had an accident and is bleeding out and needs a transfusion. Well, actually, as a doctor, my religion prevents me from giving people transfusions. So I guess if they die, they die.
And withdrew
that. It's against my conscience, you see.
And said, no, the federal government will tell you what you believe about these issues. You don't have conscience protections anymore.
No, and you shouldn't. That's stupid.
Just to protect those folks. Will you step in and say that healthcare
it shouldn't be about
individuals have the right of conscience again, as the federal law allows?
No.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that occurs to me when you ask that question is what patient would want somebody doing a surgery on them that, believe.
Sometimes you just don't have a choice. Hello? You don't always just pick and choose who will perform surgery on you.
With the surgeries against their conscience.
Hello, open surgery buffet. I choose. How would even a patient know what beliefs or conscience all the individual doctors have? This is ridiculous. Well, why do all patients that need surgery have to do background check on all the doctors to make sure that their conscience aligns?
Forced to perform that. I don't know anybody who would want to have a doctor performing a surgery that the doctor is.
How would the patient even know? Putting aside the fact that patients usually don't get to choose who will operate on them.
Is morally opposed to. Listen, I came from a family that was split on life and choice. I have cousins today who believe that abortion at any stage is equivalent to homicide. Now, there are other people who believe the opposite, but
what's the opposite to homicide?
Thing in my family that I really
mass resurrection
loved is that we were able to have those conversations and respect each other. And I wish that we could do that nationally. And if forcing somebody to participate in a medical procedure as a provider that they believe is murder does not make any sense to me. We need to welcome diversity in this country. We need to respect diversity. And we need to respect each other.
Wait, hold on. That's nonsense. No, of course we cannot. What do you mean we have to respect diversity? I'm sorry. Diversity, equity, and inclusion? No. I'm sorry. Donald Trump already did away with those with an executive order. Thank you very much. So this DEI conscience thing, BS, should be done away with as well. Okay? We cannot have selective DEI, okay? Oh, now he's doing the whole, we need diversity. No, actually. Your president does not agree. So no, stop it. Get help.
When we have different opinions and not force our opinions on other people.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah,
The
the patient and the surgeon that could potentially save their life should just have a debate every time a surgery is about to happen. Well, I think we have different opinions on whether or not you should have this life-saving surgery, and I'm just not so sure. You have an hour to live. Maybe we'll debate it. 30 minutes, I think I should be allowed to not want to operate on you because of my conscience.
Under the Biden administration, changed the rules for the chemical abortion drug and said you no longer need to see a physician. So if you have an ectopic pregnancy or all kinds of, don't even go anymore to see a physician. But they also changed an area that has been something that's been very particular. You've talked about a lot, and that's transparency. They changed the position and said, don't tell us if there's a side effect on this drug unless she dies. But other than that, don't tell us anymore. Literally, don't give transparent information to the American people or to the women who take this drug anymore. We don't want that reported. My question to you is, will FDA move to be able to actually give transparency to the American people and to say, this drug is no different than any other drug. We're not going to protect it just because it's political for some folks. People should know side effects on this drug, and there should be reporting.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's against everything we believe in this country.
Is it?
That patients or doctors should not be reporting adverse events. We need to know what adverse events are. We need to understand.
I didn't know that was a thing in the U.S., that doctors don't say what the adverse effects of medicine is. In Poland, that's absolutely a thing, but that's a debate in the U.S.?
And the safety of
also, all medication have this little, instruction manual in which all the effects are listed. All you have to do to access this secret information is to have the ability to read. Okay? All medication. Look at my. This one's empty. Look at my hormone pack. This is my estrogen. What's this? Oh my God, my estrogen came with this amazing little thing. And what does it have here? How to use. How often to use. Oh, possible negative side effects. Oh my God, no way. There's such a thing included with all medication. Oh my God, how can this be? Wild.
Every drug, mifepristone, and every other drug. And President Trump has made it clear to me that one of the things, he is not taking a position yet on mifepristone, a detailed position, but he's made it clear to me that he wants me to look at safety issues. And
such a lack of transparency in the medical world, I swear to you.
Ask NIH and FDA.
Thank you.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, I only have 5 minutes with you, and I've got a lot of experience.
How they're doing the Metal Gear Solid thing here.
With CMS, so you're just going to have to listen.
Listen.
2 things. One, if you want to move from
that's a pretty cool Mr. Whitehouse.
To public responsibility, Americans are going to need to hear a clear and trustworthy recantation of what you have said on vaccinations, including a promise from you.
They're going to grill him on the vaccination thing, aren't they? But admittedly, he has said some pretty stupid things, so he deserves it. At the end of the day.
Never to say vaccines aren't medically safe when they in fact are, and making indisputably clear that you support mandatory vaccinations against diseases where that will keep people safe. You're in that hole pretty deep. We've just had a measles case in Rhode Island, the first since 2013. And frankly, you frighten people. Two,
I said it. People don't like him. People don't think he's up to the job. I knew it. I called it, okay? I knew it from the very beginning, okay? I'm going to ask something in the chat. I'm going to do a poll. And Greater Rent is going to do a poll because even though Greater Rent is silent, Greater Rent surely is still here, okay? I'm gonna see how active the chat is as well. Should we do a little thing soon? Yeah, nah. Okay, it's the vaguest question that I can ask in the world. There you go. We'll see if Greater Rent is here. What does that mean? That's for me to know and you to find out.
Air harms that Rhode Island has experienced from a remorseless, senseless CMS bureaucracy. CMS has for years...
Okay, we've ended. I'm gonna go to the toilet now. I'll be right back. That's not the thing, by the way. That's not the thing that we should be doing. Also, Greater Rent came back and is not here anymore. I've checked. I've tested. Greater Rent is my maker of polls, and they just dipped. They just disappeared. So there you have it. They just dipped. I'll be right back. Also, tell President Sunday to raid me today. We're gone now. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do the thing. How many people voted? 2? Wow. Okay, that's not a lot. It's not a lot of voters. That's not a lot of informed voters. I'm feeling a bit disappointed. Whatever. We're continuing with this for now then. I never said how soon is soon for doing the little thing.
Maintained a reimbursement system that the bureaucracy could never explain, never justify, that persistently pays Rhode Island providers less than neighboring Massachusetts and Connecticut providers. A differential of 23 and 26% in our regional healthcare market. The Pending Ahead program can be...
Healthcare should not be a market, by the way. I hope this audience does not think that this is not an obvious thing, that the healthcare, that there should be no healthcare market.
To remedy this, at least for value-based care, and it must. There has to be payment parity in the region. Rhode Island's healthcare system is bleeding out because we aren't paid what neighboring hospitals and doctors are paid. And the one act CMS took on this years ago was to make it worse. The CMS bureaucracy has also attacked one of the best accountable care organizations in the country, Rhode Island's Integra family doctors. Tried to throw them off the shared savings program because they said Integra years ago briefly fell 137 patients short of the 5,000 patients that ACOs need. CMS wouldn't listen until a court found that to be unjustified.
Of course, that is what happens when when healthcare is a market. Of course.
Likely illegal, irreparable harm to this high-performing ACO and its patients. And contrary to the...
Oh, you're not meeting a quota? Well, we'll just slash the funding then, because it's all profit-based, baby.
Public interest. That must stop. Last, CMS has refused to approve waivers granted elsewhere for Rhode Island from rules that are stupid for Medicare patients who are nearing the end of their days.
Oh.
Here's what families see. Granny is home dying. She needs to transfer to a nursing home. And Medicare insists on putting her 3 days and 2 nights in a hospital. Expensive, frightening to Granny and the family, and stupid. Granny's home dying and can't get palliative and curative care together. Inhumane and stupid. Granny's home dying and can't get home care if she can still get out into the yard or be driven to see the shore, to see Narragansett Beach, say, one more time, to recall childhood memories before she dies. Inhumane and stupid. Granny's home dying and the family's exhausted. And the respite care benefit is not to send a nurse or a caregiver, but to stuff Granny in an ambulance and haul her off to a hospital. Some respite.
Which, by the way, the ambulance has a bill attached to it, just in the United States, just saying.
It's all expensive, frightening, inhumane, and stupid. But the insensate CMS bureaucracy takes a court order to be awakened to the harm they cause.
So what's the question? Is the question if he's gonna do away with it or what?
Enough. CMS should let Rhode Island try humane end-of-life care through CMMI. Let's see if it works at a state. I bet it will save money, serve families better at a very, very delicate time, and perhaps even make a model for better health care everywhere. I've said a lot. My time is out. You're welcome to respond in writing. I ask unanimous consent that the order declaring CMS's actions to constitute irreparable and illegal harm be put into the record.
Without objection.
Let me just respond very briefly, Senator Whitehouse. I'm an implacable enemy of tyrannical, insensate bureaucracies and stupid rules, and I will work with you to make CMS responsive to the needs of Rhode Island and to remedy those disparities that you talk about. I am familiar with the Integra Health plan, and it is a template for
He sounds like he's dying. And that worries me the most, that the person that's supposed to take care of the healthcare of the United States is just dying on stage here.
We ought to be doing is a value-based plan, and I look forward to you to making sure that we...
That was a pretty softball question, by the way. Oh, things are bad. Are you gonna improve them? Yeah, I am.
We create pilot programs like this.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman,
around the country.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I've learned in my tenure in the Senate is that a nominee saying that they're willing to work with me amounts to exactly zero.
Uh-oh.
We need to get this fixed. Thank you.
Well, that was a very weird exchange. There's a problem. You gotta fix it. I will work with you on it. Well, that doesn't really mean anything. So why even ask that question? Oh, whatever.
Well, I guess at that point, then, we will move on to Senator Daines.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, I'm glad to see you here this morning.
I heard the surname somewhat differently, but I'm not going to repeat it.
I listened to your opening remarks, and you mentioned that you want to make HHS the gold standard of science. I have found my engagements with you, both behind closed doors in my office, as well as listening to you publicly, to be very thoughtful and science-based. I applaud that. I thank you for that. And I realize this will likely be a very partisan vote on this committee and on the Senate floor. But let the record state there are 3 medical doctors on this side of the dais. I'm a chemical engineer. We believe in science. I'm thankful that you do too, and you made that comment in your opening remarks.
I don't know about that, actually.
I want to talk about agriculture for a moment. We talked about our...
I don't know what's wrong with his voice, to be honest. He just sounds like he's very ill.
Common love for Montana. You've been to Montana many times. It's a wonderful state. A lot of folks have discovered it. They watch the show Yellowstone, and people are coming and moving into our state, but it's an amazing place. But as you know, agriculture is our top economic driver in Montana.
That's great, but we already established that he cannot do anything about agriculture, so I don't know what is the point of asking him about anything agriculture. It was already stated by some person before that it's outside of his jurisdiction, it's outside of his competency to do anything about agriculture, so whatever you're about to ask might just be a waste of time.
We produce some of the highest quality crops, the best livestock in the country and the world.
Okay.
Our farmers and our ranchers are truly some of the most effective.
Isn't there a branch in the U.S. government that takes care of agriculture that's separate from healthcare, like in all other countries in the world?
Environmental stewards and ensuring we have a safe food supply chain in the world. I share your view that protecting the integrity and safety of our food supply is of utmost importance. I appreciate the research happening in places like Montana State University to help farmers produce resilient, healthy, and safe crops, as well as their agricultural practices. You mentioned you were a 4-H kid growing up. I think our 4-H kids and our FFA kids are some of the best kids in America. My question for you, Mr. Kennedy, is if confirmed, as I'm listening to my farmers and ranchers talk about the future, will you commit to working collaboratively with partners at USDA, at the relevant federal agencies, as well as our Montana farmers and ranchers, before implementing any policy that might affect or impact food supply?
But we just heard that he has nothing to do with that. So what is he supposed to answer? Yes, I guess?
I absolutely will make that commitment. I have, as I shared with you, a personal commitment.
I have a dream.
And a long career working with farmers. I want to make sure I understand
I was not aware that the top dog of healthcare in the U.S., that his main job is to work with farmers. What? I would not have expected that to be part of the job description. My job is to work with the farmers. I'm going to improve healthcare in this country through my robust cooperation with the farming sector. What?
Very, very narrow margins, the slim margins that American farmers and ranchers are dealing with. And I don't want, under my watch, a single farmer to have to leave his farm for economic reasons or...
Is he the top dog of healthcare or agriculture?
Or regulatory or bureaucratic reasons while I serve, if I'm privileged to serve, to be confirmed as HHS Secretary. Even more important, President Trump has a very, very strong commitment to farmers. President Trump is probably historically in modern history the best farm president in our history. Farm income spiked for the first time in decades under his last administration.
So wait, a farmer is going to be in charge of U.S. healthcare. Oh my God. I pray for you all, once again.
He got solid support from farmers across the country. Farm country is Trump country. Farmers across the country supported him during this election. He has specifically instructed me that he wants farmers involved in every policy and that he wants me to work with Brooke Rollins at USDA to make sure that we preserve American farmers, that all of our policies support them.
Thank you. And if confirmed, I look forward to having you and Brooke Rollins out to Montana to spend some time with
you. You have my commitment to come there anytime, particularly during ski season or hunting season.
Deal. I want to shift gears for a moment. As we discussed in the meeting we had in my office, mifepristone was approved in 2000. The FDA has been under scrutiny and brought to court for failure to properly assess this drug, as well as subsequent deregulations. Senator Lankford described that.
Stalinist Lucy Haze, pharmacist as usual. A genius joke from Kafka. I will keep reusing it. True.
Occurred over the past 25 years.
I mean, a farmer should not be in charge of healthcare, okay? Yeah, but I do have a grudge against farmers.
Some of these deregulations included ending the requirement that these drugs be prescribed by a doctor, ending reporting requirements for adverse events, and allowing these pills to be obtained through the mail. In fact, the FDA's own prescribing label mentioned that 3 to 5% of women taking this drug end up in the emergency room. My question is, if confirmed as Secretary of HHS, will you commit to working with the FDA Commissioner to review these deregulatory actions that are threatening the safety of women?
Sorry, Senator. As I said to Senator Lankford, I think it's immoral to have a policy where patients are not allowed to report adverse events and where doctors are discouraged from doing that.
Do I have to show this again? This thing included with every single medicine ever on the market. All you need to do to access this secret information is to be able to read. read in your own native language. All the effects are listed here. The good, the bad, and the ugly. All of them.
President Trump has asked me to study the safety of mifepristone. He has not yet taken a stand on how to regulate it. Whatever he does, I will implement those policies, and I will work with this committee, make those policies make sense.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Wyden, and welcome, Mr. Kennedy,
I
and
cannot wait for Bernie Sanders.
to your family as well. I want to start with a couple of concerns I have, and just briefly on Medicaid. States share in the funding of Medicaid. Millions of disabled children in this country are alive because of Medicaid. Millions of people with addiction in this country are in recovery because of the services provided to them by Medicaid. And millions of chronically ill people who, until Medicaid expansion was enacted, who couldn't get health care and therefore couldn't work because they were too sick, got health care through Medicaid expansion, then went back to work, and now they're on private insurance. So those are some facts about Medicaid that you might want to brush up on. Now, I'm also extremely concerned about your endorsement of radical fringe conspiracies that, if implemented at HHS,
Now we're talking. Now we're getting into it.
would put American families' lives at risk. Vaccines
Like what? Removing the fluoride from water?
are one of our greatest public health triumphs. And you don't need, I'm not talking about abstract medical science. One of the people who helped raise me was my grandfather, who was a pediatrician. He practiced medicine in this country from 1921 until the mid-1980s. And I heard details about the difference those vaccines made in saving lives in the children who were under
Yeah,
his...
of course. It shouldn't be a debate. It should not be a question, okay? I have always taken these things as the most obvious things in the entire world. The fact that this is now suddenly a big discussion just baffles the mind. At least it baffles mine.
Is care. Vaccination has helped to eradicate many deadly diseases in the United States, including
And the world.
polio and smallpox, something we should be proud of as Americans. I am extremely concerned that as Secretary, you would...
His face says you have a different opinion, which I'm allowed to have the different opinion.
Be able to halt critical vaccine research and to exploit parents' natural worries by advising them not to vaccinate their children. This will lead to more children getting sick, and some will even die. Before the measles vaccine, about 500 American children died a year from measles. This is too much of a risk for our country, and there is no reason that any of us should believe that you have reversed the anti-vaccine views that you have promoted for 25 years. For example, you have previously falsely suggested that the polio vaccine killed many, 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 many more people than polio ever did by causing fatal cancers, while rigorous safety studies show that to be completely false. Now, let's go to something we agree upon. I am really heartened to see that one area where we agree on is on women's reproductive freedom. In your own words, it's not the government's place to tell people what to do with their bodies.
Don't worry, he's gonna back away from that really quick now, so don't hold your hopes up. It's a tragedy.
You said that, correct?
Maybe.
Yep. Mr. Kennedy, in 2023, you came to New Hampshire and said, quote, I'm pro-choice. I don't think the government has any business telling people what they can or cannot do with their body. So you said that, right?
Oh my gosh, she looks so different here.
Yes.
Yep. But you also said we need to trust the women to make that choice because I don't trust government to make any choices. You said that too, right?
Yes.
It is remarkable that you have such a long record of fighting for women's reproductive freedom, and really great that my Republican colleagues are so open to voting for a pro-choice HHS secretary.
Nice.
So, Mr. Kennedy, I'm confused. You have clearly stated in the past that bodily autonomy is one of your core values. The question is, do you stand for that value or not? When was it that you decided to sell out the values you've had your whole life in order to be given power by President Trump?
Well, you've answered the question, and the answer is already in the question. It's the moment I became Trump's nominee, of course. The moment that he presented me with any semblance of power. Duh. I don't have to answer. You already did.
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy, that we can't be a moral authority in this country.
Right, so, but that isn't what you said back in New Hampshire.
That is, I love this. It's like an NPC answer. It's like a recorded machine
in
answer.
2023. My question is exactly when did you decide to sell out your life's work and values to get this position?
The moment that it was proposed to me, of course. The moment that it was presented to me as a possibility that I'd get it. That's an easy one. Next.
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy.
Oh. I love these sort of answers. Like you just ignore the question and you have a prepared thing and you just push ahead, full steam ahead with it, with your pre-prepared answer.
So what you're telling us, just to be clear, because my time is limited, is that regardless of what you believe, regardless of what values you have, if President Trump tells you to do something,
you do it. Yeah, that's the point of being a Trump nominee. Loyalty. Yeah, thank you. Now you get it. Now you understand what it's all about.
You're going to do it. You said just now the discussion about mifepristone. Oh, he's asked me to study the safety of it. Here are the safety studies that tell us it is safe and effective. And I asked Mr. Chair that these about 40 studies be admitted to the record by unanimous consent.
Without objection.
So the studies are there. The safety is proved. The science is there. But what you're telling us is if President Trump orders you to take action to make it harder for women to get direly needed health care,
then I'll do it. Yeah, I'm loyal.
You'll follow his order. If Mr. Trump, as he did yesterday, orders a halt on Medicaid payments that are essential for taking care of people with disabilities all around this country, you're going to follow that order.
I am. Yeah, that's right.
Because you are willing.
Because, listen, it's because I believe every abortion is a tragedy.
To sacrifice your values, your knowledge, if President Trump tells you to do that. That, to me, is unacceptable in a Secretary of Health and Human Services.
As I explained.
Listen, as I explained, I agree with Mr. President Donald Trump that every abortion is a tragedy.
Or the White House has issued a statement saying that that policy will not deprive any American benefits.
The problem is the White House issued that statement only after we pointed out the damage it would do, and it became politically uncomfortable for them. You know what else that freeze on federal funding did? It halted funds for critical research that could cure pediatric cancer. So if the president tells you to do that, you're going to stop that too. That's enough.
Thank you. Senator Cortez Masto is next.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for coming into my office and having the conversation that we did. I appreciate your passion and your belief, and you've spent years really talking about the issues that matter to you, and I appreciate that. Let me ask you a couple of questions, though I just need some clarification.
What happened?
There's a 40-year-old law that requires hospital ERs accepting payment from Medicare to actually provide emergency care to patients. So let's say a woman experiencing a life-threatening condition like a heart attack goes to the ER. As a lawyer, you would agree that that federal law protects her right to emergency care, correct?
Yes.
So now a pregnant woman with life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER. Let me rephrase that so you can hear. A pregnant woman with a life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER, and her doctor also determines that she needs an emergency abortion. But she's in a state where abortion is banned.
Uh-oh.
You would agree also as an attorney that federal law protects her right to that emergency care, correct?
The first question, yes. Second question, oh my God.
I don't know.
I don't know? This guy is gonna be at the top, the very top of U.S. healthcare. And he was asked a very straightforward question, okay? A woman is suffering from an incomplete miscarriage, needs immediate treatment. Should she get it? I don't know. You don't know? You're a nominee. I don't know.
Answer that is, I don't know if the state
Does it,
bans
well, let me ask you this.
Really? Is that sincerely the answer? I don't know? Okay, this just, wow.
Attorney, doesn't federal law preempt state law?
The federal constitution does. Sometimes not every federal law preempts state laws. It could be unconstitutional. I'm
Well,
not
I would
trying to
tell
be,
you
I'm
this.
just telling you I don't know the
I
answer to
appreciate that.
question.
But what authority do you have over this?
He should know. He's the guy that's gonna be in charge of healthcare. He should be prepped up.
As the director of HHS.
What authority do I have?
Yeah, to enforce the law.
In what regards?
To make sure that a hospital that
To
receives
ensure that the woman in that hypothetical scenario doesn't just die, isn't just left to die.
a payment from Medicare is ensuring that they're providing the necessary emergency care to patients when they present. It's actually the EMTALA law. So what authority as HHS director do you have with respect to EMTALA?
My understanding is that I have budgetary power and that it's pretty much limited to that. But if you tell me I have another authority, I don't even think that.
Well, let me tell you,
we
you
have a
do.
law enforcement
Wait,
branch.
hold on. He's about to get the job, nominee, confirmation hearing, and he still is not 100% sure what he can and cannot do. We're doomed. What are my responsibilities again? What can I actually do? What can't I actually do? What is my job? What am I doing here? What's happening?
Actually, you do, and that's CMS. CMS actually investigates complaints of EMTALA violations, as well as the Health and Human Services Inspector General, who, by the way, was just recently fired by Donald Trump. So you will be enforcing EMTALA laws, and it's important that you understand their impact and don't play politics with the patient presenting at the ER based on
DEI didn't earn it. True.
a position that this administration has taken. Let me ask you another question. When we met in my office, you said about lowering drug prices, that when Big Pharma price gouges, the American people suffer. I think we both agree on that. And I think you're sincere in your belief that you want to reduce prices for Americans, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. The Inflation Reduction Act empowered Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices. It penalizes drug companies for price hikes above inflation, and it caps seniors' out-of-pocket drug costs, along with reducing insulin prices to $35 per month. But your future boss, Donald Trump, on his first day in office, revoked President Biden's executive order that actually directed the health secretary to examine ways to reduce drug prices and improve access to innovative therapies for the American people. And unfortunately, Republicans in Congress want to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which means reversing all of those things that we worked on to lower prices for Americans. So my question to you is, what do you do?
What do you do?
Why are you there? Are you there to be a rubber stamp
Yep.
to
Basically,
this
pretty
administration
much.
and cave into all of these positions that they're taking, even though you know they're in disagreement with your positions on lowering drug prices and that they could harm Americans? How do
Pretty
you
much.
handle that as HHS director?
My understanding is that the White House issued an
dying.
executive order, I believe today, supporting the drug negotiations under the IRA. President Trump was very aggressive during his first term about negotiating drug prices. He has instructed me, and I've met with him repeatedly on as that we need lower prices than seniors in this country, and,
So let
and
me ask
others
you-
are.
Let me ask you this, because I only have so much time. So we've already negotiated lowering prices for 10 drugs with Big Pharma. And Big Pharma, by the way, opposes this. They have not only are asking for a pause, they have filed lawsuits, but we've already negotiated the first 10 drugs. and we want to expand it to the next 10 to 15 that the Biden administration has put forward. Would you agree and continue that path of?
No, it's Biden's path. Of course I'm not going to agree to it. Are you mad? You mad lass?
Of really mandating that Big Pharma come to the table and negotiate drug prices for Medicare so we can lower those prices for Americans?
My understanding is that the executive order that was issued today, which I haven't seen, but I've read a summary.
Well, let me ask you this then, because you keep citing the Trump administration and you're just going to follow what they say. Is that what you're doing? You're just a rubber stamp for them in this position?
Yep, I'm just a rubber stamp on all decisions, actually. That's my job.
So anybody, so it doesn't matter that.
President Trump. I love this. This was so perfectly timed as well. Are you just a rubber stamp, President Trump? You have to,
You're before us, rubber stamp
rewind.
for the administration, and you're just going to follow what they say. Is that what you're doing? You're just a rubber stamp for them in this position? So anybody, so.
That was actually pretty funny, pretty comedic timing right over there.
It doesn't matter that you're before us. It could be anybody coming before us as long as they're a rubber stamp for this administration and disregarding your beliefs and what you think. I guess my question.
Wait, think? Beliefs? I'm not paid to believe or think. I'm paid to agree with Donald Trump.
You is if it really is fundamental to what you believe, how do you live with that? How do you
I don't know. I don't know.
Address those issues as you're moving forward?
You want me?
Yeah.
You want me to answer the question?
No, I'm
I mean, preferably, maybe someday.
asking you.
Okay. President Trump has asked me.
I mean, my answer is President Donald Trump has asked me. I obey, and I don't know. It is what it is. I think you just have to accept that. Yes, I am basically a rubber stamp. Yeah.
And the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again. And I'm
So
in
is that the only reason why you're at HHS? Is that the only reason why then you're at the HHS to address that one issue?
President.
Yeah, this is basically, I don't know. I'm not a medical expert. I don't know about anything of these. I don't know about any of these things. What do you want from me?
Trump has asked me because I'm in a unique position to end that. And that is
why? Why? What? Why?
What I'm doing. And if we don't solve that problem, Senator, all of the other disputes we have about who's paying and whether it's insurance companies, whether it's providers, whether it's HMOs, whether it's patients or families, all of those are moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. Our ship is sinking. Our 60% increase in Medicaid over the past 4 years.
So he's not going to answer. That's the answer. The answer is not an answer, a non-answer, not going to answer. Thank you.
It's the biggest budget line now, and it's growing faster than any other. And no other nation in the world has what we have here. No other nation has a chronic disease. We have the highest chronic disease burden.
No other nation has a chronic disease? Did I just hear that correctly from the guy that's going to be at the top of American healthcare? I got to rewind to be sure that I just did not just mishear.
No other nation has a chronic disease. We have the highest chronic disease burden.
I guess no other countries have chronic disease. That's nice to
hear. Any country in the world. We had, during COVID, we had 16% of the COVID deaths in a country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. We had a higher death count than any country in the world. And when CDC...
So yeah, if the president just says that you have to inject bleach into your veins, then I guess that's the result. If the red states said that masks are nonsense and that social distancing doesn't work and that everybody just should continue working as normal, then yeah, you're going to get a high death toll. What a mystery. How did that happen that the U.S. had such a big death toll? It's unimaginable.
He was asked why. He said it's because Americans are the sickest people on earth. The average person who died from COVID, American, had 3.8 chronic diseases. This is an existential threat economically to our military, to our health, to our sense of well-being.
Yeah, because COVID was so well managed under Trump.
And it is a priority for President Trump. And that's why he asked me to run the agency. And if I'm privileged to be confirmed, that's exactly what I'll do.
Yeah, that's exactly why the U.S. is going to be leaving the World Health Organization. If only there was some sort of a vaccine to reduce the adverse effects of COVID. True. But also, you should stop being white, Glitch Master. Hello, Rowdy Ray Adventures. Yikes, you're literally misinterpreting everything he's saying. Okay, dude. Okay, what's the misinterpretation? I'm gonna pause this. We're gonna stop this now. I'm gonna intently look at the YouTube chat where I've been just informed that I'm literally misinterpreting everything that's being said, and I'm gonna wait patiently for the correct interpretation. I'm gonna wait. I'm patient. I have the power. What was the misinterpretation, and what proper, correct interpretation do you have to offer me, dude? Oh yeah, also what made you come to this stream? How did you find this stream? And are you enjoying yourself? That is, yeah, that's good. I should ask those. I always do. So I might as well ask them now, right?
And if I'm privileged to be confirmed, that's exactly what I'll do. And it is economically, to our military, to our health, to our sense of well-being. And it is a priority for President Trump.
Of course. All right. Give me the interpretation. Come on. Rowdy Ray Adventures. Rowdy Adventures. Give me the interpretation that is the one, please. I'm waiting with bated breath. No? Got nothing to say? I'm gonna wait for another minute. I'm gonna wait for one more minute, and I'm just moving on. I feel like you don't have anything to tell me. I don't feel like you wanna talk, which is disappointing because I heard that people from your political prescription, like all you want is to talk. So talk. No? Nothing? That's it? You got nothing from me? Absolutely zero, nada, zilch, zero, biro. All right then. I guess I'm just gonna resume. It's like whatever.
And that's why he asked me to run the agency. And if I'm privileged to be confirmed, that's exactly what I'll do.
Senator Barasso.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for taking time to visit with me in my office prior to today's hearing to talk about
I'm misrepresenting everything that he is
of the important issues affecting healthcare in my home state of Wyoming as well as the nation. And I appreciate your willingness to serve our country. During our meeting, we discussed the challenges that healthcare providers and patients are facing in rural America. Financial obstacles facing rural hospitals, workforce shortages, issues of OBGYN, and then new regulations that are painful that have come out of the Biden administration, hurting our ability to provide nursing home staffing. So let me start, if I could, with rural hospitals and the closures of hospitals like that. There are a lot of challenges facing hospitals in rural communities and frontier areas. We have 33 hospitals in Wyoming. 26 are really located in various locations, often hard to get to. Weather impacts them. 6 of the hospitals are at risk of closing. 2 are at immediate risk of closing in the next 2 years. 10 have had to cut available services. And this is a concern of rural hospitals in both Republican and Democrat states, either way, bipartisan. Critical that the workforce challenges, financial challenges that we're facing are addressed. Can you commit to working with us on a plan to address the critical nationwide issue of rural health care?
Yes, yes, Senator.
As a farmer, I would like to tell you that I will definitely provide farmer health care. Why do you want to cough for that last guy?
And I would say that during my visits, I visited almost 60 senators so far. And the most common unifying, I would say, issue among both Democrats and Republicans, there were 2. One was PBM reform, and the other was rural hospitals. And, our nation made a commitment over 100 years ago to put up a hospital within 30 miles of every American. We generally succeeded in doing that.
Listen, maybe because it's the voice. Maybe it's because of the voice that I'm misrepresenting or misinterpreting everything.
It's absolutely critical. It's life-saving. And rural hospitals are closing at an extraordinary rate right now. They not only provide important health care for the localities, but also they're economic drivers for localities all over this country.
Economic drivers.
President Trump is determined to end the hemorrhage of rural hospitals, and he's asked me to do that through use of AI, through telemedicine, which these are innovations that I saw the other day. A Cleveland clinic has developed an AI nurse that you cannot distinguish from a human being, that has diagnostics as good as any doctor. And we can provide concierge care to every American in this country.
Wait, hold on. But a nurse isn't just a diagnostic machine. A nurse does procedures like injections, like making small cuts, and many different things. Like being a nurse is a physical job. I don't think there's an AI nurse that can do all these things at the moment.
Remote parts of Wyoming, Montana, Alaska, etc. We also have opportunities at HRSA and at the GME to finally live up to GME's mission of providing personnel to rural hospitals. And I intend to use all of my power, because I've seen the priority that is given by both Democrats and Republicans on this committee. I intend to make that a priority of mine if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
Well, I appreciate it, because often with financial strains on a local hospital, one of the common services to be cut in rural hospitals and maternity services. So now we have women in Wyoming having to drive over 100 miles to access care. 13 counties in Wyoming don't have access to OB. And we're talking counties larger than the states of Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, counties larger
Well,
than...
you know what? Maybe you should be thankful that they can drive anywhere at all, okay? Practice some gratitude for once instead of demands.
Those whole states. So will you commit to working with my office to find solutions to help address these specific maternal health challenges in rural America?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to it.
Another issue we specifically spoke about with this harmful Biden administration rule that have really been bad for our rural nursing homes. And it's a rule that would triple the registered nurse requirement.
Biden? Of course I'm going to overrule it. It's Biden. You don't have to continue the question. I'm overruling it. It's Biden.
In nursing homes. This is going to lead, there just aren't enough registered nurses in our state to be able to comply with this. This would lead to nursing home closures across our state. Will you commit to working with me to fix this serious problem that it was a result of a rule that came out by the Biden administration, who clearly doesn't understand rural America?
Yes, Senator, I think the rule was well-intentioned. But as you've said, and I've heard from many rural senators, it will be a disaster for their states. Some of the nursing homes, these are staffing rules that require 24-hour staffing by medical professionals. Some of the nursing homes in rural areas simply
if you go to my page, lucyhaze.org/live, and donate or subscribe, you have no clue. You don't even know how much appreciation I will practice.
Not have the available personnel or the economics to be able to do that.
You don't even know how much appreciation I am truly capable of as a leftist.
It will mean the closure of nursing homes in rural areas across our country, which means the parents, the elderly parent, will be moved a great distance from the local community and their family. And we know that the single greatest driver of high-quality nursing home care is the involvement, the proximity of family members. When you move that nursing facility away from the community where the kids live, you're going to get much worse care. So the intention, although it was noble, was in reality, for rural areas at least, it is going to be a disaster.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your decades-long advocacy for a clean environment, for children's health. I can't say as I'm surprised by
Unless it's trans healthcare, and of course you don't have any. You're a healthcare guy. You don't have any say about the environment.
Still be on the other side.
Listen, donate and see what happens. Maybe you'll be shocked by the results.
I'm highly disappointed in it. I don't know if you remember when you called me up and you were contemplating setting your political differences aside, joining forces with President Trump on an area of agreement, addressing chronic illness, trying to find the root cause of of all these problems facing this nation. My first response was, Bobby, this is an answer to my prayers. We need to get to the answers of this, but even more, we need to heal and unify this divided nation. I'm not necessarily the most optimistic guy because we've got enormous challenges.
That's such an empty slogan. I'm sorry, there are certain things that just people fundamentally disagree on. For example, trans people deserve health care. Women deserve abortion. What else is there? Vaccines are actually something good.
Is facing this nation, but I thought, wow.
The environment doesn't concern our health. Do you have TTs on YouTube? Yeah, I do. Yeah, you can donate on YouTube, yeah. You can, like, super chat. But the environment does concern our health, but it is not in the purview of the Ministry of Education. It is not in the purview of, like, the Ministry of Health to handle environmental issues. You have a separate whole thing dedicated to environment, okay? It's not this guy's job to handle environmental policy, as well as it's not this guy's job, for that matter, to handle agricultural policy, even though agriculture also, technically speaking, affects our health. Okay? But yes, you can. Trans people deserve as much health as anyone else. What is the extra? I have no clue what the extra is.
Here's somebody from the left.
It's like saying, okay, it's like saying that someone that goes to the doctor with a hurts, they go to the doctor and their throat hurts. And the doctor would say, wait, hold on. You have the right to the same medicine as everybody else. Why would you get extra? Why would you get the throat medicine? Everybody else is not getting the throat medicine. Why should you? This is the kind of logic that you're employing here. Troll from the flask.
Somebody I don't agree with on many issues politically, coming together with President Trump.
So you have to answer what the extra is.
And focusing on an area of agreement, something that the American people...
Normal people don't need to remove normally functioning organs. Oh, so breast reduction never happens, huh? Okay, whatever you say. Women totally never get the breast reduction surgery. Never, ever in their life. Guys never get their, tubes tied with their little ball tubes. That never happens, okay? They never get the snip to make themselves sterile whenever they want to. Now that's not a procedure. Definitely. Those surgeries never happen. They don't exist. They're just not a thing. Are they? Trolling from the flask.
Desperately want.
Why not? Also, why is it an extra? If a woman suffers from back pain or back strain because her breasts are simply too big, why shouldn't it be covered by healthcare? You have to be the person that give me the argument, since there's an actual detriment to the health there.
Finding out the answers. What has caused autism?
Oh, okay. Let's go. What a question at a confirmation hearing. Mr. Kennedy, what causes autism?
What is causing chronic illness?
I'm here to enlighten you, Lucy. Don't be so hostile. I have to be hostile because, one, people like hostile streamers and they get all the money, fame, and clout. And second of all, I'm a leftist, so I have to be extra hostile. And third of all, I'm trans, so I have to be extra, extra hostile. I have 3 important reasons to be hostile.
Ms. Kennedy, I think I've come to know what's in your heart. I think I know the personal and political price you've paid for this decision. I want to say publicly, I thank you for that. I truly appreciate what you're doing here.
What causes autism, though?
Can't we come together as a nation and do this?
People.
Can we do? Aren't you getting tired of this? I'm getting tired of this. So again, Ms. Kennedy, I need to enter in the record.
I'm tired.
These are just 11 letters of support signed by 63,000 people, thousands of doctors, from the American Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, Independent Medical Alliance, the North Carolina Physicians and Freedom Group, Governor Jeff Landry from Louisiana. These are Americans, nonpartisan. A lot of these people I know because I've advocated with you. A lot of them are Democrats. They put their political differences aside. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter this in the record.
Without objection.
I also do want to, Mr. Kennedy, as long as I have you here, I've written over 70 oversight letters to the federal health agencies under the Biden administration. I've virtually gotten squat out of them, okay? What I get is we get, for example, 50 pages of Anthony Fauci's emails redacted. Oh, by the way, the latest one was 17 pages. Instead of issuing a health alert on the myocarditis they knew was impacting
again with the Fauci thing.
Young men early in 2021, instead of issuing an alert on the Health Alert Network, they developed 17 pages of talking points. This was given to the public under a FOIA request. They had to go to court. They've got a new way of redacting. They don't black things out. They just give you white pages, so you don't even know what they have redacted.
What?
So again, I've issued a subpoena now to cover the information I've requested in 70 oversight letters. My question to you is, as Secretary of HHS, will you honor these requests from Congress, and will you make HHS transparent?
Yeah,
absolutely. I will make everything transparent, unless it's something that I don't want you to know, of course.
Approach HHS, I said before, Senator, is radical transparency. Democrats and Republicans ought to be able to come in and get information that was generated at taxpayer expense, that is owned by the American taxpayer. They shouldn't get...
If it's owned by the American taxpayer, then why don't they just receive the treatment without having to pay extra to some shady insurance companies? That makes no sense.
Documents, public health agencies should be transparent. And
if it's taxpayers' money, then it should just be given to everybody, because the taxpayers' money have already covered everything, no?
If we want Americans to restore trust in the public health agencies, we need transparency. I want to say something about what you first said. When I launched my campaign, it was about uniting Americans, Democrats and Republicans. There's no issue that should unite us more than this chronic health epidemic. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. These are our kids.
Well, technically speaking, there is, but we're not going to discuss that today.
66% of them are damaged. I know what a healthy kid looks like because I had so many of them in my family. I didn't know anybody with a food allergy growing up, peanut allergy. Why do 5 of my kids have allergies? Why are we seeing...
I mean, you're the healthcare guru. You should tell us. You're about to take the position of the top person in the land when it comes. You should be educating us on this. You should be giving us answers, not asking.
These explosions in diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, neurological diseases, depression, all of these things that are related to toxics in the environment. Why can't we just agree with each other to put differences about so many issues, intractable issues aside, and say, we're going to end this? I don't think anybody is going to be able to do this like I have because of my peculiar experience, because I've litigated against these agencies. When you litigate against them, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. I've written 6 books about these agencies. I know a lot about them, and I know how to fix it. And there's nobody who will fix it the way that I do, because I'm not scared of vested interest.
I mean, I can agree with that. There's nobody that will fix it the way you will.
I don't care. I'm not here because I want a position or a job. I have a very good life.
That's a lie, okay? Don't BS us. That you definitely are here because you want the job and the position. No, stop.
And a happy family.
Stop. Come on. That's silly.
This is something I don't need.
It's not like I want this job. I don't want it. It's like Jon Snow here. I don't want it.
I want to do this because we're going to fix it. And the other thing is we are attracting now a caliber of people to HHS like never before in history.
Oh, my God. I'm getting really scared when a guy with his beliefs says that we're constructing a thing that you've never seen before, because that does not necessarily sound like a good thing, okay? It sounds like a horrible thing coming from this guy. We're constructing such a cabinet, whew, you'll be shocked. You'll piss yourself once you know.
And they're entrepreneurs, they're disruptors, they're innovators of immense talent that are walking away, many of them, from growing concerns. They're not coming there for position. They're coming there because they want to save our country. And they're from across the political spectrum. And all these Democrats are opposed to me for partisan issues. They used to be my friends. Agreed with me on all the environmental issues that I've been working on for my whole career.
That you'll not be working on because you're not in the environmental sector, you're in the healthcare sector right now. So I don't know why you're talking about that, but whatever.
Now they're against me because anything that President Trump does, any decision he makes, has to be lampooned, derided, discredited, marginalized, vilified.
We need to move on. Senator Warren.
Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I want to start with something that I think you and I agree on, and that is that Big Pharma has too much power in Washington. You've said that President Trump asked you to, quote, clean up corruption and conflicts. Sounds great. You've said that you will, quote, slam shut the revolving door between government agencies and the companies they regulate. That also sounds great. So here's an easy question. Will you commit that when you leave this job, you will not accept compensation from a drug company, a medical device company, a hospital system, or a health insurer for at least 4 years, including as a lobbyist or a board member?
Can you just repeat the last part of the question? Can I commit
You're
to
not going to take money from drug companies in any way, shape, or form.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm happy to commit to that.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. I said it's an easy.
Actually, trans surgeries bottom surgeries don't remove any organs. So you have to read up on the surgeries before you ask me any questions about that. Because I can assure you, no bottom surgery removes any organs. So there you go. There you have it.
Question. Just.
You might be shocked to hear that in those surgeries, the only surgery that actually removes the organs is the chest surgery, the top surgery for trans men. But the one that you're talking about does not remove any organs. Well, it's not. You talked about removal of healthy organs, but no, the organ is not removed. So there you have it. You have to read up on the procedure. I recommend it. There's a video that illustrates it. Why? Why is it extra? What defines if something is extra or not? What defines an extra?
Start with. And I think you're right on this.
I don't think any of them want to give me money, by the way.
Let's keep going. You're right to say yes, because every American has the right to know that every decision you make as our #1 health officer is to help them and not to make money for yourself in the future. So I want to talk more about money. I'm looking at your paperwork right now. Okay. In the past 2 years, you've raked in $2.5 million from a law firm called Wisner Baum. You go online, you do commercials to encourage people to sign up with Wisner Baum to join lawsuits against vaccine makers. And for everyone who signs up, you personally get paid. And if they win their case, you get 10% of what...
What is the rest of us? So are you against antidepressants because the rest of us don't need antidepressants? That's an extra, it seems to me. If everybody does not have depression and only some people do and they need antidepressants, it seems to me like antidepressants are extra. In fact, that includes the entirety of mental health care. The entirety of mental health care basically is extra because normal people, quote unquote, don't have mental health issues. In fact, why should people that break their legs be put in a cast? Us unbroken leg people don't need that. There you go. And so on and so forth. I can just pile on the examples.
But they win. So if you bring in somebody who gets $10 million, you walk away with $1 million. Now, you just said that you want the American people to know you can't be bought. Your decisions won't depend on how much money you could make in the future. You won't go to work for a drug company after you leave HHS. But you and I both know there's another way to make money. So, Mr. Kennedy, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
Well, I'll certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. But I do want to clarify something because you're making me sound like a shill.
Yeah, and certain procedures such as surgery are things that we all would need if we had gender dysphoria. Thank you. You've just made my argument for me. Thank you, troll in the flask. So, there you go. If people have broken legs, they need a cast. If people have gender dysphoria, they need gender healthcare. Thank you. Thank you for making my own argument for me. I don't even have to make it anymore. Good talk.
I put together that case. I did the Science Day presentation to the judge on that case to get it into court, the Daubert hearing.
Mr. Kennedy, it's just a really simple question.
Yeah,
You've taken in $2.5 million. I want to know if you will commit right now that not only will you not go to work for drug companies, you won't go to work suing the drug companies and taking your rake out of that while you're secretary and for 4 years after. It's just...
I'll commit to not taking any fees from drug companies while I'm secretary.
No, I'm asking about...
Yeah, and a cast is an extra for people with broken legs specifically. So I don't know what your point is. Yeah, if you have a specific need, medical need, you need a specific medical solution. You're just groundbreaking concept. But yes, people that need specific care have specific conditions. No, you didn't, Miss Bernie. Bernie is still ahead.
Fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
no,
and I'm not going to agree to that,
drug
Senator.
Companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something a jury might be impressed by. You could appoint people to the CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty work. You could tell the CDC vaccine panel to remove a particular vaccine from the vaccine schedule. You could remove vaccines from special compensation programs, which would open up manufacturers to mass torts. You could make more injuries eligible for compensation even if there is no causal evidence. You could change vaccine court processes to make it easier to bring junk lawsuits. You could turn over FDA data to your friends at the law firm, and they could use it however it benefited them.
That's true.
You could change vaccine labeling. You could change vaccine information rules. You could change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS, and I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as Secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question.
He's not going to answer. I'm already telling you this. We're never going to hear an answer to this question. Never. Never, ever.
You and I, you have said
you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies.
Nope,
yeah, you are.
Nope, that is not the question. That is absolutely not the question. This guy is gonna be in charge of your healthcare pretty soon.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturing across our country.
That's true.
And for all of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids, the bottom line is the same. Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
I mean, it sounds pretty tasty, those dollarinos.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that.
But I'm gonna just put up a few improvements on it.
The only thing I want is good science, and that's it.
How about then say you won't make money off what you do as Secretary of HHS?
Before we go to Senator...
bottom surgery is far more than just an aesthetic surgery. You should really, I'm telling you, you should look into those surgeries because you don't know what they do and you don't know what their purpose is. So I'm not sure if I can even talk to you about this. It's just, you're just shooting in the dark. I'm not, like, I have a thing to react to. I cannot give you a whole lecture about this.
Tillis, I think it would be important for me to make it very clear that Mr. Kennedy has gone through the same Office of Government Ethics process as every single other nominee in the Finance Committee this year and in previous administrations. In addition to listing his assets, including the items that you've identified, he has signed an ethics letter that has been
I don't think they are actually, but...
reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics concerning any possible
What's
conflict.
the question? The answer is because it's not just for aesthetic and pleasure use. You just don't know what you're talking about, and that makes me sad. It makes me sad that the education, I don't know if you're from the US. If you're from the US, then it just makes me sad for the state of US education. And I cannot replace education for you. Like if you're gonna have a million questions about very basic things, like a 5-year-old that asks and asks and asks, and I just use up an enormous amount of time to explain things to you that should have been explained to you a long time ago at school. I don't know. It's saddening. Maybe I should do a segment in the future about this, but right now we're reacting to this guy. Like it's not an extra.
In light of its functions and the nominee's proposed duties. And we have a letter from the Office of Government Ethics that he hasn't complied completely with all.
I don't know. If you took all your knowledge about the world from the Sesame Street, then I guess that explains a lot. I suppose that explains a lot of my questions that I have for you. If your education started and ended on the Sesame Street. I guess, I don't know. I guess I will have to accept moving forward that the extent of your education is the Sesame Street. Pretty depressing, but it is what it is.
All applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest.
Mr. Chairman, point of information here. Have we had a single nominee come through who's made $2.5 million off suing one of the entities that it would be regulating and plans to keep getting a take of every lawsuit in the future? Have we had that before?
I haven't reviewed the past documentation.
I want a cut from every lawsuit.
For other nominees' financial interests, and so no. But I know that every single time we get a nominee, their financial interests are attacked. That's why we have the Office of Government Ethics. That's why they've reviewed everything that's in his record, and that's why he has even, I think, and I don't know that I want to ask him to get into it, but he has listed his assets and has gone through a discussion of the responsibilities under our ethics laws and has complied with all of those requirements. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, how's your morning going?
So far, so good.
Good.
Mr. Tillis. It looks like a bit like a very old Asmongold.
You came prepared. I'm glad that you did.
No, he didn't. He did not come prepared.
You, I believe, addressed to my satisfaction a question about Title X and the president's priority with respect to Planned Parenthood. Can you just affirm that you are 100% behind the president's policy on Title X and the implementation?
I'm 100% behind it. Senator.
Thank you. You know, it's amazing to me that people, well, first off, you need to understand I was in a judiciary hearing this morning. It's very clear to me that some of these nominations are going to be shirts and skins. So no matter what you answer in the affirmative, they're going to ask you one more question so that you won't be able to answer in the affirmative. That's just the way the game gets played when we have nominees like yourself. So I think you're handling yourself well. I got a real quick question for you. Are you a conspiracy theorist?
That is a pejorative, Senator, that's applied to me. Mainly to keep me from asking difficult questions of powerful interests.
I just asking questions and
told that I was a conspiracy theorist. That label was applied to me because I said that the vaccines, the COVID vaccine, didn't prevent transmission and it wouldn't prevent infection, when the government was telling people, Americans, that it would. I was saying that because I was looking at the monkey studies in May of 2020. I was called a conspiracy. Now everybody admits it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said red dye caused cancer. And now FDA has acknowledged that and banned it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said fluoride lowered IQ. Last week, JAMA published a meta-review of 87 studies saying that there's a direct inverse correlation between IQ loss.
All right, so I'm going to assume
I can go on for
what?
a week.
Is there any one of them that you can say, you got me? That really was a conspiracy theory? Or are you in a position to submit for the record? I think it'd just be helpful for every one of these
IQ loss and what?
narratives for you to submit that maybe for the record. You said something about SNAP lunch. I was in the State House in North Carolina before I came here, and anytime I'd go visit an elementary school, the first thing I would do is go to the trash cans in the cafeteria. And what we have now are kids that are not eating the food because the dictates of the federal government have made it something that they don't want. But they say, well, it's a healthy alternative. It has processed materials in it, and it's not particularly attractive to them. So they throw it away. Trash cans full of food that these kids didn't eat.
What is the food that children are eating at school? I used to eat food at school, and I had no problem, okay? It was just regular meals, and I never threw anything away in primary school. It was a very cheap lunch program, and I just partook in it, and it worked.
So then what do? They go eat snacks, or they go eat or they drink a sugared drink. The SNAP program, everything you've said about the SNAP program, I agree with. I think that we should be very, very strict about that, and it's going to...
So what are children served right now in the U.S.? I want to know. Can someone on the page, lucyhazard.org, link me to what a regular meal at a U.S. school is? Because I'm perplexed. What are the things that children throw away?
Make some people uncomfortable in the food manufacturing segment, produce healthy foods that we can put in the SNAP program. That's the way to address it. But we also need to look at the school health program. I was PTA president 22 years ago at my daughter's high school. And I feel like we've got these kids that need help. We've got to guide them through a process. Many of them are probably on Medicaid, and Medicaid's failing. Right. Everybody here says Medicaid is sacrosanct. Nobody's admitted that Medicaid is not producing positive health outcomes. Is that your problem in Medicaid right now, the program or the outcomes?
It's the outcomes. We're spending $900 billion, and our people are getting sicker every single year.
Yeah, so anybody
and President Trump wants people to have it, Americans to have a high-quality insurance.
Anybody who's building a case for the status quo of Medicaid is by extension saying that they're happy with the outcomes. I think it's unacceptable. I do have a question for you on Project Warp Speed. We supported the CARES Act. We had 97 people in the U.S. Senate vote for it. Everybody here. There was only one member of Congress.
Warp Speed is a Trump thing, so it's pro-vaccine, so let's see.
Voted against it, I believe. And Project Warp Speed had CDC, FDA, NIH, and BARDA very much in the mix. Now, some people think that you're going to come in here and insert yourself into those agencies in a way that's never been done before. Let's say that they're a part of a future Project Warp Speed. Is it your intent to go in and do something that's never been done before based on my staff's research? And
vegetables? But why is Mr. Tillis against vegetables?
Put yourself in a discussion that the scientists are dealing with in those different agencies?
No, Senator. What I want to do is, I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, clearly you're not. Clearly you're not a scientist and you're not a medical expert. So I guess the follow-up question is, since you're answering the first one in the affirmative, is what are you doing here?
I want to make sure that science is unobstructed by vested or economic interests.
But you're not a... How do you even know what science should be conducted if you're not a...
That's good. Or by bad culture. And I'll just say about Operation Warp Speed, it was an extraordinary accomplishment, showed demonstration of leadership by President Trump. When he promoted Operation Warp Speed, he was looking at all of the different remedies, including vaccines.
Therapeutics, everything.
Therapeutic, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, famotidine, even chlorine dioxide. And he was not looking at shutting down our country for the year, forcing people to wear masks for a year, forcing all social distancing that did not have any scientific basis.
There you go. What do you mean social distancing had no scientific basis? I thought your party was the party of common sense. If you isolate yourself and if you keep your distance from other people when you're ill, the probability of them getting your illness lowers. I thought common sense was king here, but apparently I was very wrong. No, of course, there's no scientific basis that social distancing does anything. If you're ill and you're just getting into the crowd of people, then it absolutely will have no effect of whether or not they will catch the disease from you. Absolutely zero. Is this a joke? And then he cries that the U.S. has had a record number of COVID deaths.
Which Dr. Fauci has now acknowledged. He said we took it out of thin air.
No, we didn't. What do you think when you get a disease? Okay, riddle me this. Why do you think when you get a disease, you stay at home instead of working, still just working? Riddle me this. Why don't you just go to work when you're even remotely ill? Because you don't want to give your disease to other people. Okay, you distance yourself by staying home.
But all of those changed during the Biden administration. And it became very narrowly focused. We ended up with the worst, the highest death count of any country in the world.
Mr. Chair, if I can just ask one final.
Yeah, we should have distanced ourselves less, and then we would have had less deaths from COVID.
Final question, and I think it's a one-word answer. I've heard a lot of...
No, I did not. God, please look into it, trolling from Flask. No, I did not.
People complaining about health care delivery, Medicaid. On the other side of the dais here, who's been responsible for health care policies over the last 4 years?
The Biden administration.
I mean the president, the Biden, okay.
Yeah.
So that I'd like to have heard more of those in oversight hearings over the last 4 years. I haven't, but I'm glad that there's an acknowledgement that you're inheriting a problem that needs to be...
That is the guy that's going to be in charge of your health. We had a record amount of deaths, and we should have distanced ourselves less. That would have led to less deaths.
Effects. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thanks for being...
It's to address a medical condition called gender dysphoria. Google gender dysphoria.
With us.
It's going to be Bernie Sanders now? Is it going to be Bernie Sanders?
I very much like...
Bernie Sanders. Okay, let's do this.
The slogan that you coined, Make America Healthy Again.
I love the slogan. We all love the slogans. Our Polish Jewish would-be president, by the way. If Bernie Sanders would have won the presidency, you would have had a Polish Jewish president. Think about it. No, gender conformity. No, it absolutely does not. No, no. You don't know what gender conformity means.
And I strongly agree with that.
No, you did not. Gender dysphoria and gender conformity are two different things, okay?
But despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita...
Okay, let me listen to him again.
Like, Kennedy, thanks for being with us. I very much like the slogan that you coined, Make America Healthy Again. And I strongly agree with that effort. But despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, I very much like the slogan that you coined, Make America Healthy Again. And I strongly agree with that effort. But despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, I very much like the slogan that you coined, Make America Healthy Again. And I strongly agree with that effort. But despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, We have 85 million people who are uninsured, underinsured. We have all kinds of chronic illnesses. Our life expectancy is lower than other countries. And for working class people in this country, they are living 6, 7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. We got a problem.
Yeah, we do.
And I'm going to suggest some ideas that I think can remedy that. Last year, the insurance industry in this country made over $70 billion, while at the same time, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Do you agree with me that the United States should join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Yes?
He's not going to say yes. Definitely not. Oh, no, definitely not. It's not a right. It's something that people should pay for, even though it's technically speaking already paid for from taxes. But
no.
I mean, I don't know.
Senator, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that question.
Healthcare a human right? Is healthcare?
I don't know. It's complicated. What does it mean to be human, really? What is a man?
Human right.
In the way that free speech is a human right,
yeah.
I would say it's different because...
Oh my God! It is a human right to... It is a human God-given right to say them slurs in public. But you know what? Healthcare? That's a little bit different, isn't it? That's a whole different matter.
If with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything, but in healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, you are now taking from the pool. Well, and so are you guaranteed the same rights of duty?
I'm sorry. I'd love to talk for an hour with you. We got a few minutes left here. All right.
So it's not a human right, in other words. That is what he is effectively saying.
Every other country on earth says healthcare, whether you're poor or rich, young or old, is a human right. I'm not hearing you say that. All right, you've talked about the drug companies, and maybe we agree on this one. As you all know, despite the drug companies making over $100 billion in profits, paying CEOs outrageous compensation packages, we in some cases pay 10 times more for the same drug. Will you support legislation that I will introduce which says that in America we should not be paying a nickel more for prescription drugs than people around the rest of the world? Yes?
Yes. Yes, that should be a resounding, oh my God, that should be such an easy yes. That should be like, yes, I will make it so. But I am willing to bet that we're going to instead get some sort of well, it's complicated. I cannot promise that.
No.
He didn't even give him a chance to answer.
Equalize it.
Not to equalize it, that we should not be paying more than other countries for the same damn drug.
I mean, it's complicated. The U.S. has a specific climate, and that means prices will be affected. And
President Trump has asked me, in fact, I had a meeting
but President Trump...
a week ago where we showed...
President Trump told me, I have to obey President Trump, right?
Him the chart.
I have to obey him, right? I don't have a choice. It's not a matter of choice for me, right?
He knows the charts.
We're paying 10 times more from Europe.
That's right. And are you going to commit to us that you will end that absurdity?
I think...
I don't know. Will I?
Principle, we can. We should end that.
Oh, in principle, we can. We should. Which both of these answers are not an affirmative, yes, I will, just so you know.
Disparity.
Good. Okay. That's great. All right. I happen to believe that climate change is real, it's an existential threat, and it is a healthcare issue. Donald Trump thinks that it is a hoax originating in China. Question is, in your judgment, is climate change a hoax, or is it real, causing devastating problems?
President
host. Oh, my God.
Trump and I, from the beginning, from our first meeting, agreed to disagree on that issue. I believe climate change is existential. My job is to make Americans healthy again.
You believe that...
now it's not his job. All that talk of the agriculture, how the chemicals get into the environment and we consume them, how that affects healthcare, all that spiel, all that long spiel, how he'll work on those things. Now, when it comes to the question, is global warming real? Now he's gonna say, well, I sort of think it's real, but it's not gonna be part of my job, so.
You disagree with Trump? You don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to
I'm just asking.
There you go. It's not my job. Now he says it after all this time. Now, suddenly, it's not part of what I'm supposed to.
Mr. Kennedy, not a trick question.
I answered your question.
It's not a trick question.
Senator Sanders.
Okay, you disagree with the president on that.
I answered your question.
That's good.
Okay, I'm going to pick up on a point that Senator Hassan made. Look, there is no question.
That was pretty funny.
That abortion.
Don't make me say it again. Don't make me say again that I disagree with Donald Trump. Please, don't make me. For the love of God, don't make me. Don't force me.
It's a divisive issue in this country. I would say a majority of the people are pro-choice. There's a strong minority who are pro-life.
Wait, are you asking me if women should be able to conform to their fat booty dreams? Well, yes, absolutely. Yes. I don't know what sort of answer did you expect from me. The answer is a resolute yes, of course. Of course they should.
A year and a half ago, you went to New Hampshire, running for president, gave a speech, and you talked about government should not tell a woman what she can do with her own body. That's her choice.
Yeah, you should pay for it personally out of pocket and thank for it. Okay? Yeah, you should pay for it. If a woman says, I have a fat booty dream, you should take out your wallet, your card, cash, or whatever's at your disposal, and you should personally cover the entire thing and say thank you at the end. That's my answer to you.
Choice. Now, I think everybody on that side is pro-life. I think everybody here is pro-choice. I have never seen any major politician flip on that issue quite as quickly as you did when Trump asked you to become HHS secretary. Tell me why you think...
I mean, people change their opinions. It's like it happens, right?
People should have confidence in your consistency and in your word when you really made a major U-turn on an issue of that importance in such a short time.
Senator, I believe, and I've always believed, that every abortion is a tragedy.
But you told the people in New Hampshire that it was their right. All right, let me do a last question because I'm running out of time. I think the gist of what you're trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine, you want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unfaxed. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax,
No problem.
Now, you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take
remove those, take those off the shelves.
These products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it.
Senator, I'm not going to do no such thing, okay? They make us a lot of money, and I like money.
Resign from the board.
That was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that call. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing.
Oh, he's not gonna. He's definitely not gonna answer this one. Yeah, Pierre Omidia. I don't know what website you're talking about, but I don't know what website you are referring to. But if you actually want to give me any links or whatever to check, then you need to. Oh, you can lead by example, by the way. But yes. Oh, nice. Thank you, Philip. Philip, you should lead by example. But yes. That is the page.
Nothing to do with
Are you
leadership.
supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive?
Oh, he will not answer. There's no chance in hell he will answer. Just there's no way.
Of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine.
I am supportive of vaccines. I will.
Oh my gosh, I'm sweating. Am I anti these onesies? I cannot answer that. It's against my principles. It's against my morals.
I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product.
I will do no such thing.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh boy.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for
boy.
being with us today. And I have no doubt that you will be confirmed and you are going to do such a solid job.
That is such a depressing sentiment that I don't even know what to do with it. Because absolutely he should not be confirmed.
For the people of this country. And I do have several issues I wanted to talk with you about and didn't have time to cover them all when we met prior to the meeting, but rural health care is very important to me and the people of Tennessee. 78 of our 95 counties are rural counties. Now, over the last few years, we've seen hospital closures. So we have focused on access in rural areas. And my rural health agenda, which is bipartisan, focuses on innovation, telehealth, access points. It focuses on work shortages. And also, Senator Warner and I have together focused on making certain that we address the area wage index and do that fairly for our citizens that are in rural communities.
Oh, again.
So I would like a commitment from you that when confirmed, you and your CMS administrator will work with us to make certain that the area wage index is balanced and that it is fair to rural areas.
Senator, both Dr. Oz and myself recognize that rural health care is in crisis in this
Dr. Oz, that makes me fearful.
country, and that is
Like the Wizard of Oz, you know, the one that turned out to be a huge liar.
catastrophic for our entire country. And I talked a little bit about my commitment to rural health earlier in this hearing. The regional price points, as you know, are set by Congress and not by HHS. I will certainly, and I know Dr. Oz will certainly work with you to make them sensible.
We
Maybe that would be a very strange position to have.
Forward to that. Also, you and I, before you came forward as the secretary, the nominee, we had talked in years past about youth and concerns over that. And I was looking at a report from TennCare, which is our Medicaid program in Tennessee. And I was concerned when I saw a number that TennCare had spent $90 million in 2024 alone on ADHD. This was 417,000 of our children.
Wait, hold on. Isn't ADHD something inborn? You're born with it, right? It's something that is just in the structure of your brain, which means that it's good to spend a lot of money on it to treat it. No? How is that bad? What's the question? Like, is the question if we're going to reduce the funding to treat what?
$90 million. To me, that is heartbreaking.
What? That the issue is being dealt with? That's heartbreaking? It should not?
What is happening there? So how will you prioritize oversight of prescribing practices while promoting alternative solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapies?
How do you counsel someone out of ADHD, woman? How do you propose that would happen? You know, you have ADHD and you cannot focus and your mind drifts to many different things, and you know how we have all those different symptoms, but have you considered not counseling? Are we serious? What was the other thing?
Community-based Solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapy.
Behavioral therapy? If you don't focus on this one thing for an hour, we're gonna beat you with a stick? Is that like the behavioral therapy that we have? What do we have in mind? I'm scared to think. What does the counseling entail?
These community-based interventions for our youth.
So the teen that has ADHD is gonna like enter their house, and there's gonna be the family lined up on the sofa, chairs, and what have you, and they're gonna say, well, Johnny, this is an intervention. This is an intervention because you've got ADHD, and we thought to organize this event for you so that maybe by the end of it, you will decide to not. Group intervention? Now I'm lost. Now I'm confused. Now I just don't know what's happening. I have no clue what any of that is supposed to mean, how any of this would work. Like, what? Like, I was like, does this guy even know what ADHD is? Access to treatment is medication. That's treatment, okay? So I was just baffled. Does he even know what ADHD actually is? That's what I said in a nutshell.
Of our children.
Wait, hold on.
I was concerned when I saw it.
Oh, extended, okay.
And I was concerned.
Wait, hold on. Isn't ADHD something inborn? You're born with it, right? It's something that is just in the structure of your brain, which means that it's good to spend a lot of money on it to treat it. No? How is that bad? What's the question? Like, is the question if we're gonna reduce the funding to treat what? Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
To you about one of those access points in treatment. And this highlights a problem we have in the federal Medicaid law.
Yeah, that we just don't cancel everything. We should cancel people out of being gay, out of being trans, out of being ADHD, and out of their depression, I guess.
Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment.
IMDBs, intercontinental ballistic missiles or something.
Facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion.
Wait,
and
what is? Hold on, what?
This treatment we Medicaid fund. Since Medicaid's the problem we have in the federal Medicaid law. Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage.
But that means medication, and you were against medication just minutes ago.
Mental health care. So if you're confirmed, when you're confirmed, will you commit to working with me on repealing this discriminatory exclusion and ensuring equal access to mental health care for Medicaid beneficiaries?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM reform, one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you help make us healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
If that's gonna, oh boy. Is that the way? Is that really the way? Do you know the way? Oh my God, I don't think you do. She's keeping MLK's dreams alive. What dreams? To counsel people out of being ADHD? Was that MLK's dream? I guess I should educate myself more on MLK.
Senator Lujan.
What? No.
Excuse me, I made a mistake. It's Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just
congratulations. We're gonna watch a few more, and then we're gonna, I don't know what we're gonna do.
On your nomination, Mr. Kennedy, and I've been absent only because I've been in another hearing with the nominee to be the Commerce Secretary. So I will review everything that you've said today and look at that diligently. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you is I represent a very big innovation state, and innovation in healthcare specifically. Innovation like NIH funding to the Fred Hutch Cancer Center that helped develop the HPV vaccine, which has the potential to eliminate over 95% of cervical cancer. NIH also funds a lot of jobs and grants, nearly 11,000 people in the state of Washington, and over $1.2 billion worth of grants. So while I agree with you on healthy foods, I definitely am troubled by the medical research side of innovation and some of the things that you have said. In fact, this issue about laying off 600 employees at NIH, or giving the fact that, to quote, give infectious disease a break for 8 years. So
the infectious disease thing is like, you know.
We've had a chance to talk about this a little bit, but the most striking example of this is when COVID hit. And we were the first in the nation. We had the first case, and it really was the fast response by the University of Washington that really helped save lives. So I just want to know that, are you aware of how harmful these issues could be for public health? That public health in and of itself could be affected by these kind of anti-science views?
Senator, I have always been a science person, a pro-science person. I believe in evidence-based medicine and gold standard science. When I said, and I've explained this before you came in, that 600 people out of a workforce of 91,000 is pretty typical. Last year alone, President Biden replaced 3,000 people at a...
Yeah, what about what Biden did, okay? What about Biden? You're asking me questions, but what about Biden? He should be sitting here answering for what he did, actually.
HHS and 700 at NIH. I want to say this. I said give infectious disease a break because that's been the principle.
Because, like, you know, infectious disease are not really a problem, so we should just stop any research on them, right? It's fixed. Isn't it a solved problem by now? If it's a solved problem, if it's not, you know, if it's a solved problem, then we should maybe pump the brakes, I say.
Principal preoccupation. Infectious disease, chronic disease is 92%, accounts for 92% of deaths in this country, and almost nothing is studied at NIH about the etiology of our chronic disease epidemic.
But right now...
The money is going to infectious disease.
But I get your point. It's an interesting point. The problem is...
But isn't the U.S. supposedly the richest country in the world? Shouldn't it be able to do both? Would be my easiest response in the world.
We had to respond. And it's actually the Gates Foundation and a flu cohort that figured out what was wrong, and that we had an outbreak of COVID that was going beyond the very first case. And so we had to build a very fast response.
Oh yeah, also, because you know what? I'm going to the internets. I've said it before. I wasn't sure if I was actually saying some nonsense or not. But I guess we're going to read it from my phone. We're going to read it from my phone here. So his logic is we should stop researching infectious disease. We should put a break on it because the chronic disease epidemic is more important. And a lot of what should be going to chronic disease goes to infectious disease. Number one result that comes out after my Google search is many chronic diseases have an infectious origin. Many chronic diseases have an infectious origin, such as cervical cancer and liver cancer. Many patients with infectious diseases require long-term care. Human immunodeficiency virus, HIV infection, has become a chronic disease in many countries. So, I don't know. Maybe this person will bring this up.
So I take this too. The University of Washington has conducted groundbreaking stem cell research on fetal tissue To me, I know there's probably a lot of people that may not agree with this, but we're making regenerative heart tissue now at the University of Washington. So yes or no, do you commit to protecting stem cell research for scientific agencies if confirmed?
I will protect stem cell research. Stem cell research today can be done on umbilical cords, and you don't need fetal tissue.
You'll protect the laws that are on the books today and the research that's done.
My job is, Senator, to enforce the laws.
Okay, so I want to move to PBMs because PBMs are driving up drug prices. And one of the biggest things that we need to do here, I think, in a new administration is get a handle on everything that is driving up prices and lower them. The report found that PBMs generated $1.4 billion from spread pricing. That is where they are able to basically set the price, not reimburse pharmacies, and then pocket the rest. We've had bipartisan legislation in several different committees now to get at this. What do you think the solution is?
I think one of the really notable achievements of this panel was the PBM legislation that they put together in a bipartisan way. I haven't met a single senator, well, actually one only, but of the 60-odd senators that I talked to, all of them talked about PBMs and how important it was, and work. President Trump, during his first administration, pushed a law to give transparency to PBMs. It got overruled during the Biden administration. Luckily, this panel is resuscitating that. President Trump is absolutely committed to fixing the PBMs.
My time is running out, so I just want to clarify. You believe that we should pass these laws that now have been proposed in the Senate?
I haven't read the entire law, so I don't know, but I think that we need to reform the PBMs. I think we need to get rid of all of these vested interests that are draining money from the system.
Okay,
I want this job, but I don't actually know anything about it, and I don't really have any knowledge. Thank you. I don't know. But Donald Trump may be telling me what to do.
Somebody suggested, though, that you thought you should convene the PBMs and talk to them about some sort of self-regulation. So I am trying to distinguish between these people who basically are doing illegal activities and ripping up, really, they're creating pharmacy deserts in my state. So I'm asking you whether you believe that we have to legislate in this area.
I
don't know.
Again, I'm not being evasive. I just don't know exactly what the law says. I met with the PBMs. I met with pharma. My job is to meet with all the stakeholders. I've been meeting with stakeholders for 40 years. People I was suing, you want to hear from the other side.
Well,
that doesn't mean I would let the PBMs write their own ticket.
I think
I support the efforts of this committee to come up with bipartisan legislation. President Trump wants
What a sad state of affairs if that's the... Oh, God. Oh,
get
God.
the excess
my God.
profits away from the PBMs and send it back to primary care, to patients in this country, to high-quality health care.
I'll ask you for the record, since my time's expired, to look at the legislation that came out of the Commerce Committee that defines the legal activities that they are doing to drive up prices, and get us an answer for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In principle, I support that legislation.
Thank you. And let me just tell you the list as we have to move forward to the ending here. Senator Lujan will be next, followed by Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and Senator Welch.
And let me say again, Mr. Chairman, this is a matter of such importance. A number of my colleagues would like a second round, and I think it would be important to offer, say, a modest amount of additional time to get into this on both sides. I know I have some questions, but I want my colleagues to have the opportunity to raise their concerns.
Oh, will Bernie Sanders have another opportunity? I want to know. Bernie, will you have another opportunity? Yes, no. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy? More Bernie? No, I guess not.
Well, I've said, as I have indicated to you, Senator Wyden, I'm not going to do a second round. I have been very generous with the senators. I think almost every single senator has had 7 minutes at least. And I will give you a second, as is our practice between the two of us.
I'll then divide my time up with my colleagues.
Okay, you are welcome to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, When we met, you stated to me that it is not your goal to take away programs that work for Americans. Do you stand by that statement?
He's probably gonna say yes, but then he's gonna be grilled and he's not gonna be able to answer in the affirmative anymore. Such a tricky tactic.
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid?
At least a few.
It's about 72 million plus the 7 million kids who are on chips.
Appreciate that, 72 million. Yes or no, is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage? Is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage?
Absolutely, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many babies born in this country are covered through Medicaid?
I would guess, I don't know the answer, I would guess about 30 million.
I have it, Mr. Kennedy. About 41% or 1.4 million babies births are financed by Medicaid, according to the National Center for Health Statistics.
Uh-oh.
Yes or no, do you believe that Medicaid is a critical program?
Uh-oh.
I believe that Medicaid is a critical program, but that it's not working as well as it ought to be. And President Trump has asked me to make it work better, that most Americans are not happy with it, that the premiums are too high, the deductibles are too high, and everybody's getting sicker. Too much money is going to the
Kennedy,
insurance industry.
I have a series of yes or no questions. They're pretty simple. Because you heard we're not going to get a second round of questions, I ask for your indulgence to be able to get through them yes or no. In New Mexico, as you know, Medicaid is often measured state by state. It might surprise you if you look at some of those surveys. In New Mexico, the response was 90% of New Mexicans on Medicaid report satisfaction getting care, 80% getting specialist care, 85% getting urgent care, 95% ease of filings out of focus. Not to pick on any one of my colleagues, but in Louisiana, 86% of people on Medicaid are satisfied with their interactions. 83% are satisfied getting care. 85% are satisfied getting special.
That can't be right. That data is false. RFK just said that people are not happy with it, so
82%.
Someone is wrong, and it's not RFK, because RFK is getting the job. You're not in the position to get the job.
Getting urgent care. I can go on state by state, but we don't have the time today. Yes or no, do you support cutting Medicaid or reducing, and especially in an area where you and I spoke about with the federal investment in Medicaid, which is known as FMAP?
He's not going to give a yes or no question, by the way.
President Trump has not told me to that he wants to cut Medicaid. He's told me to.
Oh my God, I cannot think on my own. President Trump has not given me directives. So there you go. It's not a yes, it's not a no, it's Daddy has not given me directives. That's really interesting, actually.
To make it better.
Do you support cutting, yes or no? Let me ask you this way, since it's only about President Trump.
I support making it better.
Yeah, it's all about President Trump. This guy does not have a mind of his own. There's a worm in there.
Senator.
If President Trump asks you to cut Medicaid, will you do it?
Well, it's not up to me to cut Medicaid. It would be up to Congress. And I'm going to work. I'm going to work.
Mr. Kennedy, you don't want to answer? I'll move on.
True. Which is in itself an answer.
Do you know how many states will end? Mr. Chairman, if I may pause my time. So I understand that people are getting asked to leave if they stand up with signs, but there's a lot of other as well, Mr. Chairman. So it needs to be extended to everyone. As Mr. Kennedy said, we should respect each other when we have a difference of opinion. We're just trying to do our jobs here and trying to ask questions. That's all. And that's all I'm doing with Mr. Kennedy, folks. So I just hope that we can.
Senator Lujan, you are right, and I ask the audience to please be respectful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many states will end their Medicaid expansion if the federal share of Medicaid drops?
Well, there's 40 states that have signed on to the expansion. So,
it's a smaller number. So it's 9 states would quickly have to end their expansion because of the laws that they have. That's about 4 million folks across the country. And in New Mexico, Iowa, and Idaho, they have triggers that it would immediately have to go into effect if in fact that gets cut. The reason I'm asking those questions is there's been a lot of chatter and conversations around Medicaid. Now, I agree we can always do better, and we must be doing better in America. But Medicaid has been shown to improve health outcomes, including mortality, quality of life, and access to preventative care as well. And there's some areas, Mr. Kennedy, that you and I touched on specific to Native American communities. One of the concerns that I have are these programs matter to folks.
Right.
You shared your passion about caring for folks.
Right.
I believed that passion.
Is we gonna get a yes or no this time or no?
My question in this area is, as you know, when folks are doing research and they're going to check to see if medicine works on someone, if they're not included in that trial, it often doesn't help them. That's what all the evidence shows. So what are you going to do when programs are eliminated to...
Okay, that's not a yes or no question, okay? You lied to us, Mr. Lujan. You said that you had a series of yes or no questions. You lied.
Require the inclusion of Native Americans in clinical trials.
Kennedy should be like, RFK should be like a jerk and say yes.
When it comes to life-saving medicine.
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that there's Native Americans in clinical trials. As I said to you when I visited your office, I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. My family's been deeply involved with them. My father and uncle were big critics of the Indian Health Service, a failure to deliver good health results or health care on the reservations. I'm going to bring a Native in for the first time in history into my
Is it going to be free? Is it going to be free health care?
central office, so that all the major decisions in my office will be that he will have it. We've already interviewed candidate, a very, very good candidate, will have direct impact on all the major offices. One of my priorities is to improve.
I appreciate that. I have a follow-up in that space specifically. Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increase clinical trial diversity?
Nope. No. That's a forbidden word. We already been through this. Diversity is bad. So no.
I'm sorry.
Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increasing clinical trial diversity?
No diversity.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Will you commit to reinstating all of the pages that were eliminated and people that were fired from this administration that have this responsibility?
I cannot commit to that because I don't know who they are.
Well, there's
I'll
some
commit
folks out
to
there doing the
working
work.
with you to make sure those positions are
He got trapped.
Adequately staffed.
I will follow up in writing in those specific areas because I think there's some commonality here, but answers matter. And so I'd like to get those as timely as possible. The last thing, Mr. Chairman, that I'll say is one of the conversations I had last before this hearing was with a family that I've been working with to work with my Republican colleagues when it comes to autism and federal programs and making a difference in these families' lives and this little girl's life.
Oh.
What I'm asking now, Mr. Chairman, is unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Autism Speaks titled, quote, "Do Vaccines Cause Autism?" end quote. And I'll note
no, it's been debunked. It's all started with an article with a scientific journal, the medical journal. It's been it's complicated. Well, it's not complicated, but it's been debunked. That's all you need to know. It's been written by a hack that's been debunked. Vaccines do not cause autism. Like as much as the myth prevailed, the thing has been debunked almost straight away after the publishing of the infamous article that first made that claim.
That the first sentence states, quote, "Vaccines do not cause autism," end quote. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection. And before we move on, we've had a request from several quarters for a quick restroom break. We will take a 5-minute recess. I'm sorry to those remaining 5 or 6 senators who must wait a few minutes, but we will have a quick break. We will
autoimmune diseases.
A perfectly qualified white man.
This committee will continue. Senator Marshall, I'd like to just tell everybody the remaining list. Senator Marshall, I distributed earlier. With that, Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Chairman.
Oh.
Obesity, diabetes, heart disease. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease account for probably 80% of health challenges in America. You know how many times I heard my friends across the aisle mention any three of those? I don't know if we've lost the forest for the trees here. Vaccine is a critical issue. I understand that. I don't see how Mr. Kennedy's position could be any more clear that he's going to support the vaccines, he's going to support the science and empowerment.
Yeah, right now when he's during a hearing.
Parents and their doctors to make these choices. 60% of Americans have a chronic disease, that there's an epidemic of chronic diseases across the country. And this Make America Healthy Again movement is palpable to me. It started on the campaign trail in 2020 when moms I'd never met, that never involved in the political process, came up to me and said, look, I want to make these choices about my children with my doctor, not the federal government. That it's a very real thing. Moms, dads, grandparents across the country grab me and say...
Grandparents and all their uncles, nieces, and nephews.
Look, why do 20% of our children now, why are they on a prescription drug? So, Mr. Kennedy, what is your prescription to help make America healthy again? What's your vision? What does that look like to you?
Thank you, Senator Marshall. We're having epidemics of all these chronic illnesses, autoimmune diseases, neurological diseases, allergic diseases, obesity. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans were obese. Today, 74% of Americans are obese or overweight. No other country has anything like this. In Japan, the obesity rate is still 3%. And epidemics are not caused by genes. Genes may provide the vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. Oh, something is poisoning the American people, and we know.
What is it? What is this something?
Know that the primary culprits are changing food supply, the switch to highly chemical intensive processed foods. We have 10,000 ingredients in our country, in our foods. The Europeans have only 400. If you buy McDonald's French fries in our country, there's 11 ingredients, my understanding. In Europe, there's only 3. If you buy Fruit Loops in our country, they're loaded with food dyes, with yellow dye, red dye, blue dye, and many other ingredients. The same company...
Can you name the ingredients?
Makes the same product with different ingredients for Canada and Europe. And at age, we don't have good science on all these things.
Wow.
And that is deliberate. That's a deliberate choice not to study the things that are truly making us sick, that are not only contributing to chronic disease, but to mortalities from infectious disease. We need to get a handle on this, because if we don't, it's an existential threat. Our country is not going to be destroyed because we get the marginal tax rate wrong, or because we get one of these culture war issues that we've been talking about today wrong. It's going to be destroyed if we continue down this trajectory of chronic disease. We need to fix our food supply, and that's the number one.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Certainly, I share your concern with ultra-processed foods. On the other end of this food chain are my farmers and ranchers back home. Would you just take a second and share...
something that you can absolutely do nothing about. Okay, got it. Gotcha.
Your compassion, how you feel about farmers and ranchers, that they respond to the market. They don't dictate the market. They grow what the market is wanting them to grow.
Yep, he will. I mean, he already said that he will reduce regulation, so...
Senator Hawley told me the other day that his brother-in-laws are all farmers. And he said 4 out of every 5 of his brother-in-laws has Parkinson's disease. And that kind of cluster we're seeing across farm country of cancers, autoimmune diseases, obesity, etc. Oh, it's...
and you're going to bunch them all together in a single group? Cancer, Parkinson's, and obesity?
We can now not export American food to Europe because the Europeans won't take our food. That's not good for farmers. We're also destroying our soil because some of the chemicals that farmers use destroy the microbiome. And that causes the erosion of the soil. You can't get water.
Well, that means that you should introduce more regulation to what farmers should be using, not less.
Filtration. Water pools up and it washes the soil off. Agronomists now estimate that we only have, if we continue doing these processes, only 60 harvests left before our soil is gone. So farmers are using seeds and chemicals that are, over the long term, are costing them and us. And what we need to do is we need to support the farmers. We need the farmers as partners if we're going to make them work. And I don't want a single farmer to go out of business under our watch. I don't regulate farms. If I'm privileged to be confirmed, I'm not regulating farms. That's under USDA, but I want to partner with all of my decisions with USDA and with the farm.
Haven't we already established that he can do nothing about agriculture?
Community to make sure that we don't lose more farmers in this country, but that we also transition. We offer an
transition. We all got to transition. Now you're talking my language. We all need to transition. Agreed. Mandatory estrogen for all farmers. Well done. Well said.
Incentivize transitions to regenerative agriculture, to no-till agriculture, and to less chemically intensive. And by the way, I've also...
We did. The guy that's going to be in charge of your healthcare has established that. He just said it. We all need to transition. I heard it. I am pretty good of hearing, so there you go. We all need to transition at the end of the day.
Met with the chemical industry and the fertilizer and herbicide companies, and they want to do the same thing. And I think we're on the trajectory to do that, and we need to incentivize initiatives to accelerate that trajectory.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yeah, to accelerate the transition. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
You know, the great news is that my farmers in Kansas are selling products to Europe, that today's regenerative practices, soil health, all those things are priorities for Kansas farmers. Many of us are doing many of those things already. We just need it to be more widespread. If I could just wrap up my remarks, though, is that, again, going back to the big picture here, 60% of Americans have a chronic disease. Mr. Kennedy, I believe for such a time as this that you're not just one of 300 million people. I think that you are the person to lead HHS to make America healthy again.
Oh my God. You're going to put this loon in charge of healthcare and you're all going to die.
God has a divine purpose for you, and I look forward to your confirmation and working with you.
God has a divine purpose for you.
To make America healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Warnock.
Thank you so much, Chairman Crapo and Ranking Member Wyden. It's great to be here. Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Welcome to you and to your family. Thank you for meeting with me a few days ago. I'd like to follow up, if I might, with some of the issues that we...
Yeah, with Senator Bernie Sanders. That would be the best person to follow up, but nobody will have the guts, probably.
Discussed in my office.
Oh.
I want to talk to you first about the CDC, or the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I'm proud of the work that the CDC does, proud that it's located in Georgia, with more than 10,000 employees in my state. If confirmed, you would be the cabinet secretary over the CDC, representing HHS. It's about 29% of the federal budget. CDC is a part of that. Do you agree that the CDC's work is critical to Georgia, critical for our country, and the health of the entire world?
Yes, Senator.
Senator Isaacson, my Republican predecessor, would have agreed with that. Bless his memory. He was a fierce advocate for the CDC, as am I. The CDC is an agency filled with hard-working, dedicated public health servants. They wake up every single day working to keep us safe. I think we don't think often enough about their work, because it's easy not to celebrate the folks who are protecting you from that which doesn't appear. Because
it's easy to not think. Yes, it comes very easy to me not to think
of the work that they're doing. So grateful for the work that the CDC employees do. Some of them are members of my church.
Oh my God! Oh no!
Firsthand when I visited the CDC just last summer. Mr. Kennedy, you have compared the CDC's work to Nazi death camps.
What?
You've compared it to sexual abusers in the Catholic Church.
Excuse me? To Nazi death camps? Now I want to hear this. Okay, now, what? What's going on? Nazi death camps?
You've also said that many of them belong, this is a direct quote, many of them belong in jail.
Oh my God.
For me, those are disturbing characterizations of the CDC workers that I know who are trying to keep the American public safe every single day. And as you are presented as the nominee.
It now, CDC. If I'm going to get a result of Nazi death camps. CDC Wiki. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Basically like Nazi death camps. What is their job? What is their job again? National Public Health Agency of the United States. It is a United States federal agency under the Department of Health and Human Services, and its headquarters. What does it do? The agency's main goal is the protection of public health and safety through the control and prevention of disease, injury, and disability in the U.S. and worldwide. Focuses national attention on developing and applying disease control and prevention. Oh, well, that's basically like the Nazi death camps, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Now I get it. Finally. See, I'm just a foreigner. I don't get it fully.
For this position, I need to know, do you stand by those statements that you made in the past, or do you retract those previous statements?
Of course.
Senator, I don't believe that I ever compared the CDC to...
I don't think I've ever said those things that are probably on record of me saying, but...
Nazi death camps. I support the CDC. My job is not to dismantle or harm the CDC. My job is to empower the scientists if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
So
maybe I should just look it up, okay? I'm going to look it up. Google. RFK Jr. CDC Nazi death camps. I cannot find it. Google only talks about this.
So you retract those statements?
I'm not retracting it.
I've never made them.
I never said it.
Well, actually, I have a transcript.
Of me saying that it's a Nazi death camp?
Yeah, let me read your words. It says that the institution CDC and the vaccine program, is your description of their work, is more important than the children that it's supposed to protect. And you know, it's the same reason we had a pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys and girls who were being raped. That's pretty provocative language. You said in another statement to me, this is like Nazi death camp. I mean, let me finish. I'm just reading your words. I mean, what happened to these kids? 1 in 31 boys in this country, their minds are being robbed from them.
Wait, does RFK know what the death camps were and what happened in them?
Yeah, I was not comparing
I wasn't out of sound mind. You see, I had a bug in my brain and now I'm fixed.
CDC to Nazi death camps. I was comparing the injury rate to our children to other atrocities.
That is still in that is such a, what a comparison. How many, I hate to do this, but how many kids has the CDC gassed exactly? Nazi death camps.
And I wouldn't compare of course, the Nazi death camps to the extent that any statement that I made has been interpreted that way. Yeah.
Just because I said it's like Nazi death camps doesn't mean that I think it's like Nazi death camps, okay? You're misinterpreting my words.
I don't agree with that. In 2003, the United States Congress Government Oversight Committee ended an over a year investigation of the CDC and used almost that same language. They said that the CDC, just one division, one branch, the Immunization Safety Office, had put institutional self-interest and pharmaceutical profits ahead of the welfare and health of American children. So that was a conclusion by Congress. And I repeated that.
I'm asking you because you're the nominee for HHS. It sounds like you stand by those statements.
Senator, my objective is to support the CDC. There's nothing I'm going to do that is going to harm CDC. I want to make sure that our science is gold standard science, and it's free from that same government oversight investigation committee found that the panels, the ACIP panel within CDC, I think 97% of the people on it had conflicts. I don't believe that that's right.
Just like in Nazi
we need to end those conflicts and make sure that scientists are doing unobstructed science.
So I want to enter this statement, by the way, into the record without objection.
Without objection.
Last week, the White House gagged HHS and the CDC, preventing them from communicating all important public health information to anyone, including all of our allies, including our allies in the United States and global disease prevention. Can you just answer yes or no, because I'm running out of time? Do you agree with that action?
I was not consulted on it, but that's pretty much standard operating procedure for incoming administration.
So you agree with the action that gagged HHS and CDC from communicating important public health information to the public?
That directive made sure that no public health and only non-essential travel and mass communications were temporarily suspended pending the confirmation of a new HHS secretary. This is standard operating procedure for every administration.
Standard procedure.
I get it. I don't think what we've seen over the last several days is standard operation for new administration. I think we're seeing some unprecedented actions, but you agree with it. Last night, members of the CDC, along with other federal employees, were actually invited to resign, these buyouts. And I got text messages and folks I know work from the CDC that do this important work who got that note. And it's really important because my experience is that when you send out that kind of note, the folks who resign are the folks who you least likely want to see resign. They got other options. They're gifted folks. They got a lot of expertise. They have options. A lot of them are doing this work because of their patriotism, because of their commitment. Do you agree with the buyouts that were presented to CDC?
Are they basically like workers at the death camps?
Employees just last night.
I agree. At the vast majority of the scientists and experts at CDC are patriots and good government servants.
Can you tell me yes or no?
I don't think anybody's going to resign who's committed to making America healthy
again. Can you just answer yes? Okay, you agree with the buyouts. In our meeting, I asked you to confirm your support for the Affordable Care Act. You also mentioned that you and President Trump want to fix the ACA by making premiums more affordable. Can you answer me yes or no, as I don't have a lot of time? Did you know that tax credits that help families afford health insurance and save Georgians an average of $531 per month per person are set to expire at the end of the year? Did you know that?
I do.
We need to move on.
Do you support Congress extending these tax credits?
No.
So that Americans can continue to afford health care?
Congress has...
Listen, it's not up to me. It's up to Daddy, and I don't know.
...to make its own decisions about that. My instructions from President Trump...
Mr. Chairman, you're saying I'm running out of time, but I'm having a lot of trouble getting the witness to answer yes or no to a yes or no question. Well, and I've got one more question.
You're almost at 9 minutes, sir.
Well, I need him to answer yes or no. Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer yes or no to a question that's not susceptible to an honest yes or no answer.
We need to move on.
I think that the fact that you find it difficult to answer basic questions is deeply troubling for me as you present yourself as a nominee to run HHS.
Yeah, he's still going to be appointed, He's still going to be anointed, appointed, and crowned, I think.
Senator Smith.
I've been in courts all over the country. And prosecutors.
Mr. Chairman, you told me I'm out of time, and the witness continues to filibuster even after I said I'm done.
Senator.
Sir, I've been in court before, and yes, I know my rights.
Smith.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair and Ranking Member and Welcome, Mr. Kennedy. So, Mr. Kennedy, I don't have a question for you on abortion. I think that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have covered this, but I want to say I can respect people who have different views than mine on this issue, but it's hard for me to respect people who won't give a straight answer to what they think on this issue in particular. Mr. Chair, I just want to note that I understand that anti-choice advocates have said
I don't respect people that are not that are straight.
In these hearings, they were looking to hear Mr. Kennedy provide some reassurance that he is on their side, and I'm not hearing that. And I think most Americans are looking for some hint that the decisions that people make about abortion should be personal and private, and they should be free to make those decisions without government interference, and I'm not hearing that either. To make it worse, the answers that you have given tell me that the Trump administration is more than willing to restrict or even ban medication abortion without a single act of Congress.
Nobody had the courage to ask that question, so we will never know the exact amount.
And even in states where abortion is legal. And what is clear to me is that you and President Trump are dangerous to women's access to mifepristone. So having said that, I want to move to a different topic. Mr. Kennedy, I appreciate Senator Cornyn's questions about mental and behavioral health, something that I care a lot about. I know that you and your family have had personal experience with mental health challenges, as have I. And I agree that the mental health crisis in this country is a crisis. So let me ask you, in an interview in 2023 and again in 2024, you blamed school shootings on antidepressants. You said, and this is a quote, "There is no time in American history or human history that kids were going to shoot schools and shooting their classmates. It really started happening coterminous with the introduction of these drugs, with Prozac and with other drugs." So do you believe, as you've said, that antidepressants cause school shootings? This should be a simple question.
Oh, my God.
I don't think anybody can answer that question, and I didn't answer that question. I said it should be studied. I said it should be studied along with other potential culprits. Like
What? Are you gotta be shitting me, right? What? This has got to be a joke. Antidepressants cause school shooting? This is your medical boss. Your medical chief.
May cause
social media.
Social media, antidepressants, I don't know, smoking. All these things obviously cause school shooting.
I don't know. I would never make, because there's no science on that.
Well,
Senator.
there is.
Well, then why make the statement if there's no science on that? What do you mean by science? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know what's happening anymore.
Senator, there is, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you for the promotion.
The science shows that there is no link between school shootings and antidepressants. And in fact, most school shooters were not even treated with antidepressants. And of those that were, there was no evidence of association. You know,
I don't think you can say that, Senator, because of HIPAA rules, nobody knows.
I don't think you can say that, Senator. Just because you have the evidence does not mean that you know anything. You can shove your evidence up your ass, as far as I'm concerned. President Trump told me that all school shootings are caused by antidepressants, even if the perpetrators don't take them. So it's your words against his, but he happens to be the president. So who is in the right, really? He's more successful than you.
Well, that is, Mr. Kennedy, do you think that people who take antidepressants are dangerous?
I think, listen,
I do think sometimes, yes.
Going into HHS, if I'm privileged to be confirmed with any.
So you can't say that people
to impose any preconceived ideas that I may have. I just want to have good science.
So you're not saying that they aren't dangerous, which
I'm not saying they're dangerous. I just want to have science on the books that will confirm my bias, that will confirm that they are dangerous. That's all I need.
Which means that they could be dangerous. Let me ask you this.
That's not true.
You've described Americans who take mental health medications as addicts who need to be sent to wellness farms to recover. Is that what you believe?
No, of course I didn't say that anybody should be compelled to do anything.
No, but you said they should be sent.
What? People that are on antidepressant medication are addicts.
I said they should be available to them. I didn't say they should be sent.
You said that antidepressants are like addicts. That I can provide that,
Oh, I
Mr.
think
Chair.
they should have the availability. Listen,
What? You know, antidepressant, heroin, basically same thing. It's fine. It's you just send them to the farm.
I know people, including members of my family,
Wellness farms. Oh my goodness.
who've had a much worse time getting off of SSRIs than they did than people have getting off of heroin. It's the withdrawal period is, I mean, and it's written on the.
No, wait a minute. Oh my God, I did not see this coming. No, actually, antidepressants are worse. They're worse than heroin. I was joking when I said that they're basically the same. No, according to your mental health chieftain, antidepressants are worse. They're worse. You've heard it here. Antidepressants are worse than heroin.
Label.
I have some
This is
experience
very
with
well
this
documented.
myself, Mr. Kennedy. This is
And
personal.
I have some personal lived experience, Mr. Kennedy, and I can completely affirm what you just said. Heroin doesn't even compare to stopping, to putting down antidepressants. It's a mess.
For me, when I was a young woman and I was struggling with depression, thankfully, I had the resources to help me get through it, including a new generation of SSRI uptake inhibitors, which helped to clear my mind, get me back on track to being a mom and a wife and a productive, happy person. And I'm really grateful for that therapy. So I have some experience with this, and I think that everyone should have access to that.
Oh, yeah? Well, how much experience do you have with heroin? Right? If you don't have any experience with heroin, how can you say that what you went through was not worse? There you go. Your lived experience is invalid because you don't have an experience with heroin to compare it to. There you go.
And your job as secretary is to expand access to care, not to spread lies and misinformation. And the things that you say, Mr. Kennedy, they live on. They have impact. And we're having this conversation at the same moment that my Republican colleagues are looking to try to figure out how to save money any way they can. And so they want to cut Medicaid. Let's just think about this for a minute, because you're going to be, should you be confirmed, you would be responsible for CMS, which provides mental and behavioral health care to millions of Americans. Close to 40% of folks on Medicaid have a behavioral health condition. And you would be part of this administration that would be looking to cut Medicaid. So, Mr. Kennedy, these statements that you've made linking antidepressants to school shootings, they reinforce the stigma that people who
As they should. They should all be sent to the farm.
experience mental health every day face every single day. And I'm very concerned that this is another example of your record of sharing false and misleading information that actually really hurts people.
Senator, you're mischaracterizing my statements.
I am only putting into the record what you have said, Mr. Kennedy.
You're mischaracterizing my statements, and
You have twisted my words and thoughts and feelings.
Happy that you had a good experience on SSRIs. Many Americans have very good experience on it.
Many have overdosed and died from.
Others have
that
not.
would be an issue between them and their physicians, and not for the future head of HHS to be just putting out misinformation about the dangers of SSRIs and other antidepressant medication, spreading the stigma.
They're worse than heroin.
And the fear that we're actually trying to overcome.
Do you think physicians, when they make that prescription, ought to have access to good science?
Of course they do. And
That's all I believe, too. And you and I are in agreement, Senator.
Oh, no, you just said it was worse than heroin. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Your point that you made when you made these statements, it was not based on good science. I don't know what it was based on.
I was saying the science needed to be done. I was saying these are potential culprits.
No, you literally just now said that withdrawal symptoms from antidepressants can be worse than heroin.
We're coterminous, and I named other things. I said video games. I said...
Video games? Really? Are we back in the 90s now?
Social media. I said SSRIs. SSRIs.
Video games and antidepressants, the two devils that cause school shootings.
Have a black box warning of suicidal.
Mr. Chair.
This is like a plane.
Mr. Chair,
the mysterious black box of video games, antidepressants, and social media.
I will submit to the chair the information that I have about what Mr. Kennedy has said, linking antidepressants to school shootings. Thank you.
Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Mr. Kennedy. To follow up on that spirited exchange, in talking with you and reading about your vision for the department, you said one of your goals is to return public health agencies to the gold standard of scientific review. You've alluded to the gold standard a number of times today. So I'm going to give you an opportunity, uninterrupted.
The golden standard, treat others like you want to be treated yourself.
But hopefully not too extensive, to tell me and others what you mean by this gold standard.
The gold standard means real scientific research with replication.
As opposed to all the fake research that happens in medicine now, of course. Got it.
Studies, which very rarely happens now at NIH. We should be giving at least 20% of the NIH budgets to replication. We should make sure that all the science is published with the raw data. We should make sure that the peer reviews are also published. And I'll give you a quick example. 20 years ago, NIH scientists did a study on Alzheimer's, which they said it was caused by amyloid plaque. After that, NIH shut down studies of any other hypothesis. 20 years later, we now know that those studies were fraudulent. NIH has funded 800 studies on a fraudulent hypothesis. And we've lost 20 years.
Hypothesis? What's the fraudulent hypothesis?
In figuring out how to a cure for Alzheimer's. And that's just one example. I could give you hundreds. We need to end
hundreds.
That. We need to end the old boy system.
Give us 3, 4.
We need to have replicatable science and be completely transparent about raw data.
Thank you, sir. In recent years, particularly during the COVID pandemic, there's been a lot of skepticism about our public health institutions. Some of this, I would say, is warranted, but it's now created a pervasive lack of trust from the public that these institutions are acting in bad faith or failing to act in objective criteria, failing, in short, to act in the best interests of the public. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, how will you work to regain the public's trust? I suspect it will take some time in these important public health institutions.
Through radical transparency, I'm going to make the reason people don't trust the public health agencies is because they haven't been trustworthy. And you gave the example of COVID. At the beginning of COVID, everybody was rushing to get that vaccine. We had over a 90% vaccination uptake.
Yes, sir.
CDC's most recent recommendation is that Americans take the 8th booster. Only 23% of Americans are complying. That means 77% of Americans no longer trust CDC, and that is the problem.
Yes, sir. In the absence of full information, might it, I think I agree with you, but I want your response. Might it make sense to share that absence of full information with the American people, that uncertainty? I think one of the things, by observation and experience, that I saw during the pandemic was we had certain prominent doctors appear on television and indicate, no, you absolutely must not wear a mask. 2 weeks later, it's yes, you must wear a mask. But they were certain. And they even demonized people for not following the latest science, knowing there's a high level of uncertainty in that science.
That's not what happened, actually. The whole about wearing masks was there are not enough masks for health professionals, and we should prioritize them. That was what was being said, and not you absolutely must not wear a mask. The way that this whole thing is being twisted is just beyond reckoning, in my opinion, but I may be wrong.
Science. Would a measure of humility and, as you say, radical transparency demonstrates humility, help rebuild trust over a period of years?
I mean, if the words are going to get twisted, then you can have all the transparency in the world and it's not going to change much. So,
absolutely. We need to tell Americans what we don't know. We need to make sure studies that reach a null hypothesis are also published, and that doesn't happen.
Sir, I think you are right about why healthcare costs are so high in the first place. The answer is indeed chronic disease. 90% of our healthcare spending goes towards managing.
You disagree with me on which one? Wait, which one? Which one do you disagree with me on? Okay, call in. Okay, call in and debate me right now. No way? Yes, you have to call in and debate me. You scared? Show me. I'm pretty sure I saw these statements, so show me the statements. Come on. I mean, cloth masks are not optimal, no. They're not bad, but they will not have the best effect, yeah. They're not the best, no. That is a fact, yeah. The best ones have a filter, etc. Right, you want to debate me? You want to call in? Okay, call in. Call me. We're going to debate it. I'm here to debate you. Yeah? No? Yeah, call me directly. Make a call. Yeah? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you to call me. Wait, why did you... Wait, why are you in the general thing when I want to... Oh, well, I'm going to... Okay, I'm joining. Hello? Hello?
Hey.
Ouch.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, do you hear me?
Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, you are on fire today with all the snarky comments. This is very good television.
Yeah. I am happy. We're gonna be.
Yeah,
You're gonna be helping me in a little thing. Are you happy? Be
Yeah,
able to be
sure.
a part of. Okay. We're gonna.
Yeah, I'm
okay. So tell me about the. Ouchie Fauci. You're one of them,
Okay,
aren't you? You're one of the conservatives.
I'm sort of like
links, evidence.
Yep.
I want good science on this, and I want, you know.
Yep. I'm a little bit. You will consider me to be a little bit of like. Well, yeah, but sort of the mirror image of the right wingers who undermine the CDC and everything. Because
so the
I'm gonna
opposite?
send you. Yes, I'm gonna send you a clip.
Okay.
And you can tell me if it's out of context or something like that.
Yes.
But I'm gonna send you a clip.
Clipped and shipped.
That
Let's go.
that I believe, is one of the ones that the anti-mask people point to all the time, and they say, "Oh, look, Fauci said you don't have to wear a mask, and then he changed it and said you do have to wear a mask. He's a liar, and they say that means you don't have to wear a mask."
Right.
But I say he was a liar the first time. You do have to wear a mask. And you're saying, no. He was just saying we need the masks for the healthcare professionals at first.
Because that was
that's
a
your
big
argument.
Message. Yeah, that was a big message.
Yes. So I agree that was a big message and that was the goal of the communication.
Right.
However, I also believe that even you can add as much context as you want. They lied about it as part of that achieving that goal. We can say it's a noble goal. Okay, here's the clip. I'll put it in the global chat if that's a voice chat, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Or I can send it to you directly.
Oh, just send it to me directly. Yeah.
Okay. Let's find you. During this dead air, everyone donate at lucyhaza.org.
Yes, and we should get some extra viewers or something.
Yeah, I think this is the one. Now, I'm actually sending you this without having pre-watched it for a long time. So if he just says something that's like very measured and talks about nurses and stuff, then I'm going to look really stupid. But that's fine too. It's good content for you.
Okay, let's listen. I'm going to share it probably with you. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Have you watched any of this hearing or something?
The RFK hearing? I've been watching it with you. If you mean this interview, I watched it like a couple years ago. And I remember thinking, that's right, that proves my point. But I could have confirmation bias, and then I'll look like an idiot when I show it to you now.
You do have confirmation bias, as we all know. All right, let's play it.
Right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks.
You're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face.
And can you get some schmutz sort of staying inside there?
Of course. But when you think masks, you should think of healthcare providers needing them and people who are ill.
Oh, see? There you go. When you think about masks, you should be thinking of healthcare providers needing them. He said that at the
So,
end.
so I believe that this proves my point because at the
I'll
beginning
explain why.
and with the at the beginning and with the greatest force, he says you should not be walking around wearing a mask. Toward the middle, he actually plants the seed for some of the things that the Trumpists then used to argue that masks are bad. He's talking about, trapping things and maybe you're fiddling with your face and stuff. And then only right at the end, in very like wishy-washy, longer sentences after he's been challenged, does he talk about, think of it as for healthcare professionals. And he doesn't say, and masks are still good for everybody, but we need them for healthcare professionals. He has this garbled message at the end because he's thinking, well, I have a couple of ideas what his motivation is, but I can't prove that from this clip.
Okay, I'm going to play the devil's advocate for Mr. Fauci. And I'm going to explain for most of what is the purpose of wearing a mask in your mind? For most people.
In my mind?
Yeah, for most people. Why do people in the general population wear masks?
Why do they want to, or why should they?
Why should they?
They should, first to protect others and second to protect themselves.
Yeah, but I would say that the far more primary reason is to not infect others, right? That is why it's so prevalent in Japan, not to wear masks. In fact, those masks in Japan usually have some medication added to them, right?
Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, usually there's dosed medication and they inhale the medication when they're ill. That's been that's been a thing for decades upon decades in Japan.
Nice. This is a good debate tactic. You're proving that you know way more than me in like related areas. It increases your credibility when you attack me on the main point.
Yeah, of course, exactly. And that means you're bad faith and gish galloping by extension. And so usually when people, you could very well say, which he actually did not say that here, but you could make a case that he's saying there's no point for everybody to wear masks. Maybe only
he said more than that. He said you shouldn't. That's the first thing he said. You should not.
Maybe only those who are at risk or are already confirmed to have anything, or I don't know, suspect that they have anything should wear them, not to infect others. And this is where the fidgeting with the mask comes in, because if you fidget with your mask, if you touch your face and then shake someone's hand, that defeats the whole purpose of the mask.
You're not going to tell me that outweighs the benefit of the mask for COVID. You're not going to tell me that.
No, I would say that you should just not fidget. It's not some compulsion that you cannot control, fidgeting your mask and touching your face.
Right.
It's like once you have a mask, you just cannot control yourself. It's beyond your control touching your face.
Mm-hmm. Like the argument that you wear a seatbelt and you'll drive dangerously and crash into everything.
Yeah, exactly. You should just so you shouldn't wear a seatbelt. Exactly. So what do you think? Should I? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I interrupted you. I talked a lot.
No, it's okay. No, continue.
So my thought is that I've actually learned a lot of interesting stuff from this conversation. I agree with most of your point, which is that you can see where he's coming from, and he wants to keep masks for healthcare professionals. And actually, when at the very beginning of the pandemic, it was kind of cool. I was lucky enough to have a couple boxes of surgical masks, and there was a program collecting them. You could go send them to nurses and stuff. So that was cool. I got that message, right? And I didn't need him to, similar with this paternalism, with the seatbelts, right? I didn't need him to lie to me, to tell me that I should give the mask to the healthcare professionals, right?
Yeah.
I just needed them to tell me the healthcare professionals need the mask. And so you still haven't convinced me that this is good communication. In fact, you haven't. I think this is deception and this is lying. And I also think this is the part where I'm going to editorialize a little bit. So you can interrupt me for this part, because this is the emotional part.
All right.
I think his motivation is not merely to help nurses.
Okay.
It's also to cover his own butt, because at the time they didn't know exactly how good masks were. So he didn't want to be seen as guaranteeing efficacy when there is none. Right. He wants to maintain economic normalcy. He wants to, if I was being very polemical, he wants to keep the capitalist machine going, man. But he kind of does want to keep the capitalist machine going, right? And things like that. And so I don't even think that his motivations are completely pure, but that's That's just me kind of being, cynical and mean and imputing motive. However, regardless, it's a paternalistic way of talking that I do think is deceptive. We would often criticize, for example, we would criticize a headline about the genocide in Gaza, where like at the top of the article, they're like, oh, one guy dies in Israel. And then like at the very bottom in one sentence, they're like, oh yeah, and also like thousands of Palestinians died, right? We would criticize that.
Yeah, we would.
That's what how Fauci organized this response.
Right.
And in fact, he only did the part at the end, the most important part, after the journalist guy was like, but are you sure about that?
Yeah.
And then he explains himself. And so I could be a very strong argument against what I'm saying, however, could be that this is just cherry picking evidence, right? Because I went and found this clip to match the vibes that I remember.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe this is not representative.
It's just vibes based. You're not good science based. You're just vibes based.
Sure. But then I win the argument, I think, as it applies to this clip. And then you could say, well, I haven't proven it, but I've illustrated the type of evidence that people should go look for now to prove this theory. Because I think that fits with the broader way that the CDC approached many things. You'll remember in the United States, at the very beginning of the pandemic, they took forever to get tests going because there was like a good test from Germany, but they couldn't fast track it. And so they had to wait for to develop like an American-based test. And then, there were scientists in Washington State who were trying to, cut a few corners to get more information about the virus out quickly.
Right.
But they got in trouble because they weren't following these rules. And I'm not saying it's the same. It's somewhat analogous to all the slow walking of information getting out within China that, of course, we were so critical of. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's like, so I think it's even if I'm wrong about the overall approach to the mask communication, another reason why I think my vibe is correct is that it matches with the bigger vibe of how they handled this. But they're sort of covering their butts rather than trying to respond to the disease as quickly as possible.
Can you give me any examples of the bigger vibe and how they covered their ass instead of trying to?
Oh, yes. So I would argue that the way they handled the approval of the German tests, that was one. Because I would argue, from their perspective, they're more afraid of approving a test that's without perfectly following the rules for how you're supposed to approve tests and then getting in trouble for it. Similar to how they got in trouble for one person getting the vaccine side effect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're more worried about that, or they were disproportionately worried about that compared to actually tracing the spread of the disease.
Right.
Similarly, the rules against use of certain data in Washington State, they were more worried about following the rules than they were about fighting the disease. And I would argue that all fits together and it makes sense. I would probably do the same thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to lose my job. In fact, if I think I'm the best person for the job, I may think saving my job actually is helpful for everyone in the long run, right? Even if I do bad on this one task to protect myself.
Yeah,
so
that's
why I think it's the overall vibe.
Saving yourself is best for everybody. That's true.
Yeah, and I think it also fits with the point you made earlier, where you were dunking on RFK saying, I thought you were the party of common sense or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Even if you don't have a ton of evidence that, masks work against this specific disease, it's just common sense. And when you're responding to a crisis,
well, I was talking about distancing. Something that is even more evident by the fact that when you get a cold, you're not expected to go to work. You're expected to stay and not infect everybody.
Yeah. And so I think
that's a form of distancing. So
yeah. So, and I think I can use what you're saying as another example of how we should approach these public health crises compared to how we actually do.
Yeah.
And so, I would say, Fauci lied. He just lied the opposite direction.
He lied.
He lied at the beginning. He said you should not be wearing a mask. Yeah. He said you should not be wearing a mask. He kind of cleaned it up and weaseled out of it later. But that's what he said.
A lying sack of garbage. Is that what you're calling him?
Let's go with it. Yeah.
Oh my God. That's awful. How can you say that? How can you be so cruel?
Wasn't he kind of bad responding to AIDS also?
Maybe. I think everybody was bad responding to AIDS.
Yeah. I thought maybe he did some good work later trying to sort of make up for that, but I could be misremembering that.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Everyone donate.
Yeah, everybody donate.
LucyHaza.org, especially trolls. If you donate, it generates a little message thing. I don't think it's text to speech, but Lucy always reads them all for some reason.
I do read everything, always. I even read messages of people that don't pay, which is counterproductive. Told you, bro. Wait, what did you tell me? Okay, now I have to know from Jack, don't do it. And then we'll have to make a choice. Do you think there are any more? You still see this? You still see this? You can still, it's still sharing with you, right?
Yeah.
Is there any more interesting things, or is it just gonna be...
I haven't seen it. I'm not sure. I might have misspoke before because I said I pre-watched like the interview with Fauci, but I might have made it sound like I pre-watched this.
Oh, you haven't.
But I did not.
It, yeah.
Correct. I'm happy to be experiencing it for the first time on.
Should we watch it till the end, or?
Up to you. You know my opinion is if I could get 24 hours of Lucy all the time, I would. But of course.
Thing that I'd like to do before finishing stream.
Yeah.
Which I feel is pretty important.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Well, I said what I wanted to say, and
yeah.
I'm not trying to weasel out of the call, but I assume you want to get on with things, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I admit defeat once again in the
Thank you.
marketplace of ideas.
It often happens that when people debate me, I just oh, all right.
No, I'm still here, but yeah. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna see you soon.
See ya.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right. You ready to finish this? Actually, I should make a poll. Maybe I should make a poll. If people want me to finish watching this. Want me to finish watching this? Yeah. Nah. Everybody, Dr. Jones was not even here today. That's so sad. It's very sad. Yeah? People want it? People want it. I'm gonna deliver.
Managing it, as you say in your open statement. It's not in the main because of waste, fraud, and abuse, although we know some exist. It's not in the main because we have greedy executives at innovative, world-class companies. It's not in the main because we haven't yet adopted an unsustainable Medicare for all scheme. It's because of this. So I'm encouraged that you intend to make that a point of emphasis as it pertains to your future leadership. I will say, with respect to COVID, it's not over for a lot of Americans. It's not over. I know the mission accomplished banner was convenient for the last
yeah, COVID is still a thing. Yes, I agree. COVID is still a
administration. But as we continue to navigate the ongoing impacts of the COVID pandemic, we have many individuals here in the United States and around the world who are suffering from long-term health effects that
and that has been known from the beginning. That's why it was so crucial to contain it, among other things, because of those long-term COVID side effects, the mind fog, the problems with breathing, and all the other things. Yes, that's
impact their quality of life, work, and daily activities, and they've been largely ignored. Funding for long COVID research was appropriated by Congress in December of 2020, followed by additional funding directed by the Biden administration in February 2024. Patient groups and industry publications have criticized the slow pace of clinical trial design and enrollment. If confirmed, will you collaborate with healthcare providers, researchers, and effective communities to better understand and mitigate long COVID's impact? Yes or no, please?
Absolutely, Senator. There's 16 million Americans.
I think she's going to be on again.
Will you commit to prioritizing long COVID research and integrate this work into broader healthcare policies? Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Patient groups, experts, and industry publications have raised concerns around existing long COVID funding being spent on observational research. In particular, criticism was directed towards recover funding being used to duplicate existing findings instead of funding trials for potential treatments or diagnostics. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, will you work with Congress so that going forward, long COVID funding will be directed primarily towards trial or novel research directions and not replicating existing observational research? Yes or no?
Absolutely, Senator, with enthusiasm.
Thank you so much. Instead of funding trials for potential treatments or diagnostics, if confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, will you work with Congress so that going forward, long COVID funding will be directed primarily towards trial or novel research directions and not replicating existing observational research? Yes or no?
Absolutely, Senator, with enthusiasm.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. If confirmed, how will you create a balance between your personal priorities of chronic disease and healthy lifestyle and the ongoing critical work of the department in areas that are focused on incentivizing and advancing innovation in modern medicine and pharmaceutical discovery?
I think innovation is going to be the key to public health. And we have a unique opportunity now in history because of AI, because of telemedicine, and because of the quality of people that are now coming to HHS to actually save public health. But it's all going to rely on innovation, and I don't want to do anything that inhibits or impairs the pace of innovation.
That's encouraging, from approving AI algorithms to determining Medicare coverage. We certainly need more innovation, and we need good people in the department to assist with that effort. So I'll follow up with a question about how you're going to attract and retain good people. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry to shut you down a little faster than I did the others, Senator. And we are up against a vote deadline here, and we have one more senator who gets his full time. I hope you'll keep it as close to 5 minutes as you can, Senator Welch.
Well,
and then I've promised Senator Wyden, 5 more minutes?
To be divided 1 minute with my colleagues getting 1 minute.
And then if we can do that, we can get over to vote before they call the vote on the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And as you know, I'm a big, have great reverence for your family from Massachusetts. When I got out of college, I was in the first class of Robert Kennedy Fellows, the memorial created by your family to honor the service of your father. I did community organizing in the west side of Chicago. And I certainly admire your energy in your effort here and desire to serve. You know, there's a couple of things that are really important here. This is not just about a debate on vaccines. It's a debate about qualifications, experience.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy has none of those. I'm going to be quiet. I already can tell you none whatsoever medical qualifications. Having gym education does not make you qualified to speak on vaccines. That's it.
And priorities as to the person that will head health.
Mr. Gym guy, head the gym, not the medical
and human
system.
Services. And it's not just about what your answers are today or what the questions are. It obviously has a lot to do with your whole record and your whole history. You know, your sister in her letter, or pardon me, your cousin in her letter said, you've always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of your personality.
Wait, who is this in reference to? Who is charismatic? Who magnets people? RFK? He sounds like he's dying. That does not ooze charisma to me. You've always been charismatic. Well,
take risk and break rules. That's, I guess, an attribute, but it can be a danger. The question I fundamentally have is whether your willingness to disrupt and maybe break rules is going to be dangerous and destructive.
We're about to listen to his charisma in action, and I guess the chat's going to be the judge about the levels of charisma. Okay, write in the chat numbers between 1 and 10 when he gives you the answer, and that's gonna give me a little bit of an indication of the levels of charisma that you're feeling.
The character questions we didn't go into here, but there's some sketchy things. You've acknowledged your history with heroin. You've gotten over that, but there's incidents that do, I think, concern the question of whether the stability is there to be in charge of this major organization. And that's compounded by my concern that you don't have any experience managing a large organization, that you don't have any experience in government. So those are things that have to be taken into account. But the issue for me is also priorities. A lot of your engagement in health has been on vaccines, big important issue. You actually disagreed, as I understand it, with President Trump about Operation Warp Speed. I think President Trump deserves a lot of credit for Operation Warp Speed. He knew we had to get a vaccine. And these other issues about a mask and whether you should wear it, whether when you got your groceries, the bag had to be left outside, remember that in the very beginning? Those are incidental to the core question that the president believed we had to have a vaccine. And you contested that. That worries me. That really deeply worries me. The other questions, Senator Cassidy asked you some questions about our healthcare system. I happen to believe that our healthcare system is profoundly broken. And it's not just about the chronic illnesses. That's about our diet. That's about our exercise. But we are getting premium increases in Vermont of 20% a year, 25% a year. And it's busting the bank for taxpayers. It's busting the bank for our wonderful Vermont employers who care about having health insurance that they can provide to their employees. Senator Cassidy asked you a couple of questions about how you would reform Medicaid, and I didn't hear an answer. You mentioned that you
I would reform it good. Does that satisfy you? I'd reform it good.
Medicare.
Also, nobody else wrote any numbers. Socialists, give me a number. Give me a charisma number for RFK.
Advantage was good. You have a good plan. No focus on what an incredible ripoff was reported in the Wall Street Journal by United Healthcare, which was marketing Medicare Advantage and then paying doctors and nurses where they had assignments essentially
No, it's between 1 out of 10, actually. It's like between 1 and 10. It's just that Jack Dontuit decided that 10 just doesn't cut it and it needs 100.
Over.
Wait, really? RFK is 6.9 in charisma? 10, according to socialists.
Diagnose illnesses that didn't exist. So they made billions and billions of dollars. And I've seen nothing coming out of the Trump administration, and I've seen nothing coming out of your advocacy that is going after what is a rampant abuse by the insurance companies and overcharging people and not doing the job. And by the way, the United Healthcare people, when they did that, they overdiagnosed.
Listen, if I said 1 to 100, Jack Dontuit just would have given us 1,000, so.
The person really got sick, they dumped them. Go to the nursing home on your own. That's a broken healthcare system. We spend the most and get the least. And I think there should be collective anger about this on both sides because all of our people are dependent on that healthcare system. And you're going to be working for a president who's on a lawless rampage right now, okay? He has done something reckless with the pardons to these cop beaters. I'm appalled by that. But that's just reckless. That's not illegal. He's impounded money. So right now, the Medicaid website went down.
Oh, boy.
He's impounded money. So the community health centers that Senator Warner was talking about are up in the air as to what they can do. Do you believe that a president can impound money that has been appropriated by Congress?
Senator, let me answer the question about Medicare first. I have never defended that program or the rapacious behavior by insurance companies or the PBMs. I understand that's a huge problem. And
all right, I don't have time. We've got to get over to vote. So
we don't have time.
But you asked me 5 questions. You got to give me a chance to answer one of them.
I want to see the vote.
Please be brief.
Yeah, I brought in, if I get confirmed, I've already appointed a general counsel. The first time in history, he's a former prosecutor who prosecuted the biggest Medicare fraud in the case in the state of West Virginia. I brought in a prosecutor for that job instead of a bureaucrat, precisely to address the important issues that you raised here. The only reason I didn't talk about these before is because I wasn't asked about them.
What about,
I agree with you 100%.
Right. What about impounding, a president impounding money that, among other things, goes to health care?
And you're saying that that's illegal?
That's correct.
Well, my job is...
Oh, my God, that is so weird.
...to uphold the Constitution. I'm going to take an oath to uphold the Constitution, and I will administer the law and uphold the Constitution.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe under what we've discussed, I control 5 minutes. I'm going to take one and give one to each of my 4 colleagues that remain.
All right, and I would just say this vote, they're going to call it in about 8 minutes.
Thank you.
So we have very little time.
2 hours ago, colleagues, I asked Mr. Kennedy to reconcile his many anti-vaccine statements with his handful of pro-vaccine statements. Instead, he gave us a word salad and ducked the issue. The same was true, Mr. Kennedy, with respect to measles, where you wrote a book playing down the threat of measles even though American families are very concerned about it, and apparently families are still mourning in Samoa. And my last point would be that Mr. Kennedy said today really wasn't about him. And I just want to tell him it is all about you, because I find your presentation to be both untrustworthy and unprepared, because my colleagues have been seeing back and forth between Medicare and Medicaid, and it's not clear which program you're using when. So I want colleagues to know there is a lot more information to learn about Mr. Kennedy before we vote. I'm going to urge that to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to not make decisions on the basis of this session. I thank you for the additional time. And I guess my next minute is Senator Whitehouse, Senator Warren, and Senator Smith.
And again, 1 minute each, please.
There's been a lot of conversation about late-term abortions here, and I just want to make clear what Rhode Island OBGYN doctors describe as what is almost always happening when a late-term abortion is needed. It is a childbirth gone wrong. The family has painted the room, it has bought the crib, maybe even decided on the baby's name, and has gone to the hospital to welcome the new baby into their family in what is supposed to be a happy event. And then things went wrong. Then the alarms started pinging. The lights started flashing. The medical professionals started rushing in. And the question became, who lives and who dies?
Okay.
The mom's life is often at risk, and she may have other children she needs to care for. The baby's life may be at risk, and one or both may die.
Right.
In that environment, the doctors and the family own that decision. Government has no place
The Whitehouse.
in that room at that point. And I think we need to understand when this late-term abortion gets bandied about, what you're dealing with is a tragedy that is happening to a family who wanted that child and have suddenly been confronted with a moment in which they have to make what is probably going to be the worst decision of their lives.
Right.
And to try to shove the state legislature into that room is really offensive, really morally wrong. And I just want to make very clear what Rhode Island OBGYNs tell me is the situation when these procedures have to be deployed.
Oh, no.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I wanted to ask about
There you go. You'll see if there will be screaming.
your role in the 2019 measles outbreak in Samoa. In July 2018, 2 children died immediately after receiving a measles vaccine that nurses had mistakenly mixed with a muscle relaxant. The nurses get charged with manslaughter, but vaccination rates go down. I asked you about this in my office. You told me flatly that your visit to Samoa had nothing to do with vaccinations. We now know that's not true. I have the documentation. You met with the
No, he's been caught lying. He's been caught in a lie.
Prime Minister. You talked about vaccinations. You met with an anti-vaccine influencer who described the meeting as, quote, profoundly monumental for this movement. So what happens?
Yes, I do remember the misinformation campaign, and I'm disgusted by it.
Vaccinations go down. There's a measles outbreak, and children start dying. But you double down. You didn't give up. Just 4 days after the Prime Minister declared a state of emergency, 16 people already dead, you sent a letter to him promoting the idea that the children had died not from measles, but from, quote, defective vaccine. You launched the idea that a measles vaccine caused these deaths. You are a very influential man. In fact, you are called the leader of the Disinformation Dozen. UNICEF and the World Health Organization investigated this. They say the claims are false. It is not biologically possible what you claimed. And yet, ultimately, more than 70 people died because they didn't get vaccines. So my question is, do you accept even a scintilla, just even a
quite a few anti-vax influencers,
sliver of responsibility for the drop in vaccinations and the subsequent deaths of more than 70 people.
I mean, he's gonna say no. What else what is he supposed to say? Yeah, as the future person that's gonna be confirmed as the head of healthcare in the United States, I'm gonna say I probably caused quite a few deaths because of my stupid anti-vaccine ideas. No, of course he's gonna say I had nothing to do with it. Like, what a silly question to ask, frankly.
Anything you do differently?
No, absolutely not. There were two incidents which children died. In 2015 and again in 2015, it was from the measles vaccine.
Like, what did she even expect? Did she actually expect him to say, well, maybe, I guess, I killed a kid or two with my decision? No, come on. Nobody during a hearing such as this is going to say something like that, right? I don't think I'm being ridiculous to say that, right? That nobody in his position is going to say that. Well, maybe.
So the New Zealand General Hospital found the government of Samoa banned the measles vaccine after the 2018. I arrived in July of the next year after the ban had been in place for a year.
Mr. Chairman,
and the measles,
understanding that you wanted to hold this to a minute and that I don't get to present all the facts and documentation I've got, how about if we just decide to make entries for the record on exactly what the record shows about Mr. Kennedy's participation? And I think he's answered the yes or no question. He takes no responsibility.
Senator Warren, we will do that.
True, of course. There's no responsibility to be taken in his mind, so of course.
Mr. Kennedy, and to all the senators, every senator knows that following this hearing, they will be able to ask you questions off the record, and you will be able to put answers back onto the record. So please give that answer. I apologize that we're shutting you off for giving a full response right now. Senator Smith, and we are way over time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Kennedy, you have said that you want to
I wouldn't trust this dude to be a janitor. Oh my gosh.
Give infectious diseases a break for about 8 years. You spoke about this with Senator Cantwell. My question to you has to do with avian flu. Over 100 million birds culled. The disease has spread to dairy cows, and there are now 67 confirmed human cases and 1 death. So, Mr. Kennedy, do you intend to give research on bird flu a break?
No, I intend to devote the appropriate resources to preventing pandemics. That's a central part of my job.
What do you think is causing the avian influenza?
This will go to my office. I think the H5N1 virus is.
So that's good to hear, because in a recent book, I will submit this for the record because we don't have that much time, Mr. Kennedy has questioned the scientific basis for germs causing disease and the power of vaccines and antibiotics.
I've never questioned that, Senator.
Well, I will submit that for the record.
Thank you. Senator Warnock, 1 minute.
Okay.
I like the way you said that to the Baptist preacher. Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy. Based on our conversations, it's my understanding that you support work requirements in Medicaid. In 2020, President Trump approved a proposal from Georgia state leaders requiring Georgians to jump through a number of onerous bureaucratic hoops and fill out even more paperwork to verify work and get access to health care. I ask this as someone who represents a state that has not expanded Medicaid. The federal government, because of this waiver, spent $70 million.
Wait, that's funny. You mean Ukraine? What do you mean? Wait, hold on. What do you mean? Are you asking me? What are you asking that in reference to? I have no clue. I'm afraid you're going to have to specify your question if it's to me.
On Georgia's Medicaid waiver, 82% of that went to administrative costs. The point that I'm making is that the folks that they're insisting need to work, 90% of those folks are working, they are caregivers, or they have a disability. Let me give you one example. A woman I think of all the time, her name is Heather. She's a traveling nurse from Dalton, Georgia, who falls into the Medicaid coverage gap. Heather experienced a series of small strokes, leaving her unable to work full-time. She's dedicated her life to caring for patients, but now she can't afford her own medical care, out-of-pocket costs, because she doesn't make enough to qualify for tax credits to buy private insurance. What does Heather need? Does she need work?
What writing did I bring up? Maybe that's, I think they're just chatting in the chat.
Requirements, or does she need access to health care so she can finally get healthy and get back to work?
The individual that you described would need health care and not a work requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are done with the questioning now. Mr. Kennedy, I apologize to you, to the audience, and to all of my colleagues to have to rush it here at the end, but we have a vote on the Senate floor that they're going to close in about 3 minutes. I want to thank you for appearing before this committee. You have been accessible to the members and staff on both sides of the aisle of the Finance Committee throughout a rigorous process, and I want the whole
What about
world
Jack Don't Do It? Jack Don't Do It addressed me, I think.
to know that you spent hours in meetings answering questions outside of this hearing and providing documents and responses on issue after issue after issue. You've gone through the most thorough vetting process that any committee in this Congress puts anybody through. And I think that you have come through well and deserve to be confirmed.
No!
I would like to remind my
No, you don't.
colleagues
Oh,
that the
come on.
deadline for submitting
deserve
any
to be-
questions for the record is 5 p.m. today. 5 p.m. today.
Oh,
And
God.
Mr. Kennedy, we ask that you respond to those questions as quickly as you possibly can. With that, I'm going to leave you in this room and run over to vote. This hearing will be adjourned. I still encourage the audience to be polite and respectful no matter what side of the issues you may be on. And Mr. Kennedy, I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're adjourned.
All right, so that's it. How did you like my coverage of this whole thing?